Fucking morning, Sparkle Farts. Let's try to have a good fucking day today. I mean, we can still tell people to fuck right off when needed, but try to do it with a fucking smile on your face. And maybe don't give everyone the finger. Just the twat waffles that really fucking deserve it. Fuck yeah. Keep spreading the fuckery. Good fucking morning, Sparkle Fart.
A couple of months ago, which world leader did I admire? And I said, Vladimir Putin. I'm not a huge fan of Ukraine.
I'm Doc.
Hope your day gets better.
Shut the fuck up!
Positive energy.
Shut up!
Oh. Hope your day gets better.
Shut the fuck up!
Reform.
Once Bumper Cloud channel again, man. Someone did leave a link of a couple channels here, but you know, I forgot to sub still, so. Hey, shout out girl deep in the building. Walk on, Barry Coogan. What's going on? What's good? What's good? Yeah. So walk on, man. Where the people them at, man? Huh? Oh, man. Yeah, B. Friday, bitches. The last business day, bitch. Yeah, the last business day, bitch. Simon Harrison did that. Come on. What's going on? I ain't even got a topic to run. I've just been listening to music all day today. Yeah, I ain't even got a fucking video, mate. It's happening. Hey. Better things to do, man. Barber shop. Oh, my days. My daughter's got a hairdresser's appointment. God damn. Oh, my days. Yeah, so we got a quick 30 minutes before I have to run off still. So, yeah, update me, man. What's going on? What's happening? On the streets of the tube. Huh? Oh, man. Yeah, I said the people them try to hide off their channels and that, yeah? So they could try and do sneaky pagan moves. Oh, man. Yo. Yeah, bruv. Yeah, but we be back on Monday though, still, man. You know? Tomorrow I've got something to do still, man, so. Not really gonna work out tomorrow still. Yeah. Monday. So what go on now, man? What's been going on? Where's the debates at? Come where the ravers at. We got girls in the front, to the side and back. Let's look at this lane. Yeah, alright, yeah. I found this one. Let's see what this one said.
Department of Government Efficiency has uncovered
Frozen already, yeah? This shit's frozen. Without no love. You know what? I shared it the wrong way still. Let me move on. Let me move. Alright. Now, get it.
Government efficiency has uncovered millions of dollars in fraudulent, pointless research. Wouldn't it be a shame if a tired scientist were to fact-check them? As you can see in this tweet, in 2024, the US government spent $7 million on projects studying magic. Doge hopes you don't look any further than that tweet, lest you realize that 90% of that $7 million was actually spent on a science museum for children. It was called the Magic City Discovery Center because it's in a city called Minot, North Dakota that's nicknamed Magic City. It had nothing to do with casting spells. The other 10% included an educational podcast, as well as projects for several other museums. Oops, science museum funding for children doesn't make for as good of a story as spending millions of dollars on magic. However, Elon Musk has never been one to let the facts get in the way of a compelling narrative. Doge's takes on research are so shallow you could wade through them without getting your socks wet. They probably would have called Galileo a grifter for spending time staring at the sky. What I need you to understand is that if understanding research was like doing laps in a swimming pool, these guys would be doing cannonballs headfirst into the shallow end. Well, fine, tired scientist, but what about other pointless government research, like spending $1 million to see if cocaine makes Japanese quails more sexually promiscuous, as commenters have brought up in some of my prior posts? That's got to be fraudulent and wasteful, right? Wrong. Again, if you take a look at the actual research paper, it explains how they used quail as a model for something called state-dependent learning. They were actually trying to better understand how drug use impacts high-risk sexual behavior in humans. But if you leave it at $1 million to give cocaine to quails, that sounds like the absurd science buffoons are at it again. Anytime you see someone scoring this type of win against what seems to be ridiculous research, like giving alcohol to rats, or making mice feel lonely, or like teaching pigeons to gamble or something, I guarantee you that if you were to actually read the paper or the grant proposal, you would quickly learn why it's actually relevant to human health. I could probably debunk 50 of these types of claims in a row, but I don't have time for that. In fact, I barely have time for this, as you can kind of see down here. This is the part of the video where you hit the follow button, and I'll see you next time. Elon Musk's Department of...
See it there? That's really the maddest thing, I lie. The majority of people that can debunk all the bullshit or whatever actually don't have time to even spend online doing that sort of stuff there. It's mad. Yeah, man, so Doge spending cuts, eh? Hey. Yeah, man, big up the people them in the place, man. Like we're saying, it's gonna be a real short show still, car. Appointments. Yeah? Yeah, man, so hey, that's the thing about these fucking scenarios, right? Someone nails their mask to the actions of someone else, and now you have no say on any of the actions these people carry out, but people are going to ask you questions about the actions they take. Yeah, it's mad still. It's crazy. Not even just mad. It's crazy. I make a man skank out with a lady. Come, big up man like Kane Blizzard in the building. What's going on? Oh, like, there's a weirdo in the private chat already. These man are weirdos, man. In real life. You literally haven't got nothing else to do. Just scowling YouTube 24/7 looking for a daddy. Love her for that. Why for that? Grab one more still. Hold on. I said, oh, dog. I'm like, nah. I'm like, yeah. Let's listen to J.O.B.
Paul was texting me at 10:01. Shall I read you the three texts that came in between 10:01 and 10:02 from Paul? The first one reads, he'll get the old left-right good night. The second one reads, then I'll turn around and roundhouse your block off. And the third one reads, wrong chat, sorry. So now everybody wants to know about the chat that Paul was actually engaged in, where he's threatening to roundhouse somebody and knock their block off. And of course, many people have already asked the question of how on earth will we be able to tell if there are some repercussions and side effects to the rather hefty knock on the head that you received this morning. Okay, back to business. The obvious story is JD Vance. Someone cleverer than me on Blue Sky yesterday wondered almost immediately after those comments emerged what the gaslighting rowback would look like. To be clear, JD Vance was commenting on plans to put an Anglo-French peacekeeping force on the ground in Ukraine, 20,000 British and French troops, which he then described in terms you will have heard already, but which I will remind you of shortly. When the impact of his words became clear, in fact, I think you could probably say, when he began to realise the severity of what he had said and the impact of what he had said, he was left with little choice. He could either apologise, which these people, of course, are incapable of doing for reasons that we've discussed at some length, or he could claim that he hadn't said what we all heard him say. He could claim that when he was discussing the plausibility of an Anglo-French peacekeeping force of 20,000 British and French troops being deployed on the ground in Ukraine, he wasn't actually talking about Britain and France. And, of course, if you've been listening to this programme for the last couple of weeks, you'll have picked up on that moment of doublespeak, whether deliberate or not, but to move in moments from saying one thing to look like.
Oh, shit. I just rewinded the whole video, my bad. Like, yo. That's blatantly how them man talk. Like, you can get a snippet of Donald Trump saying something, ask him a question about it the next day, he'll say, oh, I never said that. You sure I said that? You hear me? So it's a bit mad out here. Still. Mad. Big up. See what the people them are saying. Yeah, big up bonga they are. Charlie's girl. What's going on? Come on. Okay. Yum some vegetables. I don't know who Mason is. Probably Esau. You're the biggest Luke fan out here, cuz. Yeah, the fuck out of here, cuz. Like, How did you know that the dude was on the panel for the whole time if you weren't sitting there watching him the whole time? That he was on the panel. Weirdos. Weirdos. Treat him a down bad boy. Yeah, man. Just know things are gonna get worse. They thought things would be better, but the things are get worse. Yeah, me. Yeah, cause the car now we're backing up the ass. Cause I'm so solid as a rock. Whatever, man. Whatever, mate. Weirdos.net. What? Trust me, cuz, man. In real life, you never knew there could be so much weirdos in one spot at the same time. You hear me? Oh, man. Yeah, man. Trust me, cuz. Trust me, cuz. That's other things. But these men left messages already. Kind of weirdo gaylords of these. Mad. Yeah, cuz. You man are actual Luke fans, cuz. Wow. I know more about Luke than Luke, cuz. Mad. How you coming to tell me anything about another brother? Like, what? Huh? What? Mad. Jeez. You man are the real fans, cuz, because the same sort of thing. You jumped in there, and the first thing that you decided to say was talking about another man. Yeah, so you have man on your mind. Eh? You have man on your mind? Lava. Man mind. Yeah, man, me have my own man on mind. But, and them boy have man on their mind. Oh, man. Yes, yeah. Get the fuck out of here. Your fucking wonky measuring stick. But still. Mad. Imagine. Man, the treat is over. The treat is over. Mad. Jeez. I never read what these bitches are talking about. That's what you would do, you fuck cunt. No, you might ask these gay questions, you know, and then try to pretend that you're like in the actual gay laws. There's dedicated homosexual chats that you can jump in there. Dedicated fans of trans and all that shit's there. Like, you can jump in them chats there. Super fish pies. Super fish pies. Oi! Hey, sorry, bud. Friday, innit? Got a fucking big. Yo! Hear that you don't love me anymore. Jeez. Right, let me play a little bit more.
To be clear, J.D. Vance was commenting on plans to put an Anglo-French peacekeeping force on the ground in Ukraine, 20,000 British and French troops, which he then described in terms you will have heard already, but which I will remind you of shortly. When the impact of his words became clear, in fact, I think you could probably say, when he began to realise the severity of what he had said and the impact of what he had said, he was left with little choice. He could either apologise, which these people, of course, are incapable of doing for reasons that we've discussed at some length, or he could claim that he hadn't said what we all heard him say. He could claim that when he was discussing the plausibility of an Anglo-French peacekeeping force of 20,000 British and French troops being deployed on the ground in Ukraine, he wasn't actually talking about Britain and France. And, of course, if you've been listening to this programme for the last couple of weeks, you'll have picked up on that moment of doublespeak, whether deliberate or not, but to move in moments from saying one thing to claiming that you had never said it. There was a distillation of this phenomenon in the Oval Office on Friday, wasn't there, when Trump was asked about his description of Zelensky as a dictator. And Trump responded, of course, by expressing scepticism that he ever could have said such a thing. And these moments are really important. They're funny on one level. They're a little bit chilling on another, a little bit ridiculous on yet another level. But they're really important because they describe the denigration of truth. They describe the dismantling of objective reality. My goodness me, Orwell was good, wasn't he? I know we all reference him too often, and I know sometimes he's not the author that you should be turning to, and I know an awful lot of the people, particularly online, who cite George Orwell have clearly never read a word he wrote, except possibly a couple of...
I've heard a lot of Orwell quotes. Over the internet still, I can't front. And it's probably true that the majority of people even Orwell quotes probably haven't even read Orwell. Find it like strange, weird. Weirdo. Yo, hear what I'm saying though, yeah? Yo. Hey, big man, stop stalking men, innit? You weirdos. Hey, big man, stop stalking men, innit? Yeah. The fuck? You baby reindeer. Kinda, yo. Lover. Yeah, man, free that, man. You know. Just know what time it is, you know? Like, fucking... Yeah, I'm real. Y'all not. You get me? Yeah? Oh, man. Yo. Imagine that, cuz. getting stalked by weirdos online. I can't believe it. Mad, mad, mad. Some weirdo use, cuz. Trust me. Trust me, daddy. Crazy still. Brother, listen, stop leaving messages in the back, you batty, man. Like, fuck off that. You man, actual real life weirdos, cuz. Like, once I pull up, yeah, I'm gonna dash enough of you man out. Yeah. You know what you man are gonna do? Create a new account and still come and type in the chat with me. Weirdos. Weirdos. You can never dash me out. And I'm breathing on the window like, let me in! Let me back in! What the fuck? Yo. Crazy. It's crazy. Up in the sex door. Pull up in a minute still, about 10 minutes. Me pull up in a bit black pan, black, and a bit black, draw back, and up, yalla, get free. Mad. Fuck, bro, you're a weirdo, you cuz we don't know who you are. Some anonymous avatar chatting shit in the chat. And like I said, I'll dash you out and you'll just create another account. And still keep typing and just add to the subscriber count. Because you are a weirdo. And that's how weirdos behave. Do any of these detractors have any concrete? Man, they got nothing, man. That's why, like, you can tell. Brother, listen here. What you can tell here is who is a high level spaz, yeah, and who is an enemy. Enough man have fell into believing fake stories or using fake accusations as, you know what I'm saying? The idiots. Some pussies. A big pussy would. Let me fucking get on, man, so we can light up the callaloo. You get me? Cause we not taste, we not buy, we not do. I pay a fat pussy girl, we are so do. Very, him not play number 2 do. Listen them bad, but them don't have a clue do. Them not have a clue. Mad. Weirdo youths. Could only exist online. Trust me, cuz. Real life weirdos, fam. I ain't joking, cuz. Mad. It's that boy there. I'll step up. Alright, 2 steps. Pull up. Pull up, fam. Pull up, fam. One sec. Do. Now and forever. Jeez. So what I'm gonna do. Slap a one tune on the white album. Pull it up real quick. Slap at Angie still, you know. Rest in peace and all that. Yeah, man, big up Angie Stone. Oh, go on. Yo. Oh, man, jump on the panel real quick, innit? Yeah. Let's have a quick rap still. Hey, you know what's weird though, yeah? You see these man that I keep jumping in the side chat to complain about this, that, and the other. It's like, brother, you've got notes on every single minute on every single stream that happens on YouTube. Who is the lost soul that is just stressing, typing, and bawling? It's weird, cuz. That's still mad. Man's like, wow, 45 minutes on so and so. You said blah blah. What? Weirdos. Real life weirdos. I pulled up now still,
I
man. So.
wish I didn't miss you at all. How you doing?
Yeah, walk on, Licks. We say, man. We saying, you're always
So
fun
what's
to meet you
happening?
can get that shot.
You've
I
had a
see.
little Peasley rat in your back chat.
Oh yeah, there's I'm getting stalked by a weirdo
Time
still. I can't
stamping,
front.
bookmarking, taking people's pictures, that sort of thing. Jumping online.
Yeah.
Hey, anyone? Does anyone know this person? Because I want to find their address and dox them. Is that what's going on, Veli?
Some fish patties. Mad. Yeah, man.
Felix,
So what you saying,
you
Nicks?
ignoring me, Veli?
Can you hear me?
What
Can you hear
they
me, Licks?
do, they smile in your face all
I
the
don't know if you
time.
can
They
hear me.
want to
Yo,
take
Lick,
your
can you hear me?
place. Backstabbers.
Yo, Lick.
Backstabbers.
Yo, I don't think Lick can hear me. Yo, people in the chat, can you hear me? Lick, you can't hear us. Yeah, type to Lick and let her know she can't hear me. Lagos. Yeah, you gotta restart yours, man. Restart
Pardon?
your. Ah, can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you now. I couldn't before, I don't think. So
Yeah,
I've restarted it.
All right. See it there? What's going on, man? What you saying? You good, yeah?
Yeah, I'm good. Not too bad. I met Chaz and Davies, one of Chaz and Dave's daughters today.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. One of Chaz and Dave's daughters, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a little sing-song. They had a pearly queen, you know, we celebrated being...
Mad. Hey.
What's the topic for today?
There ain't even really a topic, you know. It's just a quick one still. 2
Yeah.
hours and drive back and run out the rest of the StreamYard time. Yeah, I'm not used to having like limited time on StreamYards, innit?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know about that.
It's mad still.
So what do you have to do? Download the app?
What, the StreamYards now? You just log on. Just log on step on chichi bud. Yeah, just log out.
Look, I'm going to jump on and jump back off because I think you're delayed.
Alright, cool, man. Cool. Yeah. I think Liggy was a bit delayed still, man, because, you know, I was answering the question and it's like a bit of a gap before a reply. Yeah, man, so I don't know, we got about 10 minutes left though, you know, still, like, so if anyone's gonna fire up a live, fire it up, man. Yeah. Big up the leg star.
Yeah, I'm back now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, no delay?
Yeah, no delay. When Putin invades. Hey.
So you've only got a short stream this evening?
Yeah, man. I got like a couple of appointments. I got one coming up in like half hour, 45 minutes, so I need to jump off in a second. You know, I'll get ready for that still. Oh, what's happening on a Friday night then?
Oh, I don't know. What? Who? I don't know who will go. I don't really listen to many people's lives.
Yeah, it's a random girl, mad innit? Why she blocks me? Liggy, why did you block Skyworks?
Why did I block Skyworks? Who is Skyworks? Why is he so, or are they so bothered that I blocked them?
God knows. You should to ask you.
Do you know what? I've got a designer. I've got a designer block list.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's people that don't say hello. They don't say hello. They criticise you, and then they wonder why you block them. You're like, oh, get over yourselves.
And that's the funny thing about social media, right? Like, everyone's feels like they're
You know, you
more
know
than
what made
entitled
me
to
laugh,
opinion and
right?
everything. So,
Skyworks is a bit like Baz. You know, when they pull you up with a correction.
yeah, that's how it goes, man.
But they've never been on a panel.
Yeah, because everyone can type, copy and paste or whatever, chat GPT, bro. But when it's you one up there, humans asking awkward, bad questions, you know?
I don't know. There's still a bit of an echo and a delay going on in this stream.
Yeah, I think it might be your side, you know, because I can hear you straight away. Yeah, it's definitely on your side. That was a big gap there.
Yeah, see, I can't hear you. When you reply, it's like a slight delay.
Yeah, that's your side. It's cutting out still. Your side is cutting out still. But yo, listen.
I'll jump off.
Who's gonna fire up a? Yeah, big up yourself, Legs. Big up, big up.
Yeah, take care. I hope you have a nice evening.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks. And big up yourself, though, man. Yeah, big up the people. Then big up OG, Ellen James, or Quan. What you saying? Hey, wait, hold on. Hey, Helen, what you saying? Some man got caught out lying, yeah? Why are you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Yo, I told you, man, this brother ain't getting no pom-pom. He ain't ever felt the inside of a pom-pom or nothing. Yeah? Just because. Yeah, man. You know, I might not be a biologist, innit, yeah, but I know that. Oh, man. Oh, weirdos do that, man. Why are you lying about your use, cuz? That you ain't got invisible picnic. Ah, shit. Mad. Mad. Yeah, it's true. Could be incest. Could be incest, though. Hey. Mad. Yeah, man. Watch their friends who you smoke with and run joke with. Them man, I catch a truck quick. Yeah, it's mad still. It's a mad thing still. But yeah, man, someone fire up a live stream in it. Yeah, I can listen in still. But nah, I didn't hear the theory still. I swear we've watched the evolution of skin color on here like 20 times, man. So yeah, underground caves. Crazy. Yeah, that sounds like that Yakub, the big head scientist kind of talk. Alright. Yakub, you know. Hey, yeah, I hope you got well, Helen, still. Yeah, it's crazy still. Mad, yeah. These are really much, you know. Yeah, yeah, it's a mad one still. Finish the rest of that James O'Brien one still.
About Big Brother, but doublespeak, this tool in the dictator's armory, this weapon of oppression, this ability to actually destroy the meaning of language itself, is unfolding in plain sight. You know, I think it began with Kellyanne Conway and the alternative facts narrative, but I don't think we realised even then just how what the
Yeah, I gotta agree with James O'Brien on that point still. I can't remember the time before this alternative facts talk where public authorities could just say basically anything. That's a blatant lie. And then if it gets found, remember when people used to resign? Someone would lie in parliament or whatever. It gets found out, and then they resign from the post, innit? Because the lies come to truth that they was chatting shit, innit? Like the honor. Them things there's gone nowadays, cause man will lie to you and then try and rob you after. Oh, man.
next stage would look like. It looks like a throwaway comment for Donald Trump. Oh, I can't believe I would have said something like that, and everybody laughs because everybody in the room is now more or less hand-picked. But of course, it means that nothing he ever says has agency. He can't be held to anything that he ever says because tomorrow he might say the opposite. And that is why the J.D. Vance story, scandal, episode immediately claiming that his comments had somehow been misinterpreted, but it's not.
Hey, that's not true. And even stuff here, like people say that James O'Brien is like a self-hating and all that sort of stuff there. It's like, but I don't know how many of the ones he really even come to those conclusions, because I don't think he's said anything like white people are below anyone else and all that sort of stuff there. He's just pointed out things that's blatantly obvious, like, yo, that's bullshit, that's racist, that's up, that's down, that's left, that's right. You know what I mean? So and think about it, yeah, James O'Brien can't be someone that I use. Two-tier justice hasn't been proven, man. Two-tier justice hasn't been proven. And you know what's funny about you guys as well, yeah, is that, like, when the government comes out with something to say that this and that's happening, yeah, we're going to show you it. You're going to say it's not true, even though it's written in black and white. And then less than a year later, you're going to use the same government, some sort of finding from the government to say, yeah, look, see, it's true. What? So if that's true, is the rest of the stuff that the government's published before that true? Huh? No, it ain't. No, it ain't. They're arguing about new sentencing guidelines and so on and so. So nothing's been actually proven yet. So, and nothing's been set in stone yet. So, and this is why he's not on some different shit as well. It's like, yo, differently. The report shows that literally people have been sentenced after sentencing. After this much people have been sentenced, after these much people have been convicted, after these much people have been wrongfully arrested, after this much people have been even wrongfully jailed or wrongfully convicted of blah 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 blah. After all that, yeah, Mr. Casey himself don't like reports anymore. That's it's her name's Louise Casey still. So what, you accept all the other reports now then, yeah? Huh? Nico? Confused? You guys accept all the other reports now, yeah? Let me know, cuz, car. You know? I know, that's what I'm trying to say, like, why you man are funny with wonky with your judgment. Like, these men are talking about what they're accepting today. And that's the thing as well. It's like, if you actually tell the truth about what might be coming to pass, is that it doesn't show that there was a two-tier justice system. It actually shows something different. You hear me? Like, it actually shows something different still. You might ain't even honest enough to go through that. At least we know, yeah, that you better gotta accept the other reports now, yeah. So you accept institutional racism, yeah. You accept racism within the education system. You accept all these other reports now that we've been publishing and going through for fucking nearly 2 years and shit now.
Well, go on.
Oh, go on, Con. What are you saying?
All good, man. Yeah, they're trying to have their
What's
cake and
happening,
eat
man?
it. Man's are trying to have their cake and eat it, innit? It's like
That's a joke
they
to
don't
this
want to
girl.
be labeled as racist, but yet they want to implement racist strategies on things. It's like you can't argue with people like that.
What they're saying is, yeah, they're saying that there may be some new sentencing guidelines that might be coming out that says
Mm.
certain people could be more likely to go to jail than others. Yeah, they're saying that proves that there's two-tier justice previously, and I'm saying it actually doesn't.
It's
Yeah, bro,
mad.
you
It's
good, Jay?
crazy.
Yeah,
Shocking, bro.
don't at
Shocking.
all. Like
All
if
they're
you
saying is they
don't
want
think
to
nothing like that. So
address it and look at what's going on, as in why a
no,
certain
if
group of
they
people
implement that,
are
yeah, that's
getting.
actually if they implement that, yeah, then that I don't think
That
is the
makes it
way
fair, innit?
to show. Nah, I don't think that's the way that they're able to equal out the mis convictions of other ethnic minorities. Like obviously people are over policed and all that sort of stuff there. So let's over police the other crowd as well. That don't even make sense. That's
No,
dumb.
no, no.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like,
who's
so
suggesting
really,
that?
in my opinion, that's what basically what there's. So there's being debated and discussed in houses of parliament at the moment about implementing jail terms for so you're more likely to go to jail if you're a white criminal than if you're not now, or something like that. Yeah. So
No,
they've
it's the
not
other
brought that
way.
into power, but they're discussing bringing something like that in. Yeah, that's simplified, very simplified, isn't it? Yeah, so it's not exactly like that, innit? But you know, for the reasons of the simplifying the terms to get to the point. So
But so
yeah,
you're saying that it's something that needs to get looked at, yeah?
nice.
Like the status quo
Instead
is on
of
an
no,
unfair
but
footing.
instead of making sure that they equal up the status quo for the people that's been over policed, sending more people to jail. It's like, how does that solve any actual issues of why people are committing crimes in the first place? It's not. So the rehabilitation ain't getting repaired. No opportunities for people when they come out of jail, or opportunities to not go to jail or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's just like sending more people to jail. That actually doesn't even make sense to me.
Yeah.
And what's his name? The Labour MP of is it Shabna Mahmood? I think her name is
Yeah.
is actively campaigning against it right now. So that's funny as well. And like, there's a Muslim lady that's actively campaigning against that being able to be brought into pass, and these men are trying to use that as evidence as two-tier policing, even though it's not something that's actually happened yet. But they will not accept any of the reports that shows past already people that's already been convicted and mistreated as happening. Them men are going to
Mm.
tell you that that's not happening. So that's what I would say to that.
Yeah. Ugh.
You know what I mean? Like before you, I was speaking
Mm.
about levels of evidence here, different levels of evidence here. So of evidence here, there's one set that are able to just join any panel and basically just say any allegation or whatever, yeah, and then the other set of people to either disprove just any allegation that's just been said. You have to bring either concrete evidence that shows whatever they're speaking about actually doesn't go like that, or some detailed breakdown of some report that shows that the figures are and the numbers that these people are saying, yeah, were
Yeah.
not produced, no facts or no papers produced or whatever, just said or
Yeah.
whatever are not correct. Yeah, but then if the man then produce a report, so like the Casey report, McPherson report, what's the other one? The Timpson report and others that were showing inequalities in different areas or whatever. Even the things with the black women in childbirth and all that sort of stuff. There, when man them show actual government reports that show that these things are actually happening, these men are going to tell you that it's not true, it's not happening. Oh, that's not happening, that's not true, that's not real, that's not this, that's not that, that's not that. So it's like, brother. Like, don't bring your unproven evidence here of something that might be implemented in the future as something that's happened already in the past, when we're bringing you evidence like that the government themselves, like, why would they snitch on themselves? Like Banksy was saying, oh, why would they snitch on themselves? Why would they tell? Why would they snitch on themselves? And blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Yeah, so again, why would they snitch on themselves? So why have they decided to snitch on themselves now then, Banksy? You know what I'm saying? Like, how have they just decided to snitch on themselves now then, if you're trying to use that as evidence and you're saying, well, they won't tell themselves, that's why we can't get these reports or whatever. But they've done reports on other citizens, which include the actual flipping ethnic citizens of the land in the same numbers. And it shows that for them to calculate that certain citizens in the land, they have to judge all the citizens together, right? So when they've made a judgment of all the citizens together, that's when they've been able to come up with a conclusion of which citizens are getting mistreated in whichever services they're making a judgment on.
Yeah. Well, step one of any kind of scientific study is always data collection. The more information you got, the more you get a clearer picture of what's going on. So, you know, if you're collecting data, like, I don't know, let's say on, I don't know, in my field, for example, let's say we're looking at BMI, like, everybody's BMI, we need to collect the information on that, yeah? You got to understand that BMI don't apply to everyone. You get me? Like, the information collected initially didn't involve, like, there weren't no bodybuilders around back in the day when they decided to create the index that reflects your health status based on your height and weight. You get me? It's the same with this. Like, they'll come up with certain ideas, but then when you look at how they arrive at those ideas, it's just not really up to date. It's not really reflecting the current situation. So when someone says, yeah, let's readdress that and look at things with fresh eyes, yeah, address the situation properly and give a better service, everyone starts going mad. I don't understand it.
Yeah, but bro, listen, yeah, even in what they're saying, yeah, it still don't show that there was previously a two-tier system that's always been happening, has been pointed out against so and so and so and so. If they implement it, that would be in line with some of the claims of two-tier policing and two-tier this and blah blah blah. That claim could be substantiated, well, or at least claimed, yeah, with if that even gets implemented. But it's not even been brought into power yet. So, brother, you man are using trying to use stuff that's not even been brought into power.
I must say,
these men are saying that two-tier policing is.
Yeah, go on.
As far as I've been able to understand, when these men say two-tier policing, they're saying that English people get treated harsher by the authorities than anyone else in the country. Specifically,
are you sure?
English working class people.
That's not the thing that I've seen. I've seen the opposite.
What's that? No, that's what they're saying. That's what they're claiming as two-tier policing.
No, but I'm saying, but in reality, the fact is that ethnic minorities are more likely to receive harsher punishments for the equal crimes. Is it not the case?
Which is
am I wrong?
That's in the paperwork. Yeah, well, that's in the actual paperwork of things like the McPherson report, Casey report, and the things in between that. Even before that, the racial equality acts, all them sort of different bits and pieces were things that were used to show that there was inequalities happening in different services.
Mm-hmm.
So
now
it's
all
the past
they've said
papers.
Is now,
Wait, hold on. Anytime I've made an argument, it's always been with any of these papers, like the past papers that are available for with the details in them already, so we can say yes, no, blah blah blah. this is what it says here, this is what it says there, that's what it says here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
And these men don't even never accept any of the findings, even though they've been the most in-depth study that any of us would ever be able to get to, like, because they've been able to ask questions of, look at behind the counter of Scotland Yard or inside fucking whichever police station, the NHS, school services, employment services, or whatever service they're doing their investigation on. Like, and these men they've never accepted not one of the reports, yeah, until Black Bolt Barrister done a video the other day, and I was speaking about it before these men even found out about it, yeah. And I was saying, hey, Banks, I don't even know why you ain't even tried to use any of that video as anything rah rah rah. But even my man says himself, yeah, in that, yeah, that in theory you can say that they're gonna be jailing white criminals more, but you have to look into the paperwork to find out exactly.
When you say more, what do you mean as a percentage? Like anyone who was going to get jailed is still going to get jailed, right?
as their own percentage in it, like, so
Yeah.
if they're more likely to get, if the basics of it is that if an English person commits a crime, they would be more likely to go to jail than to get like a sentence that would be non-custodial if it was for a custodial worthy crime.
Okay,
so if you commit a crime that warrants you going to jail and you could get another punishment instead, you would more likely to get the jail punishment instead of the other punishments that could keep you out of jail.
Hmm.
And I think her name is Shabna Mahmood is campaigning against it as the actual Labour governor, the Labour MP that deals with those sort of matters anyway. So using that as past discrepancies, that doesn't prove that people have
Is
been
she just doing her job,
mistreated
though?
in the past.
Is that part of her job? That is her role?
No, she's campaigning against that, innit? Because obviously that's like...
Right. And they're saying because of her ethnicity, that kind of like proves something.
No.
No?
No, I'm just letting you know who the MP is that's campaigning against that being brought in. Because it's not coming to law yet. Or it's not coming to sentencing guidelines or whatever yet. So that's the actual real point of what we're saying. With the findings from all the other reports, everyone's data was included. So all the citizens of the land's data that was either using those services, shall we say, would have been included. So anyone that would have got arrested would have been included in the data. Anyone that would have went jail would have been included in the data. Anyone that would have used that certain hospital ward for whatever would have been included in the data. So if that was the case previously, that people were being mistreated, like in by the police or whatever, then that would have come up in previous reports up until now, innit? Like, and that's the point that I was making to Banksy, that when we're showing, when I'm showing him these reports, that shows that that's actually happening to ethnic minorities in the UK, he refuses to accept the findings that they have. But now there's something that shows that they might implement something that may send English people to jail more than not sending them to jail or whatever. He would want to use that as some sort of evidence of two-tiered police.
Right. I get you. No, that sounds about right for Banksy, isn't it?
Yeah,
I was having an argument with a guy the other day. He was like, do you believe that English people should be able to hold on to positions of power in their own country? And I was like, well, I think it should be merit based. Like, if you're the man for the job, you get the job, right? So he was like, no, 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 no. Because if this is England, then the rights of the people can only be properly implemented by people of that ethnicity. I was like, all right, but that's racist. You accept that that's racist? And he goes, yeah. I goes to him, so do you agree that racism is a corruption in society, same as nepotism? He goes, no. He goes, nepotism and racism are good things because they readdress the balance. Like, they put the balance. I go to him, yeah, but you're not trying to balance the equation. You're trying to skew the data in your favor. And he goes, yeah, but we should be allowed to do that. Because I mean, that don't make sense. Like, are you saying that you should be able to be racist? He goes, yeah. I'll get him to come on. His name's James Buckley. I'll get him to come on. He's a big speaker on them scenes. But like, he's blatant with it though. He's blatant with it. He was coming up with some ridiculous argument about how black people shouldn't be allowed into the country because they're more likely to get diabetes and high blood pressure, and like, we don't need that extra cost in the NHS. Not saying to him, wait a minute. There's no genetic reason for that. Because that's just like eating habits, isn't it? Like, people got their traditional eating that ain't in line with what the government's recommending. And the government's already put out the explanation of what those people need to do. Like, whether it's Bengalis eating less ghee, or it's like black people eating less starch, whatever it is, they've been advised, isn't it? And that's what the government's role is. But to stop people coming in based on ethnicity, that's outright racism. And he's getting, yeah, but it's the only way to stop the cost of their bad genetics. I was like, well, but it's not even like, you ain't got no evidence that this is a genetic issue. Like, there's nothing to prove that this is genetic. And he was like, going, no, but it don't even matter. He goes, we don't even need to get that deep into it. He's like, just people who are just less unhealthy shouldn't really be able to come to this country. But that's not even part of the criteria. It's not like you're going around the world looking for fit and healthy people and inviting them to your country. That's not part of the criteria, the thinking process behind it. But he's like, no, but basically he's saying that to keep England as England, he needs to be able to be racist, and that needs to be part of the makeup and the decision-making process. And I'm saying to me, but you're basically inviting corruption into your processes and saying that corruption is going to have a positive outcome, when corruption by its own nature is damaging. So when we look at what corruption is, and we say, all right, if people can give jobs to their family members or deny people jobs based on their ethnicity, how the hell are we saying that the best man for the job is getting the job? Like, it don't make sense. Like, the criteria for getting the job should be that you're the best man for the job. And he's like, no. Like, he just weren't accepting it. I was like, I can't even talk to these people, man. It's like, they want to skew the whole process in their own favor, because when it's on equal footing, or when it's a value system that they've put forward, like, they've been arguing for years, like, yeah, it was England that stopped slavery. We put an end to slavery. We've got the best culture. Our culture is based on fairness and equality and rare. But when it goes against, well, what they imagine that it goes against them, now all of a sudden they're like, nah, throw that all out the window. I was like, wow, like, you lot are just jokers, bro. Like, you don't really believe the things that you're saying in the first place. That's when you tricked me, innit? That's when you come with the gaslighting and the love bombing, telling me, yeah, come to my country. We got equality over here. But really and truly, it ain't equality. It's just basically, you're just saying that, and you don't really care about that. Now it's becoming evident, and I'm waking up thinking, wow, like, you actually don't care about what's right and wrong. You just care about your own interests. And he's like, yeah, but we should be allowed to do that. No,
So
all right,
calm.
bro.
So
Hello,
calm.
hi.
You've had a taste of the real far right there, look, because you've been talking to a man that is so far right. It's
Do you know
evil.
him? Have you come across
Yeah,
him?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I might ask him
What on earth
to.
were you doing talking to him?
Well, on the channel that I was on, naming no names, because obviously Veli's not really cool with those people. But on her channel, they have open panel type policy where these type of people do come on. Like we do have these type of people on, just to kind of like let them hang themselves with their own kind of like testimony. So they will say these outlandish things,
But
and
did
it
you
kind of
not
like
Mr.
realise?
Hype on Google.
Did
You
you not
saying them
realise
at
when you
teeth,
were
Mr.
talking
Hype
to
on Google.
who's
You
this
know what
singer?
you gotta say, yeah? It's good, yeah, when you like you can inspire people without, you know, without being there. Man. So yeah, well done, man.
it's a good tactic.
Khan, did you not
Yeah.
realise that when you were talking to him, he must have been very over the top with his Englishness and Britain and wanting Britain a certain way. He had to have been.
Yeah.
All right, listen, yeah, I'm gonna leave you on the panel in it because I've got loads of stuff to do in it. So
All right. We'll shout you some
I
once
don't
you
know. I
jump
don't know.
on.
Yeah, shout me. I don't know how long's left on the minutes though, innit? Like, and differently, if any of you want to fire up a live stream or whatever, just like let me know innit, and then I can send the people over or whatever. But if people want to jump on, just jump on the panel and all that stuff. Yeah. All right. Big up yourself, Wendy, Khan,
Okay.
Yeah,
people
yeah.
in the chat. Big up.
Yeah, so Khan, the next time you come
Yeah.
across them, the next time
Yeah.
you come across him, remember you're dealing with the real far right with him.
I don't know his backstory, but what you're saying is true because he did turn out to be quite far right. Yeah.
Uh-huh. He is. Yeah, he's part of that. You know, he used to be a member of PA, for God's sake.
Ah, okay. Makes sense then.
Yeah. So when I heard you his name was James Buck, I thought, oh
But I've
no.
spoke to him about 3 times, Wendy, and it's like I think what he's done is he's sort of learnt how to kind of tailor his speech to kind of make it more acceptable or
Yes.
agreeable.
Yeah.
But when you kind of like delve a bit deeper and question him, like drag him across the coals a little bit, he does like break down and start getting really emotional. So I know he's not fully kind of like 100% a logical person.
No, because it would be all the way the way they want England or Britain to look, right? So if you start
Yeah.
like asking him questions or saying, "Well, I don't see why England has to blah blah," he's not going to agree. He's not going to agree
No.
on anything. But he'll tone himself down so that you don't realize he's far right, the real
Yeah.
far
Yeah.
right. Yeah,
Yes. There's a couple of these characters that they do manage to maintain a facade of decency and kind of like penetrate, or not penetrate, but infiltrate the circle. And like
yeah.
I think they get some sort of pleasure out of it. Like they feel that, they've deceived us in some way. But then when you kind of expose them and it's obvious like what they're really all about, like it sort of defeats the purpose of them even pretending. But I think
Well, yeah. He
they
may
kind
as
of
well
put a
have
lot of
just
effort
said to
in.
you. He
Uh,
may as well have just said to you, "Look, I belong to the far right, the real far right."
uh,
I mean, this guy's hero is Hitler.
really?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Uh-huh.
That's crazy. There's got to be some sort of mental health issue. Like you can't be going around as an Englishman, like to be thinking things like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, but
That's like
the
when I hear
real,
people idolizing Genghis Khan. It's like
yeah,
you must be nuts.
exactly, Khan. But you see, you've had to take that is the real
Mm.
far right, and
Oh
they
yeah, yeah.
literally say that Hitler should have won the war.
Wow.
Well, not Hitler himself, sorry. The Nazis should have won the war,
Mm.
and they should have took over Britain. Blah blah blah. The
Mm.
Holocaust didn't happen. Blah blah blah. Or if it did, well, they were all treated well, and they all had swimming pools and all the rest of it, and nothing like that ever happened. And people like you, Khan,
Mm.
although he's talking to you, right? And we've had our crosswords, but I really wouldn't want to put you on a fucking plane and make you go anywhere. He would. Do you see why that's the difference?
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're degenerate scumbags, and they do profile like they're decent people, like they're very
Yeah.
upstanding very British in their morals. That's a bit
No,
scary. Uh,
no, but
they're
there's always
tricky. They're
somebody
very
like
tricky.
tonight. Yeah, but at least tonight you mentioned it. And there's always somebody who knows who they are. Like tonight,
Mm,
I've known straight away when you mentioned him. I thought, oh God, I'm going to have to go on then and tell Khan who he's dealing with, ready for the, you know, because the next time you'll be prepared and you know exactly who you're dealing with.
yeah. Did you see me talking to you today?
No, oh, when I was on the Muslim channel. No, I didn't
Yeah.
know.
I was like, leave my Windy alone.
Oh, they don't like it when I was trying to kind of say, look, I don't understand what all the hoo-ha is because King Charles, you know that thing that starts at the beginning of Ramadan. It's got a name, hasn't it? The iftar or something.
Oh, the meal that they have.
Yeah, it's to kick off Ramadan. Well,
Yeah.
apparently it was allowed to happen in Windsor
Windsor Castle.
Castle.
That's right.
And blah blah blah. And all day I'd been seeing posts of, oh, as King Charles converted, Charles. No, it's King Charles doing what King Charles does, being
Hmm.
inclusive. Do you see what? It's no big deal to me. So what if he did that?
But his subjects that he's the king over, some of them are Muslim,
Well,
right?
exactly. It doesn't mean, you know, because he's defender of the faith. And I mean, he probably does things for Sikhism. I bet he does
Of
things for
course.
Hinduism. I bet he does things. I know he's forever having the Dalai Lama visit him.
Okay.
So I didn't see what the big fuss was about, and why they were dressing King Charles up as some sort of Muslim cleric in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
memes. Yeah,
Yeah. They were overdoing it a bit. But that's all.
but
But the
I
thing is
noticed
that
that
there's
each and
always
every
been that rumor that Charles was a Muslim or very sympathetic towards
he's
Muslims
very
based
sympathetic.
on things that
Yeah,
he
yeah,
said.
yeah.
And I think that, like, given the current climate, there is a sort of backlash against that sort of thing. But like, he's been consistent. He's always said the same thing. Like,
Yeah, but you got to
he hasn't
remember,
changed.
Khan. Well, hang on, though, Khan. You've got to remember that he will see Islam in the true meaning of the religion, not the
Uh-huh.
extreme meaning.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the violent meaning.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He'll
Yeah.
just see
Yeah.
it
The
as it is.
traditional Islam.
Yeah, yeah. But
Yeah.
today on that channel, right, there wasn't one Muslim, one of them that respected King Charles, even though he'd done that
No,
for Ramadan.
the guy whose channel it is, Moody, he's very proud to be British. He's a
I know
British
he
born
is. That's
Muslim.
why I go there. I don't mind him
Yeah.
at all. He's all right. Yeah.
Yeah. But the people that were on the panel, ironically, the white people, they were
Yeah.
saying some weird stuff. Like they were like, "Oh, this ain't a Christian country because look how many English people don't go to church." And I'm like,
Yeah.
"Huh? That was a bit weird." I'm like, "No, I'm sure that's not right."
I mean, at one point there was 8 of them against me, and he had to tell them, Moody had to tell them to stop it.
Yeah. And what happened
Because
though? The stream got taken down.
that
Like,
was an in argument between them. They were on about one sect of Islam and another sect.
oh
And
yeah, I heard a bit of that. Yeah,
yeah, and because he's on his fasting thing,
yeah.
he I don't think he could cope. I don't know. Yeah, he said it was because of that. And
Mm,
he can't have his cigarettes and things. And if it keeps going on, well, he's going to have to break his fast and have a cigarette or whatever.
mm.
But he's all right. Don't get me right. I find him to be all right.
Yeah, of
But the
course.
others
He's a
on there,
decent person. Who's the other one?
I can't remember their names. Do you know what? I don't even look at their
Is he the one with the
names.
camera on? He puts his camera on,
Yeah,
that one
him.
with the
He's
long
got a
beard.
big. Yeah, I don't like him. Yeah.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, you
He's a little
like
bit
him, do
more.
you?
He's a little bit more extreme than Moody.
Yeah, he's very extreme. And he kept muting
Yeah.
me, so I said to Moody, "Why am I keep getting muted?" Then he told that
Yeah.
guy to stop muting me because I was
Yeah.
telling the truth, and it seemed to annoy him that King Charles had done that.
Really?
It seemed to annoy him. Well, of course, because if you think about it, you just said he's more extreme, right?
Yeah, he
So
is.
being inclusive of Islam and allowing that in Windsor Castle, right? That's not what he wants. He wants the whole of the country to be some sort of caliphate.
Oh, he's
So
one of them
he
that
doesn't
think
want
that
all these moderate, yeah, he didn't want all these moderate, peaceful Muslims going to Windsor Castle. Do you
yeah.
see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. He thought that they're basically being traitors to Islam by going and eating King Charles's food,
Yes, yes.
which is a
Oh,
bit weird.
he was highly offended, and I thought, oh well, it's just the way it is, because I'd gone on there to defend Charles on it because he's just being inclusive.
Yeah. Who's that lady saying she met the Queen? I was quite surprised, like when she said that. I was like, wow, she actually met the Queen. But the way she was saying it was funny because, like, oh, and she was a lovely lady.
I
like they
know,
sat down
I
and had
didn't
a
even
cup of tea
Khan,
together.
I didn't even comment on that. I thought, well, of course she's going to be a lovely lady when she's
She's the
out
Queen of
shaking.
England.
Yeah, she's not going to say, fuck off, is she?
That was funny. That was funny. But some people are delusional though, like they're nuts. Like, I met the Queen, yeah, like the way she's explaining, like, yeah, she's my mate now.
Yeah.
I'm sure the Queen met a lot of people. A lot of
Exactly.
people. Part of her role, isn't it?
It's what they all
God
do, isn't it? They
almighty.
go for their little
Yeah.
walkabout, they meet, shake hands, but they don't remember people. You wouldn't
No,
expect
of
them to
course
remember
not.
people.
I can't remember people. How's she going to remember people? Oh, there's nutters on
So,
TikTok, man. I swear to God.
yeah, and then they were sitting there trying to change history.
Mm,
One of them, what I said was, yeah, and you tried to say that the caste system, you know, in India and I think it's Pakistan and everything, I said was brought in by the British. I said, no, it wasn't. I said it'd been there for thousands of years, and the British just played on it. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
On the tradition that was already in place. Oh well, that set them off as well. Well, it's the truth.
I missed that part.
It was the truth, but they don't seem to like the truth.
Well,
But
you know the
yeah, did you
saying,
hear that
Wendy,
guy,
they
your
don't like it
friend?
up 'em, you know?
You know,
That goes without
oh
saying.
yeah, the old up the what was it? Carry on up the Khyber. They don't like it.
That's the old saying, isn't it?
Did you hear
Go on.
that bloke, the one you like, saying that?
Go
It's
on.
so funny that Muslims are the most successful and keep this country going.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
I
Now,
think
if
they've
you
got
look
to
at,
be a bit provocative though to get the live kind of really like they've got to be a bit controversial to get like the numbers in.
yeah, if it wasn't for the other guy, Moody, yeah, I wouldn't even bother. But I know he'll shut them down if they go too far,
Yeah.
like extreme. But yeah, he was saying that. Then someone said, "Would you like the whole of the country to be Muslim?" He went, "Yeah." I thought, oh, I'm going to have to go on here.
But any Muslim would say that because if I think Muslim is something good, and I'm out there telling you, look, this thing that I'm into, it's a really good thing. Like for me to then be asked the question, would you like everyone to adopt this? I would say, obviously, would say yeah. But it's like saying to everyone, oh, would you like it if everybody thought about what they were going to say before they said it? I'd be like, yeah, obviously. Like it's just an
Yeah,
obvious statement. Do you know what I mean? But it's like when you ask the question, it then makes it sound like as if you're forcing people into it, like as if
yeah,
you would be the overlord that forced everyone into some sort of a religion that kind of like was repressive in some way. But in reality, I don't think when people answer that question, they think of it in that way. They're just saying basically Islam's something good. And I think that historically, like you said, not the extreme version, but the traditional version of Islam or
yeah.
any religion works
Any
in
religion, yeah.
it works in the favor of the rulers.
Exactly. this is my point, about King Charles. Do you really think that he'd be sitting there, with the extreme? No, it'll all be peaceful and all the rest of it. But I even got them on because they were sitting there. Because they do. What makes me laugh about them and TikTok is they're years behind YouTube. So every kind of argument I've
Yes.
already heard. I've already
Yeah,
heard
yeah. It's
every
true.
argument. So one of them got the first edition of the Bible out, right? The Old Testament, and started reading from it. And I just thought, wow, idiot. How many times have we had to hear that? Someone reading the Old Testament when we go by the New Testament.
Right.
And then he was saying, oh, but Islam's never changed, and Islam means this. And as you don't know what Islam means, I says it's
Was that even a Muslim
interpreted.
person? I couldn't work out if that person was even Muslim. They're like, but the book hasn't been changed at all.
Yeah, I know, but I pointed out that Islam is interpreted in many different ways
That's the part where I jumped in where you said that. That's when I
by many
started
different
listening.
people. And I
Yeah.
pointed out about the word jihad, and they weren't
Yeah.
having it. The only one that had it was Moody. He was the only one who stepped up and said, Wendy's
This
right about the word,
interpretation,
jihad.
yeah.
But they wouldn't. No, shut up. They're so rude.
There is a lot of rudeness. It's difficult to moderate people on TikTok, I've noticed, which is weird because the control system's there where you can just mute everybody. But like you said, they're all new to the game, so like they don't have that same decorum of conversational skills that
No.
we have. So that's why it
And
becomes
they're
like
not,
a bit of a zoo.
they think all their arguments are brand new, like we've never heard them
Yeah, they're
before.
lambs to the slaughter, mate. They're just walking in off the street. They don't know what time it is.
Yeah.
It's too easy on there, isn't it? It's well easy.
Oh, I haven't heard this before, only 1,000 times.
Yeah. It's like before they get to the end of the sentence, you've got like 4 possible answers. You're like, which one of my answers shall I put down here?
Yeah, and what was it, the guy that was reading the Old Testament was saying, oh, and the age of consent back in the year 13 something, right? He's reading out the Old Testament was 12, right?
Yeah.
So here we go. How many times have I heard this? And I went, yeah, but we've moved on. The Quran hasn't. Then they had to go in a whole argument again about that woman or girl or whatever Aisha, is it?
Aisha,
About
the wife
that,
of the prophet, yeah.
And you had a few different ones on there because you've got different sects.
Yeah.
And one sect believes she was a certain age, another sect believes she's a certain age.
Yeah.
This is the confusion, isn't it? So which sect, Khan, sect is telling the truth?
The fact is that these Shias, because of political reasons, due to the inheritance of the leadership, who the leadership should have gone to, they kind of like fell out with certain people. There was a fallout amongst the people involved in the story, and these lot take a side. Whereas as a Muslim, you're not supposed to take sides against the sort of nearest and dearest of the Prophet himself. So it's like, for example, in Christianity, when James tells Paul, like you've been telling the Romans X, Y, and Z, we found out, now you better go and correct it. And he instructs him on what to do. But Paul does it, sort of thing, right? Paul does what James tells him to do. So that kind of like brings everyone back onto the same page. But with these lot, what happened was the Shias sort of had to accept that the inheritance of the leadership isn't something ordained by God. It's sort of like a democratic process or whatever, or a meritocracy where whoever sort of like gets named by the Prophet doesn't actually have to be his relative. It could be his general or whoever. But they were of the impression that no, it has to be his nephew. It has to be his bloodline. So that's where they're falling out. And sort of when these lot had I think they actually had a war where the Prophet's son and I think 2 of his sons were murdered in the war, like they got killed. So that's kind of like put a split in Islam, and now these lot don't take hadiths or testimonies from certain people because they look at them as unreliable, as their enemy, as liars. And the hadith that basically Aisha's age is relying on is her own personal testimony, where she says, I was this age and I was that age. And they're saying, which I kind of like agree with, is that this could have been changed somewhere along the lines, because it kind of like glorifies her. It makes her seem untouchable, like as if she was pure as the driven snow, as if she never loved another man, and like she was like, you know, ordained by God to be his wife, sort of thing, right? So they're saying, no, that's not the case. Let's look at any corroborating evidence, like other evidence, where we can arrive at how old she was. And they're basically saying, well, compared to her sister, she was like 2 years different in age than her sister. And if her sister was like 20, then she must have been 19 or 18, they're saying. And they're saying, based on her height, for example, if she was the same height as the Prophet, and how could she have gone to fight in battles when even kids at that time weren't allowed to attend the battles? Because, you know, the women would do things, Wendy, in war, like give water to the troops and things like that. They'd have to be big women still. Like, there weren't little kids running around doing it. So because she done that at a certain battle, they say, no, but that proves that she's of a certain age as well. So there's arguments for both sides. But my side, like the Sunni side, basically takes the hadith without questioning it. So if Aisha's saying she's six, basically. That's the Sunni position.
Can I
see what I mean?
One sec.
Yeah, go on, Ali.
Greetings, everybody. Greetings.
I'm gonna call you
Wendy,
Ali.
Wendy, I just clicked on, and I heard him talking about Shias. So basically, I used to be Sunni, right? So I know both sides, right? So you would say I'm a 12er Shia, although I don't like the label. I just say I'm Quran centric. What he explained to you is not accurate at all. So if you want, I'll do it in reverse. There is certain things he got right in regards to, for instance, the hadith. The problem which he got at the last part of what he's saying, if you go through YouTube, there are loads of Sunnis who are also saying that Aisha was 18. They are also using all of this evidence that proves it. So historical evidence where if you've got one hadith, remember the hadith, the way Khan just said it was as if he had a recording of Aisha's voice. He said, well, Aisha said it, so therefore we take it. Well, no, there's a hadith, a book which said she said that. Now, this is the reason why people like Shamsi, Muhammad Hijab, and Ali Dawah cannot change their position on this hadith. It's not just for them to question the hadith in the book, and then the chains of narration and the book becomes questionable. The whole of Sunni scholarship, imagine all these scholars giving fatwas based upon this hadith about marriage, about this, about that. Then all of the scholars are now questioned. The whole Sunni religion falls to bits with any hadith you use, but this one is specific because Aisha is considered a scholar in Sunniism. And that's one of the reasons they lied about her age. The reason why they said 9 was because Ali, Sunni and Shia agree on this story, is that Ali went to live with the Prophet. He was his first cousin. Ali went to live with the Prophet when he was 10. They now said, well, she went to live with him when she was 9. People are wondering, like, why would this story be made up to a specific age of 6 and 9? That's the reason why, right? And it seems trivial to us today, like, well, who cares whatever age they went? In their religious arguments, they're basically saying is Ali never worshipped any idols before he became Muslim. Aisha also never worshipped any idols. And remember, there was a war between Aisha leading a war and Ali. So they're trying to gain followers. So the followers in regards to Aisha, they're having to spread this thing. No, she's pure, she's this, she's that, to get the people to follow her in regard to the war, but it continues after her death. So that's one of the things, right? In regards to what he said about Sunni Shia, it's very straightforward. That no king, there's never been a leader on planet Earth who hasn't either stated who his leader should be, whether it be a prophet, a king, whatever, or at least said, well, this is how you choose, i.e. a democratic process, what the Sunnis claim. But guess what? The leader of the Sunnis, Abu Bakr, he appointed his successor by name. What Quran verse was he following when he done that? Where did he get that from? Was he following the Sunnah or the way of the Prophet? When he appoints he didn't have a voting system. He literally just said, my successor is this guy. And according to them, the Prophet did say that Ali is the master of the believers, but that was spiritual. So there is a whole heap of evidence for the 12 Shias to be the only. This is an easy thing. You could find a Sunni scholar from anywhere. It's not difficult. Even you could literally read stuff for a day and you could batter the Sunnis to pieces. It is, now that we've got internet, it is literally so easy. That's how it is.
Sir, answer Wendy's question while you're there, like just to conclude it. She's basically asking the same old question. Did your prophet marry a child? Yes or no? That's what she wants to know.
Yeah, I didn't even hear that at the beginning. I just came in. I just heard the Sunni Shia. Yeah, so 100% no. And that's even the Shia story, which is from Sunni books, was that she was already engaged to someone else. And she was like 15, 16 when she was engaged to someone else. Now, Abu Bakr annulled that engagement. Some say it's because that was prior, he was an idol worshipper. Some said that wasn't the issue. It's just the fact that he wanted to get himself linked to the Prophet by offering his daughter. So back then, if someone of a status married your daughter, then your tribe you and the tribe become powerful, which is common sense, really, if it's a king, isn't it? Right? If the king's married to your daughter, then you're his father-in-law, and then something. You know what I mean? You've got some real status. No one's going to touch you. Do you see what I mean? So even in Sunni books, it's saying she was around 18. But like I said, imagine this: the Sunni scholars that came like within 200 years after the Prophet, Sunni scholars like Hanafi, even the Pakistani people, they follow the Hanafi. He said, although he believes in this hadith of 6 and 9, he says the best age is 17. I'm like, hold on a minute.
Who said that? Abu Hanifa?
Yeah, Abu Hanifa. Imagine he's writing, that was specially for the Prophet and all of this nonsense. And I'm like, hold on a minute. Was she just specially grown big? Like, this is the amount of nonsense that comes. I'll be honest, when I converted, the first thing I heard, and this is prior to internet, was that she was 13, and that was from the Sufis. Then when I heard she was a 6 and 9 thing, that really sort of even 13 gave me an issue, right? And as a convert, you'd make excuses to yourself. Like when you join a cult, you know about cults, right? Your brain, your brain, your personality literally gets ripped out, or shall I say, it shrinks as a little golf ball in a basketball, right? That's how you feel. You're literally got your own logical thoughts, but you're literally trying to suppress your own thoughts because, they know more than me. I don't know Arabic. This must be true. I don't want to doubt it because I'll go to hell. There's all these, trust me, in a cult is flipping amazingly weird. But anyway, I remember when I was speaking to a brother and it was like, she must, like when you go to school and there's always one big child that's bigger than everybody. Do you know what I mean? We was trying to make excuses to ourselves. I haven't forgot any of this stuff. And I just remember that the feeling that I had was like, it never sat well with me. So when the Shias are like, bruv, that's rubbish, right? They only lied to make her look like she's pure and all of this, virgin, and there was a dream about and all this nonsense, bruv. And I was like, really? Wow, that's a relief. Studying more, it's actually in Sunni books. Do you see what I mean? And I'm like, rah, so this is all political propaganda. But at the moment, Wendy, you will never see the importance of how if the main scholars came out and said this hadith was not true and that Aisha was on, Sunniism would collapse.
Can I just say something to Wendy quickly? Wendy, to make it more relatable to you, it would be what happened with Muhammad, the Prophet ﷺ, and how he established Islam in the Arabian Peninsula was with a military alliance with Abu Bakr, who was an established general. So in Christianity, it would be the equivalent if Jesus went to King Herod and said to him, I can give your rulership legitimacy. So Herod could then start a war against the Romans and kick them out. But then Herod would say to Jesus, well, you'd have to marry my daughter, right? So I know that the next generation, like our blood has been tied together. Do you see what I mean?
I
So
see.
Aisha
Yeah, I
was
get it now.
the
Yeah.
daughter that had
Yeah.
to get married to make sure that the allegiance, the alliance, would stay together. Do you see what
She's
I mean?
not the only one. All of them were like that. She only became special because her father took the leadership afterwards. Instead of following what the Prophet said, which was to follow Ali, he went and connived these other people out of it and so on. So he became the leader. But the issue was when she led an army against Ali, who was like the fourth Sunni leader, right? So it's sort of a big snowball is formed out of Sunnism. When you read the history, Sunnism comes to, like, it's formulated as like a pay as you go, like a make up as you go along, as and when is needed. That's what Sunnism is. This is why the greatest scholars for Salafis is in the 1500s. It's only 500 years ago. Shouldn't your great scholar should be way back? No, their best scholar is the 1500s, right? Only like 500 years.
I mean, I don't know much about it, but I do know that doesn't sound right, really. 1500. Wow, that doesn't sound right at all.
But think about like this, yeah? When you think of the Quran alone blows this story out of the water because it talks about the wife's duties to the husband, how they're a blanket for you, you're a blanket for them, in the sense of warmth and comfort, and psychological reinforcement, all of this stuff. I mean, how the hell is a 9-year-old going to be that for you? And it wasn't tradition of the age. There's all, we have Yemen. I don't know what the hell. I don't know if you know about Yemen, where several young girls have died on their wedding night. What kind of sick demons are these?
I know.
And I don't know if you see me in the park. I'm known for really going at Sunnis, right? Really going at Sunnis in the park to the point where there's almost been fights, etc. Right? And calling them absolute kafirs, fake Muslims, that don't represent Islam at all. And that's my standard position, especially because I was a Sunni and it took me years to study my way out of it. Do you see what I mean? When it comes to the Aisha thing, it's rubbish, but there's so many different angles that you can prove that it's rubbish. And there's YouTube videos out there made by Sunnis that detail each point as to why it's nonsense. But the problem is, again, where do they stand as Sunnis? Let's say there's specific individuals in the chain of narration, right? So you've got Aisha narrating this to this person, to this person, to this person, and this guy writes it down, right? If you reject this person's hadith of Aisha, then that means every hadith narrated by these individuals in that book is now questionable. But not just that, the author of the book claims that he checked every chain in the book. Now him and his whole book, which is supposed to be authentic, they say it's the second authentic book after the Quran. That means the whole book now becomes questionable, which means
let me ask you a question, Isa, let me ask you a question about succession, right? Do you believe that the Shia ideology or the Shia theology behind imama being something that is from God and basically goes in the line of succession, like from the uncle to the nephew or from the father to the son, like how compared to Sunni tradition, would you say that that's actually better or worse? Like what's more effective as a system?
I'll tell you. The whole point is that the Sunni system already has the appointment. Abu Bakr appointed Umar. Where did he get that from?
What do you mean? Moses appointed Aaron.
Thank you. Well, if it's in the Quran, then my point is, according to Sunnis, the Prophet didn't appoint anybody and he didn't show you how to do the voting system. According to Sunnis, he just left
traditions of the people, like you said with the
marriage.
It wasn't. Of course
Brother.
It was. If Moses could appoint Aaron, who wasn't even his relative.
Of course, that was his brother. What are you talking about?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't his brother.
It literally says in there, he says, my brother don't hold my beard.
Yeah.
Come on,
it's not his real brother. They ain't got the same mum and dad.
Brother says my God. Even the Christians know that Aaron is Moses' brother. He's the one that had the stuff.
He's not his brother, bro.
Bruv.
I swear they're different colors. Bro, Moses is a black man. Aaron was not a black man.
They're all black, bruv. All the Hebrews in Egypt are black. Jesus.
That's not true.
Bruv, you're just making some wayward argument. There's no one arguing this point except you, right? So let's just agree on this point to disagree, right?
No, but like the law stands that you have to be of the house of David, right? To be a ruler. Since David beat Goliath, he became the leader, and then all the leaders have to descend from David, right?
Not necessarily. They have to be from Judah, the tribe of Judah. So they don't have to be from David. Specifically, the Messiah, they were saying, he will sit on the throne of David, although some say he has to be the lineage of David also.
So in layman's terms, what does the throne of David mean?
Meaning, basically, ruling with the Torah and the prophets and the Zabur and in Jerusalem, in that kingdom.
Wasn't one of the reasons the Jews rejected Jesus is that they were saying to him, if you don't have a father, if God's your father, right, and you don't descend from David, then we can't take you as a leader, right?
Yeah, but Jesus never claimed to be the Messiah.
But Jesus wanted to be the leader, and they said, if you're not a descendant from your dad's side of David, you can't be the leader anyway. So that's why one of the reasons why the Jews rejected Jesus, right? So that was a culture, a custom within that area.
No, the Messiah. Listen, the Messiah clearly. The Jews definitely believed he had to be from the lineage of David. So remember, they say the biblical Jesus, the Christian Jesus, was the son of Pandora, which is a Roman soldier. Yes, that's what they say literally in their Talmud, right?
Okay.
So they're saying, well, he's the son of a Roman soldier. That's the first reason to reject him, they're saying. But then they make up a whole heap of other stuff that he done magic and blah, 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 blah. I would say, Wendy, though, but Jesus, I would suggest to you that he accepted when someone else said he was the Messiah. It may be that
he never actually said he was. No.
Okay. Well, he kept saying the Son of Man, so fair enough.
A son of God. He was,
No, he kept saying the Son of Man. Who do they say that I, the Son of Man, am? And then the person said, you are Christ, the Son of God. Or he says, who do you say that I am? And I think Peter says, you are Christ, the Son of God. So then Jesus says, it wasn't man that revealed this to you, but the Holy Spirit that revealed it to you. Do you see what I'm saying? So you can say, although he didn't say it, he accepted that they were pushing that on him. And he seemed to be calling to the kingship of messiahship. So, but come back to your question. Which one is more practical or whatever it was in regards to, is it better that God tells the prophet to appoint a specific individual, or is it that the prophet leaves it to the people and then they vote and decide? Well, it's like this. Ever since Adam in the Quran, any leader of the people is always appointed, divinely appointed.
So who's Adam in the Quran then?
Oh, it's the same Adam in the Garden of Eden in the Bible.
Adam's
it's
the same as Adam.
Okay, it's the same. Okay.
The difference is the Garden of Eden. Where is the Garden of Eden? Like where when Adam and Eve had their relationship with God. In the Quran, it happens in heaven. That they're not on earth. They get
they're not on earth. They're up in heaven. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then they get sent to earth to carry out their mission.
Some disagree. Some say it's on earth, but their vision will like a different dimension and all of that type of stuff. So, it wouldn't feel like the earth that we feel or whatever it is. So you could say.
So is your God, right?
Yeah.
The same God of our God, of Christian God.
Well, in the Quran it says the God of Abraham, right?
Yeah.
So the God of Abraham. Yeah.
That's
so
what
God of
say,
Abraham.
God
yeah.
of Abraham.
Yeah.
As in there's only one God. As in there's only one God. Yeah.
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 Yeah. So yeah.
That Jesus prayed to, the one that Abraham prayed to, the Almighty God who's over all things, so to speak. Yeah, that's the same one. But you have to remember these terms in Arabic. When Moses was raised in Egypt, so he would have been speaking Egyptian language, right? That's the first point. Then he went to live in Cush. Then he went to live with the Ishmaelites. Remember, he married the daughter of Jethro, and he had to spend like 7-8 years for him to be initiated into that tradition, which means he was in Arabia. right? So whatever he was doing, remember the sacred mountain is not in these Sinai mountains they're talking about here. It has to be where Jethro was staying, which all the Jews and everyone seemed to agree that Jethro is a descendant of Ishmael, which all went to Arabia. So I don't know what the hell they've got. They're looking for Sinai in that little triangle up there. But anyway, so he would have been part and parcel for those who spoke Arabic, calling God Allah. In the Hebrew, the letter is Aleph, but they use the vowel E as opposed to A. So, I mean, there were no vowels in the Hebrew, so it can equally be saying Allah rather than Elohim. It could be Elihim or Allahim or Allahumma in the Quran. So the term is not alien.
El. God is El, basically. Because Yahweh or Jehovah ain't even in the Bible. Ain't even like Jesus weren't going around saying God the Father's name is Jehovah. Like he never once said that.
No.
Which is
so,
unfortunate.
Like, people argue that Jehovah and Elohim is two different gods, but I don't know if that's
Jehovah's
true.
Witnesses are satanic anyway. I mean, they're not. Yeah, let's not
No,
just
but
go there.
I mean, Khan, the Bible does say Jehovah or Yahweh or Adonai, did they not know me? So the God Elohim is saying that they didn't know him via this name. So he's acknowledging this as one of his names. But the point is, Jehovah Witness, I don't know why they emphasize a name and then talk about Jesus when Jesus never made no emphasis on the name himself. So that's
Jehovah Witnesses believe Jesus is Saint Michael.
Well, that's because they're all nuts. Anyone who follows that.
The archangel. No, they come to my door the other day. I said to them, "Do you not believe Jesus is the archangel Michael?" And they said, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, why can't he just be Jesus? Why did two people have to be the same person? Like, why can't they just be different people?" And they're going to me, "No, but it's not like that. It's like, like in the Bible where they ask Jesus, 'Are you the second coming of Elijah?'"
Yeah.
It's like they have this tradition where these pivotal characters can kind of be reincarnated.
I mean, that's fine. I don't know how you lot started the convo, but I
think that's a bit weird that they believe that, because obviously in Islam we don't have a reincarnation sort of thing. Like everyone's got their own soul, and on Judgment Day we all get judged, right? So you don't get a second bite of the cherry. You know what I mean?
But some say you do.
Lives.
Some say you do. Some say you do. There's a lot. I think
Jews believe that. Jews believe that, but they don't go around telling everyone about it.
There's a lot of Muslims. That's what I'm saying. That there are, especially Sufis. There's a lot of Muslims that believe in reincarnation, and they've got verses.
Well,
in the Quran
isn't that when you get your 40 virgins or something when you go to heaven or something?
40. Where's the other 30? Come on, 32. So there's 72 virgins.
Right.
How can
sorry.
How can you deny us of the 32? Come on. How deep? I mean, and apparently they have firm bosoms. Apparently, according to the descriptions in the Sunni books, they have firm bosoms. Fuck some ladies.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's more exciting than playing harps with angels, I think. But anyway, I'm trolling. I'm sorry. I'm just trolling.
No.
Yeah, Khan, you said which one's better? Put it this way: the Quran doesn't have any leader being voted in. It does have people asking for their opinion, them saying, why should he become a king? And Allah literally just tells them, your opinion don't matter, right? Allah's made a decision, that's it. All the way from Adam, all the way to Isa. So when you lot are trying to bring in this shura, meaning the voting system, democracy for a leader, it doesn't exist in the Quran or the way of Allah. And now you're saying, well, which one's more logical? Fine, let's look at it. If we're talking about a system and the laws that are made up by man, then I think that's fair enough, because the laws are made up by man. But if you're saying the system is theocratic and everything else, then obviously, why is the leader not going to get inspiration for who's next? Because it has to be.
There is a problem. There is a problem, because when you look at, like, for example, King Henry VIII, he didn't have a male heir. When we look at the Prophet as well, like both his sons were killed. So, like, if there's this thing that God died. So when they fought in battles, right? But anyway, cut long story short.
Wait. Fought in battles. Where are you getting that from? That the Prophet had sons that fought in battles?
They both died as a baby.
Right, grandson, yeah. But his grandson, Jesus.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
yeah. Yeah, go.
Yeah, you know I'm not 100% on this religion thing. But anyway, cut a long story short, what I'm saying is when you take that approach to things, you can always run dry. You can always run out of people. Because then the argument is, if God knows you need an inheritor of your status or your leadership, then he should guarantee you an heir. But that doesn't happen in life. In
But
life, it doesn't happen.
hold on. Do you know how many children Imam Ali had?
How many?
Over 20, like 27. And do you know how many children Imam Hassan had? And then Hussein, bruv, these lot had loads of sons. So there was the pick. But anyway, the point, you're going further down the tree. You asked me a question, which one's more logical? I'm saying you have made a good argument, except that might work in other instances like Henry VIII, etc. But you're talking about if this person brings a law that he wants implemented, right? So looking at it objectively, he's a prophet or claims to be a prophet. He comes with this book, which he said is from God. He was the ruler of the state. He's now about to die. Either he says, right, after me, you lot can vote amongst yourselves. We need to know the process. According to Sunnis, he didn't give the process. Or you need to tell us who's next, according to your opinion. According to Sunnis, he didn't even do that. So according to Sunnis, he just left it to collapse and fights to happen afterwards. What we're saying is, it makes sense that everyone can be judged fairly after him if he says, after me, the people you get guidance from is this individual here. If they choose to follow him, it's good. They get the rewards. If they don't, then they get the punishment. It's as simple as that. But if you don't appoint them, or if you don't give them a system, then the fault is on the prophet. Then the fault is on Allah, according to your Sunni religion. It makes no sense. The surest thing makes no sense.
What I'm saying is there a concerted effort in Islamic tradition to unify the kingship and the imama or the priestly leader, right? Because you could say with the Ottomans, for example, the Sultan, right? He had about, I don't know, like you said, 20 sons, and like it didn't automatically go to the eldest son. They could basically fight it out and see who came out on top to see who would be the inheritor. But not everyone had to put their name in the hat. If you're not cut from that cloth and you don't want to be the leader, you don't have to be in the contention. But I'm just saying that tradition, right, doesn't then take away from the fact that whoever's the king gets to pick his 12 viziers and have a council of advisors that basically helps him run the religion with a grand vizier. Right.
But I hear
now when you say that the Grand Vizier then has the entitlement of passing his leadership onto his son or whatever, then you go back to the ancient Egyptian ideology where the king is actually the head of state and the leader of the church, right? So then what happens is over a long enough period, religion becomes distorted because it's whatever he says goes.
Yeah, that's right. But hold on, wasn't Muhammad that though? Peace be upon him. Huh? Wasn't he the religious
orphan? He was an orphan, isn't it?
No. We're talking about after he became a prophet. Wasn't he the spiritual and physical political leader all in one? Yes or no?
They had to depose. This is what I'm saying. What? Islam. I don't believe that. I believe that without Abu Bakr, there wouldn't have been no Islam. I don't believe that the Prophet started speaking sense, and all of a sudden everyone thought, yeah, we're with him. No, there had to be some military influence over them that made them realize that, wait a minute, we have to give bay'ah to these people.
Brother, listen. I just want to say, anyone out there, whatever Khan says about Sunni Islam, Shia Islam, the Quran, do not take it at all. This poor guy doesn't seem to know anything about Islamic history. Right? So, just so you know, Khan.
Well, this should be easy for you then.
That's fine.
You seem to be struggling.
Wait. No, I'm just shocked at your ridiculous explanation. So there's no struggle. So I'm going to help you out. There was no Abu Bakr helped anything. Okay? The Prophet, peace upon him, started with his family, and he had a few members there that supported him. He had poor people. He had a few people that were enslaved and blah, 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 that would listen to his message, right? It was going about, and people were starting to follow him. when his movement became something which started to affect economics and politics, etc. Now they're saying, look, he's becoming really influential with his message. This is becoming a problem. And then what happened? They were targeting him and said, listen, we're going to offer him loads of women. We'll make him even the king and that, but he has to drop his religion, right? He has to stop this one God and denouncing our gods and all of that. And he said no. So he said, all right, then they're going to try and harm him. So that's why he went to Medina. Abu Bakr had no military power. I don't know where you're getting all that nonsense from. And they even tried to say Umar bin Khattab was powerful. If that's so the case, why did the Prophet have to go from Mecca to Medina to save his life? And the other believers went there. Some went to Ethiopia, a whole new country, right? Because they were being persecuted, right? That's a major story. So this whole thing that Abu Bakr is such a major influence is absolute nonsense and Sunni garbage. Because if that was the case again...
Can I just say something quickly?
Go on.
Some people believe that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he came to these people, there was a tradition amongst them of monotheism that had managed to, like, as a as a faction of their people, had always been there, right? So there's always been amongst them as a subsection of society that held fast to the truth that there is only one God, even though the majority were idol worshippers and pagans and all sorts of other kind of like gods were amongst their pantheon, right? That there was a subsection that were the monotheists, and they were basically the ones that embraced the Prophet's message initially, right?
Yes.
So I'm saying that it wasn't how people make out that the Prophet came with a message, an orphan, and managed to overthrow the leadership and take over because his message was so good that people automatically fell at his feet and decided to follow him. No, there was a whole process of political wranglings that led to them basically becoming the leaders of their tribe.
Right. So it's not what you were saying, because you were saying he was an orphan as if because he was an orphan, that means he didn't still have uncles that had big religious influence. Are you forgetting?
But they were against him.
Oh, not all of them. This is what I'm saying to you. So Abu Talib, which was a major, who's Ali's father, was a major influential figure and was his protector. So when he said, I'm taking him under my protection, they knew they couldn't kill him. That would be dishonorable. Like if any of the brothers tried to do that, they would lose their honor in their culture, right? So you have to remember how this thing worked. That's why they tried to do it secretly at night with their faces covered, etc. So again, you're forgetting the fact that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon his family, were the custodians of the Kaaba. So they already had status, right? Yeah. And you're correct with the other people having these groups. So for instance, it's more like Hinduism in India. We've got all of these different groups and no one really cares. Like, it's just, well, that's your way and this is my way and that way. That's how it was then. So you did have the Hanifs who worship one God. They were just trying to meditate and ascend and break the reincarnation, blah, blah, blah. So those people obviously were part of Muhammad's movement, but they weren't trying to convince others. They weren't trying to stop people from burying their daughters. Muhammad was. They weren't trying to stop people from abusing interest and making people into slaves through lending and all the other stuff that Muhammad came to stop, which people seem to not mention and only mention about this 6-year-old nonsense. So, there's a lot more to when you're saying, well, an orphan just walks up. It's not that. He had influence. Remember, he was a trader for like 15 years, right? So if he's doing trade work, he's quite familiar, right? Mm. He's doing trade work with a wealthy, remember his boss was his wife, very wealthy woman. So therefore you're going to be known. If you're out there, what's Muhammad saying? He was well known. Let me just answer to why so religious. Why so religious? He says they changed Abu Bakr's name to Al-Sadiq. So yes, he had influence. Why so religious? They wrote that afterwards. So stop talking nonsense. I don't know why your brain just can't work at certain times. I know a few brain cells are sparking off, but maybe we can help you, especially with what's it called? CRISPR, the gene editing. Maybe somebody can donate some more brain cells.
But this thing about changing names is apparently quite common as well. Like, it does happen. I know.
No, adding names to people is the kunyas are there, bro. Like, you're kind of tough, right?
Yeah.
No, bruv, everyone, bruv, you go to almost every place, right? Especially when you're young, right? So you got a nickname for you, right? And people will go, bruv, there's in the Caribbean, there's people that have known people for 20 years, they don't even know their proper name. They've only ever known them for whatever that nickname is. And they hang with them regular. It's just how it is. So your kunya, as it was your nickname, because becomes more your identity than anything else. And if it's something positive, then obviously that'll overshadow any name that just really doesn't have much meaning or much power and so on. Now, Why So Religious did actually make a good point, and he says the Shias believe, or they marry at 9 or something like that. Now, again, I have 95% in common with the Shias. I am Quran centric, so I don't align myself, or I'm not under any Sunni Shia scholarship. The Quran is a scholar. So he then went to the Quran to verse 65:4. And why so religious, or why so not religious, I should say. Yeah, you're right. Where is it gone? Yeah, if you read the verse, it actually refutes what you're trying to say. It actually refutes what they're saying. It can never refer to women, or shall I say, as you lot say, children who haven't bled yet. The reason why it could never be saying that is because it's saying they need to wait 3 months. Well, if the Sunnis say you can't marry them and have relations if they haven't bled yet, then there would be no waiting for 3 months because you haven't done anything with them. So in case you didn't know, I'll give you the actual explanation. How it works is you're supposed to, in Islam, when you divorce your wife, the tradition in Arabia was to divorce them when they have their period. That way, they believed you would know she's not pregnant. Because if you was pregnant, then you're responsible for the child. That's how it works. But Prophet Muhammad was saying, well, you don't just wait for 1 period. You wait for 3, right? Because there are women who got pregnant, had a period, and they were pregnant and remained pregnant.
Yeah.
But they still bled, but they were still pregnant before, right? And we know that today. So again, the wisdom of Prophet Muhammad coming in saying, wait 3 months, because normally you don't have 3 periods and you're pregnant, right? Now that might be an anomaly, etc. So what the point here was, Mr. whatever his name, Why So Religious, is that you're waiting to make sure that the grown woman, so when it says, and those who have not bled, but I think they put yet in brackets, right? Or who have not had their cycle, right? Yet. It means within the framework of the adult marriage that you're waiting for. The context is within your marriage. Meaning, if she's due her period, I don't know, on the 1st of a month, 1st of April or 1st of May, right? Because April Fool's, 1st of April is April Fool's, 1st of May, right? Then she doesn't have it. It's saying, well, still wait. And the thing you lot don't pay attention to is you're waiting of signs of either pregnancy or she has a period, right? So if she's pregnant after the 1st month, what happens? You're not waiting anymore, but you have to maintain her.
Isa, I learned something recently, which is quite phenomenal, that apparently, like this is mentioned in Islam as well, that you should wait for something called the clear sign. And the clear sign is basically some sort of discharge, some clear discharge that comes from a woman's vagina that signifies the end of her period and that she's ready to basically have a child, basically to start having sex, basically. And like when I read that, I was like, that is shocking to me that 2,000 years ago, because like who knows that even now? Who knows that?
Say that again.
Apparently, like sometimes when women come into their period, they start bleeding. It starts off very light, they call it spotting, and then they go into some heavy menstruation, and then obviously then the egg that is detached from the wall of the uterus is released in that blood, right? But then apparently after that, at some point, that like you're as a Muslim, you're not supposed to have sex with your wife until you see what is called the clear sign. And the clear sign is apparently some very clear, it's like pure, like it's not tainted, it's just like basically just like snot, right? But clean snot. And it's discharged from the woman's vagina, and it's a clear sign that her period is now over. So these lot are taking it to a next level of scientific study, man. Don't know how, like women themselves don't know these things. I don't know how these men them know that. It's a mad one. But like,
Look,
I didn't know this until recently because I was reading up on this sort of the whole conversation, what you're saying or you're breaking down. So within that context, they were saying that it's not that you wait for her to have her period. You actually have to wait for her to show you a clear sign that she's ready for you to sleep with her.
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing. Remember, a lot of people don't understand how civilizations have rose and fall. So they think they can only think from the perspective of where we are now, right? Meaning, well, we're in this modern age. Why do we need to know these ancient traditions or these old desert traditions? Well, guess what? A lot of these empires that came, they became bloody deserts or mashed the hell up, right? So they were mashed up afterwards, and you need a system to rule when you're on the floor as well, when you start again after the apocalypse of their time, right? But not just that, the Quran does govern all of these various ways and means of living, and even better than the one we got now, if you understand how to use the book to rule. Now, we have these weirdos making comments about the Quran, but one of the things that somebody pointed out was you have a lot of Sunni hadith which actually comes directly out of the Talmud. And guess what the Talmud says? There's a Christian guy quoting stuff from the Talmud on YouTube, right? Now, weird enough, imagine this. He's quoting the Talmud and one of these lots, big-time rabbis. So I think the Sunnis
can't be
got
quoting
a lot of their hadith.
The Torah. Do you mean the Torah?
I
The
said the Talmud.
Talmud's only like 700 years old, maximum.
Brother, listen to what I'm saying.
Go on.
No, are you serious? No, it ain't. The Babylonian Talmud, are you serious? But anyway. No, but how old do you think the oldest hadith manuscript is? But anyway, as I was saying.
I don't know. I can't answer that.
Okay. But as I was saying, Aisha's age thing and all of that, and all their philosophy on all. You check the Christian, I can't remember his name, that's giving all these. It says in there that one of the rabbis was saying that they can have whatever they're doing with a 3-year-old in one day, they said. This is what one of the rabbis, 3-year-old in one day. And guess what else he said? Now, I never knew this for anything. He said the hymen regrows. It reattaches itself.
The rabbi said that.
The rabbi said, bruv, I'm like, what? And this is what gets me, yeah? When these lot really want to diss Islam, and I'm thinking, hold on a minute. Why didn't you publicize your Talmud? Publicize your Talmud. Even the Christians, bruv. Even the Christians don't know this is in there. You get certain ones on YouTube putting these things out there, but trust me, when the Christians start to see what that Talmud has to say, bruv, and this is the thing for me. This was founded in Babylon. Wherever the Talmud was founded in, mate, Shiva's Jagnath.
Issa, I heard recently that the purpose of the Talmud is that the rabbis had to basically come to some sort of consensus on how Jews should conduct themselves whilst under occupation or basically living under or in exile. Like they had to kind of like design some sort of theoretical framework that would guide them on how to because obviously they're not implementing the law anymore. They're not under the law anymore. So they kind of like had to kind of like come up with some sort of parallel law that basically took into consideration the fact that they were subjects to someone else. So that was the purpose of the Talmud, and that's why the rabbis then took authority and started making it up as they went along, and they added in loads of weird shit, which, like you said, is coming out now. Like, for example, they believe that a person can have more than one soul inhabiting their body, and the gender of that soul could actually be the opposite of their actual gender. So they then come up with a theory that there's something like 6 or 9 different genders based on this. And they're saying that this whole LGBTQ, gender identity politics basically comes from these teachings and is in line with Talmudic beliefs that Yeah, they're saying that basically you can have like a woman's soul in a man's body and vice versa, which
I
is
have heard that
crazy.
before, but yeah,
So a
but
lot of these
I didn't
rabbis
really
now,
hear.
basically, that's why in Islam it says you put your rabbis in place of God. So basically, what it means is they believe that under certain circumstances, rabbis can legislate. So they
Oh my
like
days.
that's the sort of things that they come up with, which
Oof.
really shows that they
Hold on,
shouldn't
hold
really
on, hold
have
on.
that ability.
Are you
It's the same
suggesting?
thing about the rape thing. You know, recently, like all the Jews in Israel come out protesting that they weren't allowed to rape prisoners or captives from Hamas, and they were protesting, saying like, no, they should be able to. And the argument they put was that in the Talmud, they're allowed to. They're allowed to rape their prisoners, basically. So they're saying
Oh, that guy,
that
the guy that came out
yes,
on the
yeah,
posted
yeah,
about it. What a
yeah,
weirdo!
yeah,
Look.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Imagine posting about it.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, and a lot of them are crazy because a lot of their things, there's no logic and reason or even tradition behind it. It's just made up shit. And they've got to back
No, but
it. They've got to
no, but
back it.
listen to what they say though. They say there was a written Torah and an oral Torah.
Oral tradition, yeah.
Right, oral Torah. That's no
Yeah.
different than what we would say is the Quran and Sunnah. Because listen to what I'm saying. They're saying both were revealed. That's the difference. They're not saying this is the tafsir or commentary or the philosophical opinion, right? Although when they're questioned about it, these Ben Sharpos and all these lot, they say, oh, it's got a bunch of intellectual, philosophical like jokes and all this stuff. And I'm thinking, well, I don't think 3 years and a day and hymen's regrowing is anything to be teaching little kids, regardless of where they come from. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Notice how this Taffy and Tweenie and all these lot, they have nothing to say about the Talmud. That's very weird.
I've spoken to rabbis that are actual advisors to the Knesset, to the ruling elite of the state of Israel. And they are very Talmudic, like they go by the Talmud. So a lot of these weird beliefs is actually what the politicians now are influenced by. Like they have a strong
Well, this is, bruv, you have you seen the commentary where they claim that only certain people, certain apparent chosen people, are born through Adam and Eve, and everyone else is Eve apparently with a horse.
Yes.
So we have animal souls.
So there are also people that they believe don't have souls. They're just basically making up numbers, like human zombies, basically. Yeah. They have all these strange beliefs. Yeah.
Yeah. This
very
is my
strange
point where it's very. What is strange, bruv, is that anyone from that side can literally try and criticize the Quran. That's weird. Like, how the hell can you criticize Sunnism, Shiism, anything when you got that in your book? Like, I mean, I'm surprised.
Like we thought Hinduism had some weird shit in it, but if you compare Hinduism to Talmudic Judaism, man, they're out there on their own, bro. It's mind-boggling the things that you you see. Like I was thinking, wait a minute, what is this Talmud? Because if Judaism and Christianity is based on this and this is their foundation, then something got lost in translation. But then I found out after that that's not actually the case. What is the Talmud actually isn't as old as the Torah itself. So really and truly, they had a different religion originally. The proper the original version of Judaism, it was nothing like the one what it is now today.
But hold on. Remember, remember the thing of there's evidence of a biblical Talmud, a Babylonian Talmud before Jesus, right? And one of the reasons that you can check this even from the Bible is where Jesus says, follow them in regards to the Torah, but don't follow it after their traditions. So it seemed to be well known that they had this Babylonian Talmud bunch of traditions for a very long time.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that kind of like that function, that facility was there within their structure. Yeah, it would have been there.
Yeah. I think this is really good. Like I'm looking at don't get emotional, but it's a book of jokes, blah blah blah. Tweenie says, my opinion, I'm sticking to it, relating to, she says, all religions are BS. I mean, most people that say that have not studied these systems. And before what we say the modern age, the Muslims were steeped in science, right? Where the Christians were burning people at the stake. The Christians, from their logic, decided that
To me, it's a bullshit argument to say, "Oh, all religions are bullshit," because you're already living in a world where religions had a massive influence over laws and societies, and you're benefiting from everything that religion's brought. And then you're turning around and saying, "We don't need religion." It's like a woman saying, "I don't need a man." Yeah, but the car that you're driving was designed by a man and built by a man. The roads that you're walking on was made by men. The house that you're living in was like your whole reality was governed and shaped by men. And now you've got the audacity to come out here telling us, "I don't need a man. I don't need a man." All right, cool. Like, you stay over there, innit? Like, but you know.
Well, this is the thing.
To say religions are bullshit. If they're bullshit, then how is it that we're living in the world that we're currently living in?
Well, there you go. The moral structure that you're living in, 20, comes directly from religion. So, and mainly, I'll give you credit for this one, Mr. Ottoman. The Ottoman Sultan, what's his name? Suleiman the Great. His compilation of law and statutes and how he applied the law, because he was a prolific writer and an intellectual sultan, was used majorly in the structure of English law. 20.
Well, that's what we call him. We call him Kanuni, which means the lawmaker.
Lawmaker.
That's his name. We don't call him Solomon the Magnificent. We call him Kanuni. Yeah.
Yes. Well, there you go. 20. As in £20 note, yeah? All right, cool. Or £20. Yeah, I mean, look, these lot are just, are they all like trolling people? Anyway, I appreciate that.
Oh, these lot are taking trolling to another level, bro.
No, it's not that.
Some professional trolling now.
Listen. There are people who would say all of it is nonsense, and they would say, yeah, they've heard that, and that's
but
nonsense.
that's a luxury.
When you
can
find
say
people
that now.
absolutely ignore.
You can say that now.
No, but I'm saying when we're talking about the Talmud.
I'm
saying about the Talmud. I'm saying when we're talking about that, we have Taffy here is 20 pence. 20. I went to £20. All right, you're right, 20 pence. That's a good one. Well, 50 Cent is a millionaire, so there you go. Yeah, it's like they've got nothing to say on it, and at the end of the day, they want to say, "Oh, yeah, Islam is just a Christian and Judaism, shapeshift religion or make-up religion, hybrid, whatever." But when it comes to the bad parts, oh no, that didn't come from the Talmud. Do you see what I mean? When it comes to, well, the stories come from there. Well, what about the bad bits that you don't like about Sunnism? You know what I mean? Because, yeah, they influenced a lot, bro. I heard as well that when the state of Israel was formed, apparently a lot of the, what are they called? The mullahs in Iran moved back to Israel, which means there was a lot of them that were established mullahs over there. I don't know, because I mean, we know that, especially, and this is the worst thing about it, right? You think of what they call anti-Semitism. Well, it's been the Christians that have been tormenting the Jews left, right, and center.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They want to tell us if we have a disagreement, we can be anti-Semitic. I'm saying, nah, especially black people. We weren't doing that in Africa today. You know what I mean? So you lot in Europe, that term is for you lot. You know what I'm saying? You lot are the ones that kicked them out here and this. They had to change their whole identity. They had to do taqiyya, for multi-generational taqiyya. Thanks to you Christians, right? No, 20, I'm not emotional. I'm quite happy, actually, because, you lot's responses are giving me something to study. So I was rambling going for you fellas. Today was one of the hardest days. Who asked that? Where's it gone? Do I what? Issa, do you love white people? I love humanity. All right? You having a laugh, mate. Yeah. I love humanity.
Who's asked that question?
You having a laugh, mate. That's his name.
That's his actual name.
Yeah. You having a laugh, mate. Yeah. Do you love what? I am a person who's I like intellectuals, to be honest. Because I'm so intelligent, what you have to remember is this, that when you look at the way that each group no matter what race they are, have a bunch of idiots. Unfortunately for me, I can't just say, well, you know, despite me being so intelligent, therefore, as a black man, the black race is superior. You know, I can't really say that because there's a bunch of stupid black people as well. And, you know, I mean, the idea of white supremacy really doesn't, you know, obviously that doesn't make any sense either. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah. Let's have a look. I agree. Persian, Iran, and the Jews have a close relationship because of Cyrus the Great. Oh, okay. Interesting. So it goes all the way back there. That's a point, because when the Romans must have, that wouldn't be far for them to go. Hold on a minute. So the Romans and the Persians were fighting for many, many years. That's a very interesting point. Yeah, Veli was running his big mouth in the comments talking about Sky Daddy issues or something. Where Veli there? Where's Big Mouth Veli? Did you see that? You see that when he's running his mouth?
Yeah.
These guys got Sky Daddy issues, bruv. You know what I mean? Well, Veli, unfortunately, you could never debate me on religion. I approach everything from a psychological perspective, science and so on, sociology, etc. So, you know what I mean? Neither you nor anyone. Thoughts on Ukraine, beg intellect. I'll be honest, I don't know much about it, man. It's just like Syria, like this Sunni was saying, oh, we've conquered you and all of this stuff. And I'm like, bruv, I don't know anything about the Syrian thing. Just apart from Assad is supposed to be bad. I don't know whether they're Alawite, Shia, Sunni, Christian, special Shias or whatever.
Well, this does sort of answer the question what a lot of people are asking, like, why don't the Arabs actually do something about this? Why are Muslims sort of letting this Palestine thing happen, right? And you could say that it's a sectarian beef where, like, because they sort of like let America rule the Middle East and England, and there was like a power vacuum created, Iran sort of took advantage of that and basically started funding all these groups, right? So now they sort of like have control of Iraq. They had a good percentage of Syria, and they basically fund Hamas and Hezbollah as well, right? So to get rid of these people, in a way, the Sunnis have sort of let whatever's happening happen, because they're looking at ultimately is at the expense of the Shias, and the West are basically gonna put
so they're doing
Iran
the job for
in a little box. Yeah, they're gonna basically contain the influence of Iran. But obviously, we don't know, living in the West, we don't know that there is this kind of like influence that Iran has in the region and how like nefarious it actually is. So we're looking at it as, Muslims are Muslims. Like, I only recently found out that Iraq is majority Shia.
Are you serious? You didn't know that?
Honestly, I thought because Saddam was a Sunni and he was ruling over the country, and apparently he was quite harsh on the minorities like the Kurds and whatever, I was thinking that it's literally impossible for his people to not be Sunni. But apparently it's a majority Shia country, Iraq.
It's always been for many years a majority Shia, but when he was ruling, you have to remember, even Syria, I'll never forget a brother from the pot, like over 20 years ago, he said when he went to Syria, if you said, so we're talking like the 90s, if you said that you was religious or come to the masjid, they'd laugh at you. They were so non-religious. That's what he was saying. Back then, he was saying like they got to a point where, like, brother, you joking? Like, they didn't care about religion. And I'm noticing in Saddam's time as well, a lot of them, they take religion for culture. Do you see what I mean? Now the Shias over there seem to be, do you know what I mean? They don't care. It's like the West today. These are, you know, it's a Christian country. Really? It was like that. Do you know what I mean? So you could say it's similar to, let's say, Protestant and Catholic, right? Now, if they all just become worldly, it's just a cultural identity. Do you see what I mean? And if you're being ruled by someone with his own, what was it, the Ba'ath Party of socialism, then it's not religious at all, and you're just under some Western socialist idea. Do you see what I mean?
That's what I mean about this is the extension of the thingy argument, like kingship versus the priestly order. It actually goes to how the state is governed, right? So if you live in a majority Muslim country, but it's the kingship or the leadership that runs the show and the priestly sect are just on the sidelines, then you wouldn't really be forced into kind of like any religious kind of like rituals or anything. You just be culturally a Muslim.
Oh no. But all right, what would you say about Solomon and David? Is that not priestly kings? I mean, come on, bro. Exactly. So that Islam has never ever separated kingship from religion. They've always had to rule with divine law. It's always together. And Prophet Muhammad was. But anyway, let me respond to Taffy. Taffy says, I find Muslims in general very emotional.
Begging for attention.
No, come on. I find Muslims, because I do like to hear the opinions, negative or positive. I find Muslims in general very emotional, especially when you're starving. Must be tough doing the fast in the UK. Well, we stop fasting when the sun goes down, so not starving. Yeah.
Taffy doesn't have a positive or a negative point of view. He's actually a nihilist. And if you look at nihilism,
he's very emotional.
Nihilism come from? Nihilism, yeah, he's overly emotional, but that nihilism that he has, that kind of like detachment from reality and doesn't engage in kind of like these type of arguments, is based on the fact that he's never had it so good. Do you see? A lot of these Europeans, a lot of these whites, they've never had it so good for so long that now they're at lost. They don't know, like without a war to fight or someone to persecute, like they're lost. They don't know what to do with themselves.
When you look at the history of Victorian, the various stages of England, it always stifled human nature. It didn't work along with human nature. And that's why when Islam and the Enlightenment came along, the science from the Muslims came along, they was like, wow. Well, actually, they didn't do that, did they? Just stoned them and tried to drown them and execute them. But let me respond to Mr. Hum or Mrs. Hum, whoever. You can't be that intelligent. You're engrossed in a wacky theology. Wait, what? Theology wet? Oh, who? What? What thought shooting stars were missiles shooting a horned man? A horned man. I love that. Yeah, I don't think you've quite read the Quran. Yeah,
a lot of these people don't know how they've arrived at their current situation, and it's through capitalism. Capitalism and consumerism has led people to nihilism and basically being detached from, ironically, being detached from the nature of reality, which in Islam is the primary function, is to understand reality. And that we believe that reality, like in a scientific way, is a projection from another realm, like from a higher realm. The reality that we're living in now is some sort of not a simulation, but like more of a hologram of another reality, right? So we believe in things like heaven and things like that as being like the source code for our reality, right? But these lot don't believe that. They have this kind of like nihilistic approach where nothing matters. Whether you live or you die don't matter. Like whether you believe in God or not doesn't matter. Whether you're going to hell doesn't matter. Like nothing really matters because they're living in this unnatural state of abundance where like your life doesn't really mean anything. There's no meaning left in your life.
No, what you have to remember is they're surviving via the alcohol or drugs. Right,
but you would turn to alcohol if you never had a strong attachment to reality. You would have to turn to stimulants.
That's what I'm saying, because the brain is constantly pushing normal people to find meaning of existence. Right. So for a lot of them, it's like, well, once they've. But I mentioned the previous situations, Victorian ages and so on, being anti-nature, is because. When you think about the women, how they were restricted physically with everything, what they call what's it called? A gusset? What's it called?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Chastity
the thing belt. Around the waist. No, the thing around the waist. No.
It's a belt.
No, it's not a chastity belt. It's called.
It's like a harness thing that goes around the crotches.
Is it corset? Corset.
A corset. Oh yeah. Corset. Yeah.
The corset. That's it. So the thing they tie around to make the side of them go in and make their hips stick out. I'm saying they were that way. Of course, But there was, and just remember, bro, back in the day in the UK, in the 90s, 80s, sex was kind of still seen as something which was a sin, like you should really be doing it for procreation. But Muslims, like, once you're married, have as much fun as you can. And then they started encouraging people through TV in the UK that, how you can spice up your life in the bedroom and here's some different type of clothes she can wear and all that kind of thing. And then Viagra come
Yeah.
up. Do you see what I mean? So
Yeah.
you have to remember they were being restrained in so many different ways. So when you see them bursting out, that's why. Just like a dog being tied up in a kennel or whatever.
Well,
open that gate.
that's down to socio-economic factors that Europe's always been the poorest place on earth. Like until they discovered America and the massive resources that were in America, Europe was the poorest place. So you can't have poor people running around having children willy-nilly. Like if you're the leader, you'd have to put some sort of restraint on them having children because they can't even afford to feed their children, right? And that's the situation in
the natural
Europe.
resources. I mean, I don't think it was
like
that
they're just
many
really taking up space. They're not really productive. Like, you know, they've just become like a cancer. Just like growth, that's unnecessary growth.
You must respond to Bird Nest Rap Fest.
Big up, my brother.
These idiot from years, your whole entire system plagiarized Islam. Egypt. Right. So Bird Nest, you're the only idiot around here. You have to understand something. You weren't plagiarized. This whole thing where Pan-Africans and Afrocentrics plagiarized. Are you dumb? The people had, remember where Arabia is? Egypt had some of its bases all the way in Sinai. There's Egyptian statues in Israel. Why? Because Thutmose III was ruling all of that area. So please,
yeah, of course,
understand that these people had a lot of these systems before, right? So it's not, you don't need to plagiarize something that's part and part of your culture. Like you think Egypt was just stuck within a bunch of boundaries where you say it begins and ends. And not just that, who are the people in Arabia? Where did they get that headdress from? Did it ever occur to you they're actually a bunch of Egyptians? Because Egypt wasn't just one particular black group. It was many different black groups with various different cultures, different Nubians, different this, different Sumerian, all kind of thing come into Egypt. So you need to go study a bit before you come against Isa the Great, aka Isa the Blacklet, first, second, and third, all in one. Skywork 600, Isa the Blacklet. Do you believe in jinn? Do you believe jinn exists? Yeah, but my understanding of jinn might be different from most people. Khan, you fasting and don't lie. Feasting, not fasting. Khan, why are they coming at you for, blood? Khan might have lost 2 stone by the end of Ramadan. Stop bullying Khan. Benny and Taffy, leave Khan alone. Khan, have milk and honey, and only that I suggest. I don't intermittent fast. Oh, I don't intermittent. I just I want to feel sorry for them. I don't. I got a cheesecake here. That says you win. You know what? I used to like cheesecake. I've gone off it, you know. Goodness, Islam is a fabricated lie. Did it happen because of agreement? He said, ignore that. No, send 10 pizzas across. When religion is tied to politics, that's an excuse to conquer. The problem, is that with us, how would you know if you're not inspired by morals and values, right? When Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was telling people how to deal with people in war, do you know how they used to deal with people prior to that? Right? So when the opponents that were trying to kill the Muslims were fed and clothed and treated well, they were shocked because they realized the propaganda was nonsense. And apparently, who was it? Khan, did you know this, right? I think, is it Polish or Romanians? Did you know they went to fight with the French in Haiti, right? The Haitian Revolution.
The Polish did.
The Polish.
Yeah.
And they were talking to the black people, finding, wait a minute, we didn't come here to fight people that you've been oppressing. And they joined the black people in Haiti to fight against the French. You get what I'm saying?
Polish
so
have got an amazing history. Like they've done mad things like that.
Yeah, okay. But my point is where this is trying to separate religion. The problem is they always look at Christianity as the standard religion and try and use the dumb glasses of Christianity to paint everything else when it's literally the worst.
Like, people ain't really taking into consideration of how they've got to where they are, and they just look at the world through this kind of like rose-tinted glasses of everything contaminated with their current position. So they look at everything retrospectively. They try to rewrite history because give themselves a place within that history.
Bruv, because they have white supremacy syndrome, they then think, well, Christianity is a white religion. Therefore, because Christianity doesn't make any sense and so on, and other religions might be similar, they're all wrong as well. Now,
This is
Fox,
what I was
you've got.
talking about earlier with the guy who was saying there should be allowed to be racist. And I was saying to him, but racism is a corruption. Once you have corruption within your ideology and your thinking, then everything becomes skewed. Like if
Bro.
you don't have certain things as your criteria, like honesty and truth and facts, and like if these things aren't the highest criteria that you're going by, then your whole culture and your whole version of reality is going to become skewed. And that's what's happened with white supremacy, is that they don't have anything other than this white supremacist belief now, because it's superimposed itself over everything, over science, over literature, over culture, over music. It's like they don't have any free expression that isn't controlled by white supremacy.
Listen, these lot don't understand, right? That one of the, although they say, oh, they got Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, and black people, Caribbeans to come over here to help rebuild Britain. That wasn't the only reason. They wanted to make sure there was a caste and class system where you've got people visibly different.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? They want them visibly, because remember, they wanted to get rid of the idea of the family name. You know, like you've got your identity through a family name. They want to get rid of all of that and have your two parents and your 2 children. So if you're going to blooming do that, then who's who? You're not coming from a big family name. So you're just an individual that can quit. Anyone can reach the sky in the upper class now. You're all competing against them. But when you bring in these other brownies, now the brownies and you are now competing. Do you see what I mean? He's not focusing on us instead of focusing on these.
In America, after the war, like the Civil War, when the North beat the South, they could have easily just told the black people, like, oh, we're going to give you your own land. But guess what? That land's in Mexico. Now, they would have gone and took that land and thought, oh, great, we've got our land, the land that we deserve to get, right? And it's ultimately the same model that they used with the Israelis, like with the Jews. Like after World War II, they didn't want to accept Jews into England and places like that. They said, you know what, get on the boat and go to our little colony and we'll give you some land there instead. So like these have these methods.
First, bro. Have you not?
They have
the discussion was Uganda first.
Right, so wherever it is, where they're saying you can go anywhere you want, we're giving you a free ticket, pick whatever land you want, but you just can't come to England. Do you know what I mean? Because if they were going to keep them in Europe, what was the point of kicking them out of Germany in the first place? They might as well have just left them there, right? What's the point of kicking them out of Germany and taking them into England? You're just crossing a little bit of water, right? But really, they wanted to have done with them so that they got rid of them. And I'm saying they could have easily employed that same tactic with black people and got all the black people out of the United States. But like what you're saying is they actually serve a purpose. They actually are there as some sort of a bookend. Like, yeah, this is where the shelf ends, right? These lot at the bottom, right? So if you're doing better than them, count yourself lucky. Don't complain and keep licking the master's boots, basically.
It's kept toe the line. Because they can always ruffle up some racial strife here and there, and it's because the immigrants are taking. Do you know the same script is being used? When I look back at I can't remember what documentary I was watching, bruv, and it was the Asians in Southall. I was like, I didn't even know South had this big thing, right, bruv? The same language, the immigrants taking our jobs, women, blah blah blah. Oh my gosh, they could keep ramping it. But let me get to the chat one sec. So Fox, listen. Fox is saying that you got strawberry trifle. Now, guess what? Raspberry trifle, rubbish. Them seeds that keep sticking in your teeth and they're just tough and hard. Yeah, big up strawberry trifle. I love strawberry trifle. Issa, ask Khan if he's fasting. That's a private thing. 20 has got ice cream soup. Well, you need help if you've got ice cream soup. You shouldn't have let it melt. You're supposed to eat when it's nice and hard-ish. So I got no dessert. There's no desserts on the anti-inflammatory diet. Wow. He got smoky bacon biscuits. Good for you, pork chop. Look outside the area. Close islands. That is not going to change. Veli Vision is busy fixing up somebody's pipe. Or
pause.
No. I was gonna say him doing something. Blah 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 blah. Anyway, yeah. No. I never said that about Veli.
Anyway. I hope Veli can hear this. Veli, you need to defend yourself, my bro.
No. Because remember long time ago he said he went to someone's yard and something like the ting must have come off and he couldn't screw it back, and the woman's house flood or something. I think it was upstairs.
Yeah.
I was gonna when he went on a panel. I was gonna say, yo, do you know this guy called Veli? Yeah. He mashed up this woman's house and all this. I was gonna, when he's off but he can hear you. I was gonna troll the hell out of him while he's at work, bro. Oh, right. So where we at? 9 people would agree with you in Bradford. Yeah, it's not always having GT. Phil have Yorkshire pudding. I'm so glad. I'm a Zionist. Taffy, you can be well. That's what I mean. I'm a Zionist. Well, good for you. Kanye Smart on. You got me. I don't think I'm allowed. Imagine Muslims in the Lapland and Alaska where the sun doesn't go down for months, and then there's darkness for months. Yeah, what they do is, it's very easy to estimate the hours, right? So the sun apparently makes circles in the sky, okay? And it's very easy to determine, well, where would it have set? It's you lot are thinking more about the sun as opposed to the hours of fasting, right? So it's a bad breath American, yeah, right? It's mostly fist-based, blah, 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 blah. You can fast, I have no problems with. I'm not fasting there. It's very tiring listening to apologetics of these ideas. Well, if you can't, if all you have to do is listen to apologetics, it's very straightforward. Just read history, right? At the end of the day, I didn't write the history. I didn't write the books. Now, if it's saying, well, if you capture somebody in war, you have to treat them a certain way that's good, whereas people like you and your system was crazy as hell under Hitler. What's that Mussolini? What's that other crazy one? Somebody of Belgium, the absolute demon and devil, murdered like 20 million people in Africa and stuff. Get out of here, man. Flying first.
See, the way things are going now, like these criticisms from like a couple of years ago on Islam and Islamic dealings with people is going to go out the window. Like, they're not going to be able to hold on to these arguments because they're now currently sending immigrants. Like, don't forget, people who haven't committed any particular crime to Guantanamo Bay. Like, this is what America's doing now. Huh? You're taking innocent people who came to work and they're sending them to Guantanamo. That's crazy.
I thought they closed it.
Closed it what, bruv? Then they went through all that trouble to close it. They ain't closing shit.
Hold on. Didn't Barack Obama say he was closing it?
Well, that man lied, bro. Even Trump the other day was saying, we're sending all these men to Guantanamo. Even
who said that? It's Yellowhead.
Trump said it the other day.
You're joking, bro. Wow.
Yeah, but they and the thing is, they actually started doing it, putting people on airplanes and just deporting them. Like, bro, I don't get it. Like, you got people turning up to your country to come and work, and you're putting them on planes, sending them to other countries, and what? You're choosing your own people because of what? Their skin color. But they don't want to work. They're not educated. They're not like even prepared to fight in any wars. Like these look now. I don't know if you know, Issa. They're saying if you want citizenship, you got to join the army.
Oh, so wow. Who's saying that in England? Or America?
America. Even England's saying they're considering doing it. Europe's saying they're considering doing it as well because their own people aren't fit to fight. They're not educated. They're not trained up. Like these days, fighting in a war, it ain't just a thing about jump in this trench and this gun just shoots one bullet at a time. These days, you need GCSEs and A levels to even fire the weapon because you need to be able to read the manual, which is like some high level scientific equipment they're giving you.
Bro, you think
they're not giving you some toys, you know? You see I'm telling you, it ain't a Nerf gun. It ain't a Nerf gun they're giving you.
You think? Listen, most of it's going to be electronics, but you think they're sitting in a tank on the battlefield reading the instructions?
I'm telling you, bro. People were arguing the other day about our British soldiers fighting in Ukraine, disguised as Ukrainians, wearing uniforms, pretending to be Ukrainians. And someone made a good argument that when England gave them the airplanes to use, like the fighter jets, they were saying that them Dumbo Ukrainians, they wouldn't even know how to use those airplanes.
No, I heard they gave them the fight of the pilots as well. Fighter pilots.
Yeah, exactly. So the pilots have to go as well. Yeah. So this is the thing now.
But most of the time when they're warring, bro, they're not telling us the truth in it. So there's more.
Of course not, bro. Do you know that there's an international network of mercenaries around the world that are basically trained up people ex-army people from all different wars, all different countries. They basically train up all these terrorist groups and things like that. A lot of them is like English, Irish, like ex-IRA soldiers, ex-English army soldiers.
But no, I think the English, bruv, I think a lot of the English soldiers, yeah, and I've spoken to a few, they do not trust. Who's that?
I want them feel like.
Did you hear what man was saying about you, Veli?
Boss of the boss. Huh?
Man's in the love playing with man's pipe.
Nah, don't lie, bro. No, I mean, I don't make batty jokes, bro. Trust me, I don't. Yeah, no, I was saying
he didn't do it deliberately. It was just accidental battyism.
No, I used the term pipe. No, I was saying. Anyway, all right. So yeah, well done. You corset and girdle. Those were the two words. Oh, girdle.
Yeah, corset, innit? Corset.
Yeah. Yes. And somebody put corset.
Oh, go on anyway, man.
Where you been, man? Fuck's sake.
Working hard.
I'm jumping on panels to spend time with you to chat to my brethren Veli, and you just fucked off and left me, bro.
Yeah, I left you with Wendy still. Yeah,
She was behaving herself today because she went on TikTok and was arguing with these Muslims.
So Home says your religion fails from the floor of Judgment Day. All-knowing God would not need to know that your actions after the fact that he already knew what free will you speak of. What you have to remember is the concept of God
multiple choice
is very sophisticated. So the point is, you don't focus on that. You just focus on the fact that you're being warned about a future of which you're going to be, you can say, face the consequences of. That's what you need to focus on, mate. You're focused on what a concept
but bro,
God.
It's true what he's saying, though, right? Because it's multiple choice, isn't it? If man knows every outcome.
Multiple choice.
That's not
right. You're
will.
Not getting the point, really. I'm saying the concept of God that you're looking at, right, is not the point. Because if I debated you on that concept, I would win. But it's still a concept.
How?
The point is, how would I win, or how is it a concept?
I don't think you would. I don't think you would win on that because I don't see how you would be able. Wait, listen. I don't see how you would be able to qualify free will with someone knowing the answers to the questions that you may ask. How can you have free will?
You know what?
In that?
Okay, hold on.
You've got
free choice.
You've got a limited. Wait, hold on. What I'm saying, is that in that scenario you have a limited choice, where that makes it multiple choice answer rather than.
Yes,
you have a choice of questions that you could
ask. Wait. Right, so Khan's sided with Veli. I'm going to beat both of you. I'm going to beat Khan through beating Veli. Right, so hopefully this is recorded. It's not possible. Yeah, no, because they had this in the park years ago.
As long as you're not beating man with a pipe, we're good.
Yeah, of course. No beating.
Yeah, as I was saying, all right.
No man beating around your side.
You know, every word's been converted to something, innit?
It's you, bro. You need to be aware. You need to be aware.
But that's what
you're too
The wide dictionary's got big boy.
You're too fast.
Yeah, man.
Every word in English, every noun in English.
I soon you won't even be able to say dictionary. How about that?
Pause on that.
The word book. The book of words.
You have to say punctionary. In the punctionary, you know? You have to look in at the punctionary.
That's a good. Back to the annihilation of your perspective. Now, again, before I beat you up in this thing, what is it that makes you associate knowing something? So if somebody knows what somebody's going to do, and that person being forced by someone who knows it. Explain that, please, Mr. Veli.
No, I never said. Trouble. Yeah, now you've done a bait and switch here because that's not the point I made. I said that you can't listen. What I'm saying is that you can't say that the person has free will if you know all the choices that they can make. You can only say that they have a multiple choice of what they can choose.
Yeah. All right.
So you can choose between these different things. That's it. That's your multiple choice.
Right. So Veli, I've given Veli free milkshake, right? Strawberry, vanilla chocolate. No, strawberry, vanilla, banana, right? I know Veli is going to choose actually chocolate. I know Veli likes or dark stuff, right? So he's going to choose chocolate. I know this because I know Veli
like chocolate milkshake. Still, but God, I don't know.
All right, you're from the Caribbean, you like banana, right? There you go, right? For whatever reason, I know you're going to choose banana, right?
Pop the banana, you can't sit on mango. Get it?
Mango milkshake, right?
Everything you say has got some causery attached to it.
Right?
I tell you, man, he likes banana.
I know, man can't say no to banana every blood. Anyway, as I was saying, mango, right? Now the words mango got man in it. All right.
Oh,
the melon, right? Melon flavored milkshake. I know you're going to pick that out of all of these fruits, right? Now, hold on. How is me knowing you're going to pick that limiting your choice? It's over.
Because you've only got a certain amount. You've not got free will to pick any sort of choice. Like, so there's things that you can't pick in it. Like, so you can't pick a peanut butter because that's not one of the choices that you can have. So that's not like the part of the free will. Right? You've only got a multiple choice of different answers that you can pick.
Innit? You know that, innit?
Hold on.
At home, I swear I dashed one big spoon of peanut butter in that shit, you know.
Khan's getting gassed on the milk.
Right.
He doesn't care about the arguments, right? He's just like, what? Bad boy milkshake, fam.
That's what I've been living on, fam. I've been living on that shit.
One sec. So Veli has literally, I think it's only been, if we take down Khan's interruptions and so on, it's only taken me like 60 seconds for Khan to, for Veli to literally obliterate himself. Okay? Free choice and free will, free choice and free will have absolutely nothing to do with the fact that there are things that you can't choose, either because they're only in your imagination and they aren't created, or because God didn't create them, or whatever. Free. No, let me say my bit now. Free choice and free will only relate to the fact that what you have in front of you, you can choose from freely.
Easy.
Yeah, that's it. That's why I'm saying it's multiple choice. That's why I'm saying it's multiple. It's the same reasons I'm giving for why it's multiple choice, isn't it? Because you can freely choose between different options, but there's only certain options that you can pick.
Yes, you still have free. So you're saying, oh my gosh, okay, I get what. So you're saying the word free. That's what you're focusing on here, meaning you're free to choose.
Free will. Like free will means that, like.
Oh my gosh!
Free will means that it's my listen. Let me explain what I mean by it. By free will means that you don't know the answers that I'm going to pick, and then I freely make the choice of what I'm going to pick. Not that you know the multiple choices of answers that I can pick, even if it's an infinite amount of combinations or whatever. It's still not. It's still multiple choice because there's all the different answers that I can pick.
Wait. Listen. After I battered him with the free will, free choice,
but you haven't even asked his first point, though. You haven't even shown that you understand.
Hey, why are you running for, man? I know you man love this running thing, cuz instead of making an argument to the points that's making, you man want to start MCing like Spliff Star at the side of Busta Rhymes and that kind of. Love it, fam.
Anyone
Spit Boris, son.
Hold on. Listen, I want you to clip this and put Veli is annihilated, obliterated by ease.
Pause on that.
Wait, stop. You know what? Someone put Khan in the back, man. As I was saying. So listen. You just tried
about man's back and everything now.
Wait, will you shut the hell up, man? So hold on, Veli. What do you call it? Mix and blend. What's that thing you say?
Remix.
Yeah,
what do you know?
Yeah.
No. You said something else. When you came in, you said I tried to something. Mix and blend.
Bait and switch.
That's the one. Bait and switch. So Veli just done his little bait and switch, right? Because I originally said he was associated with. Wait. He tried to bait the Veli bait and switch. He tried to first associate knowing what the person's gonna pick with what they can pick. Then when I stopped him there, he then changed it and said no. Wait, let me finish. He then tried to shift it to, no, it's about free will, meaning there's things that you can't use.
But that's the point I'm making about not being free will, Issa, like that, because you know that even if there's 50,000 different combinations you could pick, right?
Right.
you still know
Yeah.
all the different outcomes that I could pick. So it's not.
Okay.
I'm not classing that as free will.
Okay.
You've got multiple choice of all these different combinations that you can pick from it. But I know the different combinations you can pick.
Wait. What you're saying then is what I said originally, which you baited and switched it from, right? Was that it's the knowing, and I'll say again, how does the person or being that knows what you're going to choose, so that means they can read your mind, or you're very predictable, how does them knowing influence your choice? Because you still have free will.
You know, I'm
whether they
not
know it or
saying
not.
that it does. I'm saying that you've only got a limited amount of combinations that you can pick. But he knows all the different choices that you're going to make anyway. So how is it free will if man knows the choices that you're going to make before you've made the choice, and you've only got a certain number of choices to make? First, obviously, there's two issues there, right? First of all, it's like you've got multiple choices that you can only pick from, and then you know the answers that I'm really going to pick. Obviously, how can that be free will if you know the answers that I can pick?
Thank you. So everyone listen, I helped Veli evolve his argument that he didn't have fully polished, fully shined, fully worked out. I helped you. Anyway,
That was the argument from the start, man. Stop it.
Wait. Bruv, wait. So now Veli's saying that because God knows what you're going to pick, there is some influence on your choice. Because you don't have free will, because he knows it. That was why I asked you at the beginning.
Your choices are limited.
Bruv, he made two. Listen, I
didn't say he has influence. You keep. This is what you keep inferring into the argument, because you know you're getting draped up. Yeah, is that you keep trying to remix the argument, bruv? Stop remixing the argument. Then, if you don't remix the argument, we will let you finish, innit? Because remember, you're arguing with me, and even Khan's cutting in to say that's not what you said though. So.
Veli, here's the question. You keep saying if he knows, yes, if he knows what you're going to choose, how have you got free choice? Is that what you said or not?
Yeah, how's it free will? Yeah.
So how the hell is me saying that his free will limits your choice in any way not explaining what you're saying?
Say that again, sorry?
How
does free will limit your choice? No, you said, no. You said, how does me limiting your choice influence the choice that you're going to make? Well,
impede
how it does influence that, because that was a whole, how does knowing the answers that you're going to think influence the choice that you're going to make, I said, all right, cool, you can add that in as another question, and I'll answer that, with saying that how it does influence the choices that you're making, because you know that there's only a certain amount of choices that they can make. So out of all the different answers that they can give you know that all the answers that they can give.
How are you not
getting
getting
this?
this?
You've got choice. Even if you've got only two choices, it's no, Veli, wait.
Yeah.
Even if you only have two choices, the point is you are free to choose between the two. That's it. That's all it means.
So you've got limited free will.
Yeah, you got limited free. That's why I call it multiple choice.
Of course, you've got limited free will. Are you dumb? You can't fly.
But that's multiple choice. Why are you arguing then?
That's the whole point. Then why are you arguing? Then why are you angry then? Because that's the whole argument, right? That you've only got limited free will, aka multiple choice.
Hold on, wait.
Let's progress the discussion.
Wait, stop. One second. This is simple. The reason why they come with the terms free will, because they were arguing against predestination and predetermination, which said that everything that you do is pre-written and predetermined by God. So the opposite to that was, no, it's not. You actually choose for yourself. No, God has written for you to do it and forces you to do it. That's where that term comes in. Do you understand? So if you don't understand that, you can do a little freestyle and say, well, I'm going to take these terms here, free will, and then it means this to you. But I'm saying where that comes from is from the predestination perspective of certain religions. Do you all understand that now? It's very clear.
No,
now, can we get into
we listen. We agree that you have free will of choices, but do you agree that there's only a multiple of different choices that they can pick from?
That's obvious.
No. Okay, but do you agree with this then? Yeah. If I know all the answers that you can give before you give it, it's not 100% free will with just you making the choice. Like, I have some sort of influence in it because I know the answers that you can give or whatever.
No.
before you can give the
Do
answer.
you not see how Felix come back
agree with
around
that?
to try and because I know. See, I asked him the question right at the beginning. He said no. He said no 5 times, and then he's done it right now. So, Veli, you are trying to say, and it sounds stupid when I put it in a sentence, that him knowing what you're going to choose somehow limits your choice or influence.
I added that in because you added it in, didn't it? So let me add it in there with your. Let me add it in with your.
Guys, can I try to simplify this? Listen, Isa, let's say, for example, God says to you, you're responsible for your own health, and the decisions you make is the outcome of your own health. And he says to you, for dinner tonight, you have a choice. You can have fish and chips or steak and chips. And I'm saying, yeah, but God, I want biryani. I don't want chips. And he's going, nah, you got to choose between steak and chips and egg and chips. And I'm saying, but bro, if I eat them chips that you're forcing me to choose one of them, my health is no longer my own decision because you limited my ability to have biryani. Does that make sense?
You're funny. Right.
No, but God's saying to you that you're responsible for your own decisions, that you pay the price for the decisions that you're
in a paradoxical position anyway, because I don't know if you still believe this side of the hadith though, that everything was already written down by, that big pen, the magic pen or whatever that wrote down everything before so and so. So if that's true, then how can you make a choice then? Because the choices that you allegedly had was already written down before you even made the choice.
Right. So again, you've gone down to knowledge. Veli, please stop denying that you've been trying to make the argument, but you don't know how to make the connection.
Veli's answering the question from Islam. He's actually referencing Islam for you.
Shush. I heard what he said. I know the hadith.
All right, hey, Issa, after you go, I'm going to speak. You go, Issa, then I'm going to speak, please.
Thank you very much. Veli, right. Wait to listen carefully, Veli, right? Although you denied it, again, because I've helped you sharpen your argument, right? And I'm glad for that.
Bro.
Hold on, wait. Listen.
But that's not.
Hold on, you've just done it. You've just literally done it.
I'm going to let you speak, man. But, it's obviously, when you're saying stuff that's not true, that's why it makes me say, but, I'm still going to let you speak, innit?
Veli, you've come back to the hadith, so there's no escape, bruv. You've said it's written down, which is knowledge. Do we all agree that the writing down is knowledge? Yes or no? Information and knowledge, yes or no? Veli,
just
yes or
answer
no?
the fucking question.
No, Josh, no. Veli, do you agree?
No. I don't agree that it's knowledge to the person that's about to make the choice because wait, bro, listen, listen. Yeah, but listen. Why I don't agree? Wait, bro. You just said, Brad. You said yes or no, but I'm saying no, and I'm giving you the reason why I'm saying no. But bro, hold on, man. Let me finish. Right up. But alright, but let me finish that little reason there, and I'm obviously gonna let you finish it because you was in the middle of your questioning, right? Yeah, but so let me answer this. So I was saying no, but why I was saying no was because obviously you don't know what the choice was until you get to make the choice that was already written down that you've already made. So how could you be free to make such a choice if the choice was already written down before you made the choice?
Oh, bro. Listen. Veli, that's obvious. That's part and parcel of your whole question. Okay? Please. Let's go back to this. It's very simple. Okay? This whole thing, this is predestination we're talking about, right? Where it's written and it's forced. So what's written, you're made to do. You could have never changed that decision. Do you agree some people believe that? Yes or no, Veli?
Yeah. I was asking you if that's what you believe. I was just asking you, do you believe that? No. But that's why I said, do you actually believe that still?
No, listen to what I'm saying. From the perspective, and this is the good thing I do like about the Shias. The Quran actually says, in this book, certain things are established and certain things are effaced and erased, right? So that deals with that hadith. But what I'm talking about, Mr. Philly, and you've got your little protector in the thing calling me conceited, right? Anyway, right? What I'm saying, Billy, you've come back.
Issa, make your point, please. Please,
What's it?
make
What's
your
it?
point.
Please. I am. Veli, what you've come back and done is associated the knowing, so the angels and God knowing, right, what they're going to do, yeah? And therefore there's some sort of influence of knowing with the person not having free will. You still haven't explained your argument there, the knowing of it. So, for instance,
But that's a whole,
if I've known...
it's a different part of the argument, Esau.
No, because that's your whole argument.
Hold
It's
on,
like me knowing...
It's not the whole argument, it's a different part of the
Issa, the
argument.
point.
I gotta let Mulatto go, let Mulatto go. He didn't have a chance. Go on, Mulatto.
And I appreciate you passing me the mic, Valley. The point has been made, so let's not run this into the ground. But I have a question to Issa. Now, you are I have a question for Issa. You are a Caribbean Muslim convert, with all due respect. I'm not attacking them when I say that. That's not an attack. I'm asking a question, with all due respect. Now, the Arabian Muslims that did not even convert to Islam, they admit that Aisha was 5 years old when Muhammad married her and 9 years old when Muhammad sexually assaulted her.
He's a Shia.
The question is this.
Some Shias do believe that as well, though.
Exactly. So the question is this. The question is this. Why are you making excuses for the prophet of the people that won't even make those same excuses? The Arabians are saying that Muhammad had sex with Aisha when she was 9. Why are you lying and saying that he did not?
You finished? Okay, so let's help you out. Okay. Now we of the black intellectual scientific mindset, we don't rely on the opinions of people and their culture. What we do is we do research. We read stuff. We don't rely on mulatto right activists and their opinions and their small-mindedness. No, we do research and we come to conclusions after due diligent research. Thank you very much. Veli, back to what Veli,
so the
tried to help
question
Veli
is
out there. Now, Veli,
because Muhammad, you cannot.
Mulatto, let him carry on, man, because
you cannot
obviously your question's a little bit to the side still. So.
Now, Muhammad,
and also, like there's obviously you need to do a little bit more research still, because there's exit doors for that question.
Exactly.
Make sure you shut the fire exits first. Shut the fire exits first, and then you can get your question off.
And look how triggered Issa is by the truth. Hold on, mute up for a second, Issa.
Why are you picking on Issa?
Yeah, bro, stop trying to force your question. Let him carry on where he was going.
Yeah, hold on. The question is this.
I'm in my knocking out position, and you're coming along getting in between me knocking Veli out. I stood up, I'm talking, standing up, swinging.
The point has already been made in that discussion. Y'all already exhausted that subject. I'm asking the question. Now, Muhammad,
he's mid-flow. Let him go.
Well, let me get in. Then I mute up. The point is this.
Yeah, cool. I'm muting too.
This is for the listeners. The Arabians claim that Muhammad had sex with Aisha when she was 9 years old. You cannot listen to a Caribbean that is lying and saying that Muhammad didn't do this. Muhammad was Arabian, and Arabians are saying that Muhammad had sex with Aisha when she was 9 years old. Muhammad was
you're repeating now. Okay.
That's why, that's why I was trying to tell you to make sure you get the fire exit shut off. Obviously, he's just going to tell you that
it's just like
that he is aligned with.
Everything I said was a fact.
But Mulatto, where's the question? You're not even asking a question, Mulatto.
Anyway,
the question is
wait, Issa, carry on with the questions that you had in it, because we've already answered.
Thank you, Veli.
I know Veli is protecting the Muslims right now.
No. You know what? That
would never happen.
Wait.
That's what he's doing.
What I'm saying is, listen, let me address this.
Yeah, go ahead, Issa.
Chief,
what we have to remember is, let me ask you a question, Mr. Mulatto, rights activist.
Yes.
If you lived 300 years ago and the Arabians had a different belief to what they have now, which was made and supported by, so there was a small group of Arabs and the British supported them, okay? And they killed so many Arabs, right? So this is well known. There's a movie called Lawrence of Arabia. Go and watch it, Mulatto. And it does relate to factual history. This group you're talking about now that believe this, they came to power because of the British. They're only like 200 years old, their group. So if you were like 300 years, wait, stop. So the
I'm listening.
closer
Go
to
ahead.
Muhammad you get, the closer to Muhammad you get, they didn't believe all of this nonsense. So
Well,
should
let
we
me ask you
listen to
this.
you and your
Well, let's
stop,
talk about
your
it. Did
British
Abu
creative
Bakr meet
version?
Muhammad? I'm asking. Did Abu
Let me
Bakr meet
finish.
Muhammad?
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
I'm gonna answer that when you finish.
You
Go ahead.
said,
Did Abu Bakr meet Muhammad?
Wait. We're addressing your point. You said the Arabians today. And I'm saying, well, if you want to talk about Arabians, the Arabians closer to Muhammad's time, which was before the British created version of Islam that you have today, became popular.
But that's not true. Abu Bakr.
They didn't
Hey,
believe
is
like
it making
that.
like
They
mad
killed
noise
loads
on
of
my
them,
side, or
right?
is it okay? Or
Nah, it's all right. It's all right.
Yes, but Isa, Abu
It's not
Bakr.
that bad. It's not that bad. There's a little
Nah,
shuffle.
it's not that bad.
Abu Bakr met Muhammad.
No. You said the Arabians today. Right?
Hold on, one mic at a time, brother. Abu Bakr met Muhammad, and Abu Bakr wrote in the hadiths that Aisha was 9 when Muhammad
No,
had
Abu
sex
Bakr
with
didn't
her.
write hadith.
Can you quote what
Aisha
it
wrote
is?
the hadith.
Wait. Stop. No, hold on. Don't help him. Where can we find that hadith, Malato? Can you give us the book and the page and the hadith number?
Well, let me say this. I could
Wait.
definitely come back with the link.
No, don't waste your time. Abu
You
Bakr
said no,
didn't
no.
write no hadith.
All right.
Abu Bakr
Well, no,
didn't
it's
write
for
no
the
hadith,
listeners,
bro.
though. It's for the listeners.
you fucked up, fam. You
It's
fucked
for the
up,
listeners.
man. You know, you could have given man some homework, but
Exactly.
Ah,
It's
man.
for the
Yeah,
listeners.
he's a brother. He's my mulatto, chocolato brother.
It's for the listeners. So are you denying? So I'm clear. So are you denying?
Let's do to be continued. To be continued, right? Because I
one
want
mic
to
at
deal
a
with
time,
Belly
bro.
on the
All right, go ahead.
ridiculous argument of knowing and free will, right? He stated it at the beginning. He side skirted it. He done all kind of shape shifting and bend and blist and whatever thing he talk about.
Hey, Mulatto,
whatever, right?
do this, bro.
We come
Go
back.
ahead, man.
Find the Shia hadiths that agree that Aisha's whatever age she is.
Yeah,
And let me ask you this.
Checkmate.
I'm not, that ain't nothing to do with me.
Shias,
I follow the
I'm
Quran.
asking a question. Well, let me respond to the host. It'll be brief. Was the Shia created after the Sunnah? Yes or no? Which was created first?
No, Shias were first. That was first, man. You crazy?
Exactly.
The Shias were down in the time.
Depends who you ask.
They were first. The Shias were
Depends who you ask. If you ask a
Exactly.
Shia, they're gonna say Shia's first. If you ask the Sunnis, they're gonna say Sunnis.
No, Veli, that's not true.
But that's what both of you man said, don't it?
Hold on. The point is this.
Listen.
Hold on, Issa, you've been talking enough. You gotta mute up, bro. I know you're triggered, but you gotta mute up, bro.
Ali, yeah. So you had
The
people
point
that
is this.
supported Ali
Oh
when the Prophet was alive, so they started there. Yeah. So
Okay,
that's
What's the
what
other
it
guy's
is.
name? Muawiyah. Yeah, is it Ali versus Muawiyah?
Bro, shit.
No, that's way.
Hold on,
That's
the
way.
question is this.
I want them feel like.
The question is this. If it's not true, I'm
Then
asking.
they're
If it's
gonna
not true,
overly read hadith. Man.
if it's not true, then why did the
Stop. You already said that's
hold
it.
on, brother? One mic at a time. If it's not true,
Mulatto, do you have a question? Mulatto, do you have a
exactly. I'm
question?
trying to ask the question. And look how triggered
Veli,
the
I
host
want
is.
you to
Keep saying question, but
Veli,
we're
where
waiting
you
for a
running,
question.
I'm being spoken
Yeah,
over.
hold on,
Answer the
let-
question.
Mulatto, let Issa finish and
And
then
watch
answer the
how
question
brief.
next, innit?
All right, go ahead.
Let him finish and
And
then
then
answer the question.
I'm gonna go
Let him
next. Go ahead,
finish
Issa.
and then answer.
Go ahead, Issa.
What it is, he doesn't want the mashup to be clipped. That's what Veli wants to do. He don't want to hear the big
No, man, behave
mashup
yourself.
shit.
What mashup?
No one ain't
What
clipping
mashup,
this,
bro?
man. We're
You
chatting
mad?
shit anyway.
Come on, man, behave yourself,
He
man.
bought the hadith, and then he let this shapeshifter, this bloody.
I'm feeling sorry for you,
trans
fam. That's why I'm not draping you up no more. I allowed you,
Issa,
cuz.
say your point. Say your point, Issa, please, man.
Fam, I clotheslined you over the top rope ages ago, cuz, like,
Let's calm down.
Royal Rumble style.
What Veli? So Veli, are you agreeing now that you're associating the Most High God knowing what people are going to do in the future?
No. I asked
limited
that as a
free
future question. I asked that as a future question later on, innit? I asked that as a future question later
you
on.
just
The original question,
it's written down.
well, listen, the original point, the OG point I made was about the multiple choice style of free will that people were trying to market as free will. But one side of it, then obviously it depended on which side you're on. True, you're on the Shia side. I'm not sure if there's a Shia hadith that says about the stuff that was written down before. That's why I asked you about that. That's why I asked you.
No, it does.
Do you believe
It's in the
that side,
Quran.
or is that on yours?
It's in the Quran.
It's
in the Quran. So forget the hadith. It's in the Quran.
Okay, yeah. So
Right,
you
but
both. So you do believe that then? So yeah. So that stands. That point still stands then, right? That if you do believe
For
that,
what?
Listen, if you do believe that everything was written down before, like everything that's happening now was previously written down before it's happened, and the only thing that could happen is the stuff that's written down, because the writing's not going to change, innit?
Right.
Like God didn't make a mistake from what he
Wait. Then what? Veli, then what's the repercussion? Wait, Veli, land it. What's the end result of that, Veli?
No. Hold on. No, he just added, and you can't do this, and you got no.
I'm saying, yeah, but obviously, bro, because I'm saying, bro, like I'm saying. All right, so wait, hold on. In the Quran, yeah, does it say that God is rewriting the script as you go along, or the script's just already written?
For some people.
No,
some people definitely listen, Vel.
No.
Some people definitely go in hell.
Some people got it rewritten. Some people got predestination. Some people got rewritten.
Yeah.
Stop helping it. Listen. I want to get.
How's it helping?
No, listen. I just want you to wait. All I'm asking
That's
you
how I know you're
to
against it. Just find out what the truth is, bro. You just want to try and get dubs, bro. But even then, yeah, while we're trying to just find out whatever the truth is, you're still not even getting the dubs.
Wait. All I want you to do, Veli, is show your connection between knowing and either forcing or limiting or whatever. That's the point. So explain it being written down or known by God what you're going to do.
What difference does it make if God knows or
Yeah,
not?
but bro, listen, but that's nothing to do with the forcing. That means that you don't have no free choice at all. You only do what the script says.
So it's limited. Are you saying it's limited?
Hold on, bro.
You saying it's limited?
Yeah, you're an NPC. You're a non-playable character. You only do what the script says. You can't divert from the script to do magic stuff unless you're one of the special characters like a prophet or whatever.
What's wrong with that? Explain. You got to explain what's wrong with that.
If you can only do what stop, man. If you can only do what the script stop, my laptop. Stop. If you can only do what the script says, wait, Ellie. If you just said. If you can only do it. That means you're saying that it's being limited. Yes or no? Yes or no?
That it's been limited. I'm saying that shows that you don't have free will. That's what I'm saying. It shows that you don't have a choice. It shows that you don't even have multiple choice. You only have, brother, listen, that takes away multiple choice. If you believe that's true, that even takes away multiple choice. It means you can only do limited what the script says.
Wait, I've been saying limited.
Brother, listen.
No.
Yeah, but bro, listen. What it was, at the start of the conversation when I was asking the question, I was asking about multiple choice. Bro, because listen. Let me tell you why. I was saying multiple choice because I thought it was a Sunni hadith and not in the Quran. About 5 minutes ago in this conversation, you've let me know that it's Quran and not Sunni hadith. So that's why I've said, okay, if that's the case, then every Muslim, either Quranist, Shia, Sunni, and whichever sect you are in between that, all believes that. All believe that. Wait, hold on. All believe that. Wait. Hold on. All believe. If they all believe the stuff was written down, predetermined or whatever, then I'm saying that in theory, that shows that there's no such thing as free will because everything that you was going to do was already written out.
And can anybody share that screen? I got a hadith in the back.
Stop. So it limits, yes.
You spoke more than one.
Wait, let him answer.
Then I'm going to go.
Yeah, we can share it after still, but let him answer.
All right, let him answer, then we're going to share the screen.
Veli, so you're saying then that the writing of it down means the people's free choice is limited, yes or no?
That means they don't have a free choice. You only do a script. There isn't a free choice if it's written down.
Brilliant.
You don't have a free choice. Bro, are you listening to what I'm saying? If it's written down, bro, listen, it's like there's a film script that you have to do, and there's words that you have to say, and then if you say anything else, that's not part of the film. It gets cut, edit, start again. Yes, you have
to do keep asking the same question.
That means that, bro, I don't get how you don't see how that doesn't mean that you don't have free will.
But forget what you think I can see or can't see. You need to just agree with something and stop shape shifting. So is it a yes?
How is it shape shifting?
Issa, mute up, brother,
Yes or
please.
no?
The point has been
It's
made.
yes or no? Shush.
You keep repeating the same question, brother.
I'm tapping him, and he's just he keeps letting off.
All right, hey, please share the screen.
Yes
Please,
or no, Veli? Do you believe that? Shut the hell up.
All right, I'm gonna read the
Yes or no,
hadith. I'm gonna read the hadith. It says that
give him one chance to answer. Malato, give him his chance to
waste of
answer.
space, man.
All right,
Veli,
take 30 seconds.
Give him one chance. Give him one chance.
All right, 30 seconds.
Veli, yes or no? Veli, yes or no?
What's yes or no?
Oh my God.
What's
Veli,
yes or no?
simple question. Are you saying and sticking to it that if it's written down...
I'm saying there's no such thing as free will if it's written down. That's what I'm saying. No.
You keep doing that. I'm asking you a question. Are you saying that if it's written down on a tablet by God or angels, then human beings do not have free choice and free will? Yes or no?
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Human beings do not have free choice if the shit's written down.
Right. So if it's to show us the connection between somebody that knows what you're going to do and writes it down and the people being limited or forced in doing any action, show the connection. Done.
Show the link in the back.
If you, bro, listen. If you're the game creator, the script writer of what every character does, and the character only does what your script says, what does that mean? That means that the character did exactly what you written down, you nutcase. You didn't have a choice of any other stuff that you was... Bro, wait. Issa. Can you... Right, Issa, wait, let me ask you a question, Issa. Issa, listen. Can you do anything that... Wait, listen, Issa. Can you do anything that God hasn't willed that you was allowed to do?
You changed it. You've changed it. You keep, and that's a new one.
No, but
just answer the question, Issa. Answer the guy.
Can you do anything that God has willed that you can't do?
Issa, you ain't answered nothing. You know that.
No. Listen, because Veli's shapeshifted whole.
Answer the goddamn question.
You've been running for the last God knows how long.
Flipping
hey, Veli, he's not going to answer the question.
You're running,
Share the link, please.
I'm pinning him to one point. If you notice, when he responds, he says, when it's he does the game and you do this and you do that, makes you do this. Where's all that bollocks coming from?
All right, well, hold on. You made your point. Now, let me just read this hadith. It'll be brief. Now, you got Bukhari.
Yeah, he obviously needs time to think. Like, read your thing out, man.
Issa, you need time to think. You need time to think. Now, the hadith is Bukhari 5134. It says that Muhammad married Aisha when she was 6 and had sex with her when she was 9. This is what the Arabians follow. Muhammad was an Arabian. How is a Caribbean going to tell the world that Muhammad didn't do this when the Arabians are saying he did do this? That's what I would like to know.
I'll tell you how. The author of the text is from Persia, not Arabia, you stupid idiot. The author of the text is from Persia. Try again, you dumb idiot.
Was he Caribbean? Checkmate. Was he Caribbean?
He's Persian.
Fuck is you talking about? Was he Caribbean?
He's Persian. He was not Arabian. You said Arabian. You said Arabian. You said Arabian.
Now this is the question. Now, and why you run from this question? Why Ethan run from this question? I'm asking a question. Why you run from this?
You got it wrong.
Now, in Saudi, everything I said was right. Watch this.
You said Arabian. You said Arabian. You said Arabian. He's Persian. He's Persian.
Now watch this. I heard your point. Now listen to mine. Now, do Saudi Arabia? I'm asking a question. Do Saudi Arabia? I'm asking a question. I'll come back on when Veli's ready to have this thing. Because Veli just letting you run? All right, go ahead and run, coward. Go ahead and run. Yeah, I chased you off. Go ahead and run. The point is this. Saudi Arabians.
Yeah, but wait, Mulatto. Hold on. He keep trying to tell you that he's not a Sunni in it. So the questions that you're asking him relate to Sunni beliefs. And not
exactly, Veli. That's my point. The Saudi Arabians, the Saudi Arabians today, they follow that hadith. Checkmate. The Saudi Arabians today follow that hadith.
He's not the same sect as the Saudis, bro. I don't know what you're hearing.
The Saudi Arabians follow that hadith. They follow that hadith. Yes, they follow that hadith.
You're not really getting it.
In Jamaica, why you pray to an Arabian God? I'm asking the question. Why you don't got an African prophet Checkmate.
Why
you don't got a Caribbean prophet? Checkmate. Why you don't got a Caribbean prophet?
They do have a prophet.
Why you put your I'm asking the question? Look how triggered he is. Hold on, one mic at a time.
You know what the Jamaican prophet's name is, man?
Yeah, he getting cooked right now.
Hey, wait. You know what the Jamaican prophet's name is, man?
Exactly. It ain't Muhammad. Checkmate. It ain't Muhammad.
Say it out loud, cuz.
Checkmate. It ain't Muhammad. Checkmate.
No, say it. What's
Checkmate. It ain't Muhammad. Exactly. Hey, look. Say his name.
Marcus Messiah.
Say his name.
I am made.
Say his name.
You're right.
Say his name.
It's a Garvey.
Say his name.
Garvey.
You see this mulatto right here?
He's a hurt. The point is this.
He's a hurt, brother.
If the Arabians, I go ahead.
National hero.
We're in the checkmate in a little while.
Look how hurt Issa is. Look how hurt he is. I go ahead, Issa.
Yeah, but bro, listen. I'll keep trying to let you know though, cuz he's not. You need to look into the Shia side of whatever.
No,
you're trying
I'm very
to
familiar. I'm very familiar.
Listen though. Listen. Why I'm telling you this, isn't it? Because the Sunni side is more relating to Khan and his gang. Like they follow that.
I agree. I agree.
Shia,
but the point is this, this point is unavoidable. This point is unavoidable. The modern Saudi Arabians today.
The Shia hadiths are less popular.
Hold on, but one
some of them are wild though, still. So
no, I heard you, but one mic at a time. Now the modern Saudi Arabians.
Why are you driving right now, bro? It's like
Louise, that's me speaking. Can you hear me, Louise?
One mic at a time.
I'm talking about these.
Look, Issa hurt. Look how triggered he hurt because I exposed the prophet.
Look at him. He's hurt.
He triggered. Look at him.
You hurt. Look at
the point is
you're not exposing anything. You're saying people believe this, right?
They believe it. Yeah, they definitely believe it. They definitely believe it.
Listen.
Watch this, Khan.
You're not a good advertisement.
No, Khan, I'm gonna ask you. Now, Khan, did Muhammad consummate the marriage to Aisha when she was 9?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
You said yeah before I got the clip. Khan, you said yeah before I got the clip. You know that.
From Saudi Arabia.
I know, but you're Muslim and you said yes before. Khan, admit it.
You're saying that I must go by Saudi? Is that what you're saying?
Khan, that's what I'm saying. You said that Muhammad. You admitted that Muhammad consummated the marriage when she was 9 years old with Aisha, right?
I don't know. I'm saying,
but no, you said it before, though, right?
Wait. You're saying, Mulatto, that Saudi Arabians believe this,
right?
No, right now I'm asking about you. No, right now I'm asking about you, though. Khan, you admitted it, and I got the clip.
I'm not answering any questions today.
Look at Issa. He's really chimping out. Really, he acting like a monkey right now.
Because you're annoying, I'm trying to talk to Vance.
His prophet.
If you just
the point is this.
Listen.
Look,
I'm not interested
in Issa, you hurt, brother.
But
hold on, have some before, brother. Alright, but Khan, last time me and you spoke about this.
No.
Hold on, Issa.
Use us. One at a time now, man.
Yeah, one at a time.
I can't even understand what anyone's saying, man.
Exactly.
You know what? It's
let's calm it down.
I'm trying to understand what someone's saying.
Exactly. Now, Khan, last time me and you spoke about this, Issa, calm down.
You claim you're a mixture. Wait. He claims he's a mixture.
At the same time. Come
on. He claims he's a mixture, right? And that's why you call yourself mulatto.
What does that have to do with the discussion?
Hold on. The same way.
Checkmate.
What did you?
Hey, listen, we need to mature these arguments of.
I know, brother.
Being
please.
like, your ethnicity equals a trait of dumbness or whatever, man. It's that.
Your grandkids gonna be dumb because they're gonna be mulatto.
Some people are dumber and some people are smart. That's it.
I'm gonna.
And people are just playing this stupid role as well. Like.
Exactly, bro. Let's get back to the serious discussion.
Stupid role.
Now, Khan, last time me and you spoke about this, and I got the clip. You admitted that Muhammad had sex with Aisha when she was 9 years old, right?
No, I said I didn't believe it myself.
Brother, we got the clip, brother. Do I gotta come back with the clip? God damn it.
Yeah, come with the clip, then.
All right, man. Shit. All right, Valley, I'll be right back.
Yeah, you remember Mulatto? I'll save you time. You're remembering it wrong, bro.
Brother, I got the clip. Do I gotta go get the clip?
Yeah,
let's get the clip. Go get the clip. Go get the clip. Thank you. Veli.
I'm sure I've been consistent on that point. Anyway,
Hey,
Vel,
wait.
can I just
He should
can I
drop
just say
himself
something
off
to
at
you,
the
Vel?
same time.
Yeah, he's
Hey,
coming.
wait, hold
He'll
on.
come back.
He
He'll
was
come back.
about to moan about my man, and then he dropped off still. Right now,
But
yeah, it says device not connected. Oh, she's
No, no,
back.
no,
nah, he's
Yo,
back.
no,
Issa,
okay,
what
stop.
happened, bro?
Let's stop,
You lot
stop,
love
stop.
going
I
head to head
pressed.
with each other, man.
Listen,
Pause,
stop,
pause,
stop. I
pause.
thought I pressed unmute, but I must have pressed start cam. Yeah, bro, don't try that. Like
Okay,
man's gonna
okay.
run for me. Anyway, I'm here, bro. I'm here. Now that you're
It don't run,
your
fam.
little, now that your little monkey's gone, bruv, let's get it right. You ready? As I was saying at the beginning and throughout the whole lot, yeah, I was saying you
What did
are
you call
making a
him?
connection between
Mulatto
knowledge.
monkey beast, yeah? Mad, say that.
No, wait. Listen. It's what I'm saying. You were making a connection between knowing and knowledge and the limiting or the forcing of action or free will. And you've said
Nah,
it all the way through.
yeah, well, you keep adding into the extra into this, yeah? Like, I've never said once that it forces you into action. I'm saying that you don't have a choice. You don't have to force no action if you only write out what the person can do. That means the only thing they can do is what's written down in the script of the actions that they can take out. Like a computer game, a cartoon character, a movie role, a non-playable flipping guy and a flipping...
No, a movie role is a script.
Arcade game or something.
Hold on. But a movie role, not only are you limited, but you're told to do it, and you do it. So there's two parts. Not only are you limited, because you've got the script to follow, but you're told to do it. So there's a
but you're saying that... But bro, listen, with that, yeah, in that, I was just giving you a similarity so you could understand the point that I'm trying to make to you of... But, alright, with that, the movie role, the director gives the act. Wait, hold on. The director or whatever, the script writers give the actors different scripts, and then they say and do the different things. The director does this, that, and the other, and blah blah blah. But every time they do something that's not in the film, that they don't want in, or whatever, or if it's like a strict remake of what actually happened in a thing, it's not like you can add extra bits in or whatever. Like, they're not going to allow you to do the stuff that any extra bits in it. Like, so it is this. You don't have a choice. You can only do.
Have you noticed how simple I put the damn thing?
Oh, I got the clip in the back, Belly. I put the clip.
No, because you're saying that. You're saying you keep adding in the force. Like, I'm saying that God forced you to do so and so. He don't have to force you to do it if you believe that everything's written down before you done it. Because the only thing you can do is the stuff that's written down.
Bro, you don't have to believe in it. The people are saying.
All right, Issa, you're arguing about the same shit in circles, bro.
Flip's sake, man. Why did you let this savage back on? Anyway,
bro,
I was saying,
I got the clip in the back of Khan admitting that.
Yeah, all right, bro. You can go in a bit, bro. But come on, you know we were speaking, innit? Listen, let's finish the conversation.
As I was saying, Veli,
bro, you asked me to go get the clip, bro.
Let's make it simple, Veli. Let's make it simple. How it started was you and the guy in the chat was saying about their reason for not believing in God. It's a paradox because he created you and he knows what you're gonna do, right? And you can't have free will because he knows what you're gonna do. Yes or no?
You can't have free will.
Yes or no?
But bro, listen. The point is that how do you not understand? But bro, I don't get. But Issa, this is like a crazy argument that you're trying to make here. It's like there's, that. Bro. Listen, you keep trying to contort this argument into forcing someone into what they have to do or whatever, and then having the choice of what they can and can't do or whatever, or them only being able to do the one thing.
You're lying. I've said now, all I've said to you is show the connection between what you've said in regards to knowing and not having free will. That's it. No force.
Yeah, because if you know what the person, if there's only one role or one action that the person can take in every single scenario because it's written down, that's what they're going to do. How can that equal free will?
Now you've added written down. But all right, let's go with that. Let's go with
No,
that.
but bro, listen, that's the point. But ain't that? Hey, bro, listen. The written down point was in there since you told me the written down point has been in there. But let me finish this part though. Yeah, the written down point has been in there since you informed me that it was
it's irrelevant. Right, change your argument. Right, change your argument.
It was hadith.
It doesn't make any difference whether it's written down or not. You're saying that God knows it. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes or
so
no?
how can you? How can you do? How can you do something if God knows what you?
Right. So
everything that you're already going to do.
Right. So if he knows it, I've given the example. I know Veli, and Veli hates chocolate milkshake. Right. He loves banana milkshake on Wednesday.
Back to milkshakes again.
Wait, stop. Listen to what you said. You said knowing. I'm saying, how is me knowing what you would choose, limiting your free will?
No. You knowing exactly what I'm going to do before I did. So before I was born, you knew how everything that was going to happen in my life, before my life, and then after my life. How have I made any choices of what's going to happen in my life then, if you knew everything that was already going to be done before it started?
Well, who's made the choice? You've said, how have you made any choices? Who's made the choices?
That's what you're, bro. That's the point. You keep trying to say free will, like you have a choice of the different things to do. You don't. It's written down.
Choices. Wait. You said,
Valley, you keep letting them ask you the same question.
Oh my gosh! Stop. Valley, you've said you haven't made any choices. So therefore, who has made the choices?
You haven't. How have you made a choice though? If it's written down, what you're going to do?
I'm asking you a question. Who's made the choices? Bloody hell! Who's made the choices?
He's saying there is no choices.
Bro, that's trying to say there isn't a fucking choice. You can't make a choice. God knows everything that you was going to do before you did it. It's already written down as far as you're concerned. It's already down in writing. Every action you was going to take before you was going to take it. So no choice nothing that you've done is a free choice.
What the hell is going on here?
It was predetermined that you was going to do everything that you did. This argument here was written out.
All these arguments in his
to keep repeating it. Like you made your point very clear.
Yeah, Valley, you made the point, bro.
Yeah, but he's just being silly, isn't it? You're being silly on purpose, man.
No. He's being silly on purpose. He just doesn't have an answer for you. That's all it is.
You don't, bro.
You know what? I'll ask you, Carl.
Hold on, you drawing it out, though.
No. Issa, give an answer to the question. How can you say someone has free will when everything that they was going to do was already written down before they did it? How can they choose what they've done?
You're the one that says they don't.
No, I'm asking you that. Tell me how that can work as free will. You're the only one that believes that that's true.
Stop. Listen carefully. I haven't made the claim that it being known and written down means you haven't got free will. You have. So you have to explain how somebody...
Bro,
all right, well, hey, I'm about to drop down.
You're making a claim that you can have free will when it's written down, and that's what I'm trying to ask you to explain right now. Issa, listen. I'm asking you to explain how you can have free will while the stuff is determined what you was going to do. How can you have free will?
I'll explain it again. Here's somebody that has knowledge of somebody. Yes. For whatever reason, they have perfect, predictable knowledge of this being, right? So they know this guy. All right, here's an example. Veli has a choice between a tranny and a proper woman. Veli is always going to choose a proper woman. Is that because I can read Veli's mind? No, it's because I know Veli. Do you understand? I haven't forced Veli.
I don't understand what you just said.
I'm interrupting you, flipping more.
Because you're not even making sense.
That's what
I know. You're not listening. Knowledge.
That's not the same comparison, man.
You said knowledge. So I'm saying knowledge. Stop.
Well done for saying something that's fucking true, though. Yeah, big up yourself. Yeah, obviously that's true, isn't it? Yeah. But I'm saying it wasn't a good comparison.
No. Listen to what you said. You said knowledge. Listen to what I'm saying. You're getting your whole argument wrong. It's not knowledge. And I've been waiting for you to bloody make the connection and you can't do it. I've given the example. You said you want me to explain it. I've explained it. because
No,
a
but that's
being
not the same, bro. Do you want me
listen,
to
you said
explain
knowledge.
why I don't think that that's the same comparison as the point that
Bro,
I'm making?
Stop.
You're
It doesn't matter
talking about,
your
but yeah,
you
but
asked me
listen,
to
bro,
explain it.
listen.
I
You just
said
gave your
knowledge.
answer and said that that's the comparison to what I just asked you a question on, and it's not, because what I asked you a question on is how you can have free will when every decision, everything that you was gonna do, like even the things that you don't know about or whatever, everything was already known and written down of choices that you was gonna make
Not written.
from
Don't go to
life
writing.
to
Don't go
death,
keep going to writing.
after death or
Don't go to
whatever.
writing.
How
Don't go
how
to
can you
writing.
still have free will after that?
No,
How
forget
does
the
that?
writing.
How does free will
Keep
and
running
that
to the writing thing. I'm
work
not
out?
keep adding to predestination writing.
Well, if God knows everything that you was gonna do before you was gonna do it, how can you say that you've made a choice in any decision that you've taken?
Because he's more intelligent and knows everything. Now what? That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying that you haven't made a choice then?
I'm saying he knows what I'm going to choose. I've still got free, bruv. You've still got free choice, even if so, because he can predict human behavior. I mean, that's all right. You know what?
He's not predicting though.
I
noticed that you keep trying wordplay and trying to slippery escape out here. The side exit. You can't do that, bro. We never said no, bro. Nah, it's not that God doesn't have multiple choice of things saying that you might do this and you might do that or whatever. He says exactly what you're gonna do, and that's the thing that you do. So that's not the same as saying I know what you was gonna do. That's why I know what you did or whatever. That's no. You were saying that he knew exactly what he was going to do before you did it. So how do you now have free will if he knows everything you was going to do before you did it?
Because he's got
before you knew about the choices.
I'll give an example. I'll give an example. Wait, stop. I'll explain to you, because I think in your head you've got a load more information, but you're using this term and you can't think of another term. Right, so I'll explain what I explained to those people in the park. I gave an example to one of the brothers that was totally against. Do you remember James, the little short James, the white guy? Do you remember him that had a big mouth back in the day? Right. So I was giving an example to about 5 of the guys who were opposing me. One was wasn't sure, and I gave the example of a cat, and I said if I gave a hungry cat a piece of real chicken and a piece of plastic chicken, I'm predicting 100% every single time that cat comes in hungry, he's going to go for the real chicken. Is that because I'm...
Yeah, but that's not the same thing. Bro, what? Stop doing that, man, because you keep... Bro, please, Isa, you're smart. You're much smarter than this, yeah? And you keep doing this other arts stuff.
It's just weird.
No, bro, you keep trying to do a bait and switch of saying that you know that someone will pick real food over plastic food is the same as knowing exactly what the person's got to do before they've done it. That's not the same, bro.
Hold on. So I said before the cat does it, I know what it's going to do. How is it not the same?
Because that's not no predetermination shit, isn't it? It's not saying that you know. Listen. You know that there's. Listen, listen to my answer first, brother. Listen, how can you say? Listen, how can you say it's the same thing? You're saying that if this happens now, if not, this is gonna happen. If this happens, brother, if the listen. You're saying if the cat somehow luckily ends up with a choice between real chicken and plastic chicken, it's gonna wait, listen, it's gonna pick the real chicken every time. Brother, listen, please, bro, Issa, man, my throat's sore right now, yeah, from shouting and fucking driving and this shit. But yeah, pause on the sore throat, yeah. But anyway, yeah. But like, so you were saying, yeah, that the cat, you believe that the cat is gonna make a choice of eating the real chicken over the plastic chicken if it is ever given that choice or whatever, yeah. And I'm saying it's not the same as saying that tomorrow, like before this happened, God wrote down that in the future on YouTube, Issa and Veli. Bro, listen. Listen,
No, 'cause you keep
bro.
adding and changing.
Nah, but why do you keep doing this, man? Bro,
Because you
can you
keep
stop? I
adding
beg
stuff.
you. Issa, come on, man. I beg you.
But we
Fam,
agree
stop
on
it.
knowledge. That's
Let me
it.
get.
No
Bro,
writing,
listen.
no explanation, just
Bro,
knowledge.
stop, man. Stop.
I
You
didn't
know
say I'm
it's
gonna
not the
write it
same.
down.
Brother, come on, man. You know it's not the same.
Well, because you're
You know
adding
it's not
stuff
the
through it.
same.
There's no
Brother,
writing.
stop, man.
I said
Issa, to pussy clap, man. Stop,
you're
man.
gonna add-
Issa, listen, man. Issa. Come on, listen.
I didn't add
Issa,
anything.
listen. What the comparison that you made is not the same as the comparison that I made, because in my comparison, I'm saying that God knows exactly what you was gonna do before you was gonna do it. Not that hypothetically, if you've given a choice, I think that you're gonna make this choice, because in that scenario that you're in the scenario, bro. Listen, the scenario that you're giving for the cat and the chicken, there's still a probable chance that the cat could pick the fucking plastic chicken up and run about with that and play with that or whatever. Yeah, bro. You said that you know that every bro. Stop. You said every time you know for a fact that the cat's gonna pick the chicken. Does God make mistakes, Lisa?
Wait.
Does God make mistakes?
Let's not go there. I said 100%. Do you challenge me?
No. Answer that question. Does God make mistakes?
No, don't ask me a question.
So would God give you a probable answer or the answer of what's gonna bro? Does God use probabilities or 100% facts when he's giving his answer? Bro. Listen. Does God give probable answers or factual answers when he's saying what he's gonna do? So he's not gonna say you're going to make a choice between so and so and pick that one and then make a mistake and you actually pick the other one, is he?
Is this a joke? We simply said knowledge. I gave an example, a simple example for you to understand. I didn't make it complicated. I have knowledge that every single time I offer this hungry cat real chicken and plastic chicken, and I've predicted before it does it.
You added in hungry cat. You added in hungry. You just said a cat. You just said a cat and chicken. That's it. No. You didn't say hungry cat, bro. You just said hungry now.
Stop. I said
as far as I was concerned, you've just added in the hungry.
I'm telling you, I said hungry.
I didn't hear you say hungry first.
It doesn't matter if you heard it or not.
You said a cat and there's a chicken and a plastic chicken.
Stop. I made sure I said hungry. It doesn't matter whether you remember it or not, but the fact that you're trying to pick on these little points is very simple. The example given...
No, because you need to deal with facts, right? God don't make mistakes.
Listen, why do you avoid answering questions, though? Like,
I've answered no questions, number one.
Listen, Khan.
I've answered 10 million questions. You've not answered one.
My cat scenario is the bloody answer to your question. What the frick you said I'm answering, idiot?
No, it's not.
Flipping moron.
No one can predict what a cat will do.
My response, you know what, bro? Leave it. I'll tell you what, Veli. Let's cover this.
I asked you a direct question. Does God make mistakes?
Right, because you're moving away from the subject. So how am I going to answer that when you haven't dealt with my scenario?
It's part of the subject. What are you talking about? Because I'm saying that God decided everything that you're going to do before you was going to do it. That's why you don't have a choice. So God don't make mistakes and write down that you was bro. Listen, God doesn't determine everything that you're going to do, and then you do something different. That never happens. Does it?
You accepting that he's incapable
of answering? That becomes another discussion, and that's a bigger discussion than this one.
Trying to help him. You're making
the same discussion, man.
No, it's the same discussion because you're now asking about the nature of God. No, because that becomes the nature of God if he makes mistakes. You just
ain't even got an answer. That's a mad thing.
Shut the hell up, man.
Now you're saying that
that's
God
not
can
a
make
different
mistakes.
discussion. That's actually what it hinges on.
It's the same
the whole argument hinges on the fact whether it can be wrong or not.
What hinges on
for you to act like this is irrelevant is just
judging your life.
Why are you spazzing out, man? Stop spazzing out, husband.
The whole argument hinges on this fact.
The whole thing is hinging on if God is going to judge you. No, if God is going to judge you at the end of your life, is that justice considering that you didn't get to choose?
I know that's the bloody point, you idiot. So I'm saying,
I'm talking to science.
Can't wait. Listen. The whole point I'm making is the concept of predestination, where you are forced to do it and then judged upon it, is unjust and not Quranic. That's the point. And I'm saying that concept of God is
but that's
wrong.
Not true though. But some Muslims
that is the case though, because
but some Muslims do believe that.
But that is the case.
I know. Jews, Christians, and Muslims. I know they do. I didn't ask you whether Muslims believe it. I said that's not in the Quran, you deaf idiot. So stick to what I'm saying and stop telling me rubbish. So all I'm saying to you is, hold on. So when it says the tablet that Allah has, he said some he establishes and some he effaces. What does that mean, bro? Go on, Khan.
Right. Like I said to Veli about half an hour ago, some. Yeah. For some people, they're for the hellfire no matter what they do. Right?
That's not going to do what I said.
Because
I said listen, the tablet, bruv, listen carefully. Okay, what's written down for people, yes? Some of what's written, so for instance, let's say, for instance, it's written that Khan is going to be skinny.
Said, yeah. I'll get what
right,
you said.
Hold on. Let's say it's written that Khan is going to be skinny, right? That was rubbed out, and it put Khan's going to be a fat bloody idiot, right? Yeah. So it's changed. So if it's good, right? So I'm saying to you, you have free will. Now, what causes that change in the writing? And this was my point.
The writing doesn't change. That's wrong.
Bro, it says so in the blood.
Read it again. It says some things are predetermined and some things ain't.
You didn't even know the verse. You idiot. You didn't even know the verse existed. That's what I'm saying.
Based on the verse that you're reading, you're saying that some things are predetermined and some things aren't.
No, oh my gosh, bruv. Listen, it's very clear. Okay, let me tell you how it works.
Read it again.
That's so silly. Like, what would be the validity?
I've already read this
writing
so
down
many
all
times,
the changes.
You're the one that keeps
exactly. Thank you, science. That's not even logical.
Really? It's not logical, no?
What, to have million?
No, Khan, go on, Khan. What's not logical?
That are constantly rewriting themselves every second of the day as people make decisions that are unpredictable. That's so stupid.
If you have the ability to change it, there's no point writing it down in the first place.
Are you sure?
You might as well get a biographer after you die and then write it correctly then, innit? What'd be the point of constant rewriting throughout? That's so sad.
Sure. Why is it written down?
Look, you're having difficulty
applying forget the persons.
To the set parameters of this conversation. It's simple logic.
Listen. It's very simple.
You understand the question that Veli put, and then using logic extrapolate from that position.
It's simple.
You keep saying listen, but you fail at answering.
I've answered. I'll say it to you, Khan. Let's see how you can deal with it. He said, because God knows everything you're going to do, that means you don't have free choice. So I'll ask you, right? Because he put it back to me. How is that case? I gave the example of me knowing that I can put a hungry cat in a room and then give it a choice between a plastic piece of chicken and a real piece of chicken. I know 100% that it's always going to choose the real piece of chicken. Did I force it to? Does it have
That's so stupid.
There is no 100%. That's not true. A cat can choose a plastic chicken over a cooked chicken. A cat can do that.
When it's hungry?
No, forget whether it's hungry or not.
Okay. Even when it's not hungry. Even
if you're starving hungry.
Okay. Wait. Stop.
Yes, and even when it is hungry, yes.
Stop. I'm saying to you, where will you find, because remember, I'm saying I have knowledge, not guesswork, knowledge. Where are we going to find the evidence for what you say?
Listen, Issa, let me ask you a question.
You'd have to carry out the experiment. You'd have to carry out the experiment, yeah? You'd have to carry out the experiment, but also, you trying to say that you could guarantee on the experiment, if we was able to carry out such experiment, you're guaranteeing that. Hold on.
Sometimes
are you guaranteeing that 100% of the time the cats are going to go for the real chicken rather than the plastic chicken? Because there's no way we can guarantee that. Because listen, bro, hold on. We could get synthetic chicken that looks, smells, and tastes, and even fucking feels like chicken or whatever, and place that in there, and that's you, bro, stop, and make the choice even harder. You can have, bro, stop, man. No, Issa, you gotta listen as well, bro. Issa, you have to listen too, bro. Issa, you have to listen. No, because brother, you have an issue with listening to the other side making their point, man. You gotta listen to the both sides, bro.
If you're adding,
listening to your side. No, but you do. You have to listen. You have to listen because you keep trying to say, brother, you keep acting like it's some big got your point when you keep saying, the plastic chicken or the real chicken. Like there's no other measures that we could fucking lay out and make it equaled up. Of course there is. That's the point that we're making to you. So you trying to guarantee that 100% of the time they would pick one and not the other. It's not factual, is it? Even if
you'd be wrong some of the time. Like,
you can't guarantee that, man.
Hold on, Veli. Where is the addition?
That God would
where's the
have that
addition of
problem.
smells to it?
He wouldn't be wrong some of the time.
Where's the addition of smells to it? Veli, where's the addition of smells to it?
The what?
You added it, you can make it smell like
you could rub it in real chicken, real cooked chicken.
Listen,
You could spray it in some chicken spray and make it smell like it. All that, yeah. You could rub it in cat food. You could rub the fucking plastic chicken in whiskers. Yeah, and then fucking remove all the bits of whiskers and just make sure it smells like it. And the cat will fucking run over to that fucking whiskers chicken.
I say that.
There's no logical reason for my argument.
I never said you said that. I never said you said that. I never said you said that. You just said plastic chicken.
That's a straw man.
But you just said, bro, you said plastic chicken. Yeah, like there's no, brother, you just said plastic chicken. Like there's no other, there's nothing that we could do to make plastic chicken appealing to a cat. Yeah, but you're. Bro, that's the point.
You know what? All the analogies are silly.
You're not listening to the point, so you don't get what I'm saying. You keep saying veli while I'm explaining the point to you. Brother, listen to the point. Isa.
You can't add stuff to it. That's not what happens.
Isa, listen. You got
I'm gonna get the plastic.
He's spazzing out again.
Alright, man. After you finish what you're saying, listen to what I was saying. Isa, listen, I'm going to let you finish what you're saying. But listen to what I'm going to say after.
Thank you, let me finish. Right, okay. All right, thank you. What I'm saying, Veli, is if I give an example, my example stands there. Every time anyone gives an example, that's the example they've given. If you want to start adding smells and tastes and textures and all kind of crap to it, then it's not the example, Veli. Do you understand?
I'm not saying that it's your example. I'm using your example to make it a fair experiment, because you was just saying plastic chicken versus real chicken, like that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but you was just saying plastic. Brother. Listen. If a scientist, an actual scientist worth his salt, was carrying out an experiment, or whatever, would they carry out a fucking experiment with just a fake plastic chicken? Versus real chicken.
I'll tell you. Yes, they would.
Or would they carry something out with something that might be a little bit similar looking to the chicken or whatever? Like, what would they do? Would they, brother, listen. Would they do one? Brother, come on, bro. Listen. Wait. Listen. Would they do loads of different versions of the same experiment so they can come, brother? So they can get a median actual answer, a proper answer to what they're trying to find out, or would they just carry out whether the chicken is going to take the plastic chicken or the real chicken?
Right.
So they'll carry it out in loads of different settings.
Exactly. I agree with you when you want to make it detailed.
So you agree with the smells then, bruv? Like, come on, man.
The only thing I was showing was, which you seem to have
sort out your own thinking, man.
What's the smells got to do with it?
The point was the knowledge. Have you noticed how you've gone away from the knowledge part and then gone around to chicken, having taste and all this other nonsense? Isn't that weird?
Because like, you're trying to say, bro, listen, First, no. Isa, the first part of your argument. But the first part of your argument, bro, when you made that argument, first of all, my argument back to that was that it wasn't a fair comparison that he was making, because I didn't make that as an original argument of that's the reason why you don't have free choice or whatever. Not because God knows that if you see one or the other. I said that, no, listen. I said that God knows everything that you're going to do before you're going to do it or whatever. So there's no way that you can even have anything to do with free will or whatever. You just carry out whatever the script is. Like, you're just a scripted, non-playable character that carries out all the roles that God has just written down that you can do.
Right.
That's it.
How does that happen then? How does that happen? Carrying out of the script?
Because God already written it down before. God already knows what you're going to do. He created you. He's the computer programmer.
No.
He made this game.
No, you finally got there. You finally got there.
Matrix, bro. It's the Matrix.
This is no. Wait, stop.
You built
Where
it.
he was.
What do you mean?
Where we getting to was.
You asked. Listen, you asked questions to get to this point.
What is wrong with you, man?
This wasn't. But that's not the original argument I was making.
No. But no, the point was.
Yeah, but you keep trying to make it into that argument, though. Like, that's the original argument I was making.
The whole point is.
Stop saying stop.
Stop, Philly. Because you were trying to say, because God created you, that's how everything that you do later on would be predetermined.
No, it's because he's all-knowing and all-powerful. That's why.
No. Oh my God! The knowing. Look,
yeah, but you're focusing on the wrong thing. It's not because he created you. It's because he's all-knowing and he created everything.
Stop, he knows everything. He knows everything. He created everything. He knows everything that's going to happen.
Because he knows everything. He created, therefore he takes responsibility for it.
Wait.
Isa, I don't know why you keep trying to run from the point when you know what the point is, man. You know what the point is, and you're just trying to make loads of different arguments around it.
He knows that he can't argue that point, bro. He knows it.
This would have been a 2-minute conversation. All my point was at the beginning. You then admitted it, right? After all this time, what I'm saying is
some elaborate foreplay.
Dealing with the difference. No.
Just give it
the
up,
point
bro.
is what this bloody idiot doesn't understand. This Turk, right? Is that there are whole books and arguments written on this. When two different, there are two different groups of Muslims, the Mu'tazila and these others, and the Kalam that split because of this argument.
What are you talking about now? You're avoiding this point so badly.
I'm coming to the point. I'm coming to the point as to why
talking about the Maturidis and the fucking Asharis.
No, the Mu'tazila, bruv. The ones
you're not even trying to understand the point. You're taking this down some next road.
Yeah, you're just going down whatever side we want to go down.
No,
brother, you're just saying whatever you want to say, just to make sure that it doesn't mean that you have free will, even though God knows everything you're going to do. It's like, brother, you still haven't answered that question. How can you have free will if God knows everything that you're going to do? Can you answer that at least, please?
All right, I'll explain. Now listen to the answer and try to absorb. It's very simple. Because a being can have knowledge of what you're going to do. Knowledge. Do you not get... What is knowledge to you, Veli? Because you seem to associate knowledge.
Other beings can. You can't say that about God.
Question.
I say it again. Turkey, listen. I just said because knowing has no effect on your actions. There you go.
Right.
What the hell?
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with what he asked you.
He just asked me that question and I answered it, you stupid moron.
All right. So you listen. So let me just clarify. What you're doing wrong here is you're taking it out of context. He's asking you that question within the context of an all-knowing and all-powerful God who created a universe with living beings, knowing before he done this exactly what each one of them would do every single day of their lives. Yeah. In that context, it is impossible for you to exercise free will because you are following that script. So you are ignoring that context to
no. Wait. Hold on. Actually, maybe I should have let you talk before. He now has given the whole thing I've been trying to get Veli to bloody say, because Veli's been using knowledge. Now, when Veli said created, he's been using these predetermination written down and creating the whole background that scientific, this guy here, Mr. Method, is saying. I agree with you. But he hasn't got there yet because he's only...
Yeah, but no, it should be obvious that that's the context.
No, it's not.
It should be obvious that that's the context.
You're such a disingenuous...
Bro, you know the properties of your God, so it should be obvious that that's the context.
Disingenuous, right?
No, scientists...
Yeah, you can't be acting like you don't know that's the context.
You don't really, do you understand
when Veli doesn't even know it's in the Quran. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Veli didn't know whether the writing down was something that you can erase. He didn't know what it meant. So stop trying to say what's obvious. I want him to state his argument and not me assume what he knows. Okay? This would have, like I said, this guy's come on now.
You know the qualities of your God.
What are you talking about, man? I don't know why you always try to make it out like you was always in the right.
But it's his argument, you idiot.
Even though you was wrong. What are you talking about? Bro, listen, you was wrong in the position that you were in. And you still haven't given an answer to the question. Now you've tried to run to something else to make scientific answer some other questions. You still haven't given an answer, guys.
We literally come and help you out.
Answer one question, bro.
I'm saying, what's Turk, wait.
All I did was tell you the context because I know what Veli was saying. The same thing what I said.
Turkey, wait. Just ask the bloody question and we answer. And
Turkey. What are you doing, bruv, man?
Just calm. Yeah, no, calm. Ask the question Ask the question. Let me answer it, then I'll get back to this.
Is your question to do with plastic chickens and real chickens?
No, bro, listen, yeah.
What's going on?
Wait, Isa, before anyone answers any other questions, can you answer that first question? Because, like, you're listen, bro, listen, wait, hold on. You keep talking about what it is that you keep making, bro. Every time you give an answer to the point that I keep making, it's not speaking to the actual point that I'm making, right? It's speaking to something else. It's like something that whatever in it, because you're saying, listen, what you're saying here, every time you keep saying about the I know that you would do this, that, and the other. That's not the same as what's happened. What actually is explained, or as far as everyone's concerned so far, is that what the actions that every single person is taking out and is going to take out or is going to perform or whatever has already been written down, and there's no choice in any of the actions.
I'm not listening to anything but knowledge, unless you use the term knowledge, which you originally used.
There's no choice in
the nation, creation. I'm not listening. Knowledge.
You're being a baby now, man. You're being a baby, man. Stop being a baby, cuz, man. Stop being a baby. Stop running, cuz. You're being a baby, cuz, man. Stop it, man. You're being a baby. But it's the same question. It's all the same question. It's always been the same question. The same question has been.
What's the tablet do?
The same
question. What's the role of the tablet?
Has been.
You said it's the same. Written down and
the same question has been. Is how can you have fucking free will if the person knows the exact choice every single time that you are going to make all the way through your life, before you was born and after you was dead?
And what was my answer?
You said, because if you know someone, you know the choices that they're going to make or whatever. And it's like, bro, that's not really the same thing as what I'm saying, innit? Like,
no, you said that. Knowing knowledge doesn't force of action.
I'm speaking about, bro, listen, you're speaking about the decisions that they might make here, because even that is still, you could make a mistake. Bro, listen. Bro, listen to the point why I keep making a rebuttal to what you're saying. Bro, but you're not listening to the rebuttal. And then answer the rebuttal after, Listen to the rebuttal and then answer it after. Because I keep saying that, obviously, you're talking about the choices what someone could make. So in that determination, unless you're saying that 100% of the time, the choices that you're speaking about, the person's definitely going to make or whatever, like every single scenario that you're going to be able to bring into question, then like even that's a bit wild, But I'm saying that that's not really going to happen, innit? Because obviously, if God's written down what you're gonna do, and you do something that God hasn't written down, does that mean that God's made a mistake, or is that you picked something that God didn't think that you was gonna choose or whatever? Like, how does that work out then?
Right. So what we found Veli do there, switch from knowledge to written down, and then made a new argument trying to slide it under knowledge, but then shapeshift.
It's not. It's the same thing. It's
none of that. It's the same thing.
I don't know why you're so You're so sniffy.
Between knowledge. Hold on, stop. If you say he knows you're going to do it, stop. If you say he knows you're going to do it, it means you're actually going to do it. But when Veli says it's written down, but then you could do something else, we know that when something's written down, you can do something else. But if you know something's going to happen, then it's actually going to happen. Do you see what Veli tried there? That's why I said knowledge. Either argue your point with knowledge and stop changing it to predestination, creation, and writing down, or forget it, because you keep changing the goalposts.
That's what I'm asking. That's the question I'm asking. I'm asking if something's predestined. If something's predestined,
he's better. Let him out.
If something's predestined. If something's predestined, can you do something that's not predestined?
Can you sin?
No, I didn't say predestined.
So exactly, what are you talking about? So you don't have a choice then.
You keep.
So you don't have a choice then.
So you said knowledge. Hold on, wait. You said knowledge, and now you're changing it to predestined. What is your brain working properly?
Because you keep running from fucking corner to corner. Like a little
It
baby.
said
Bro.
knowledge. It's not predestination.
This is on record, you know. This is recorded.
It means the same thing. To know what will happen. To know what will happen for sure, for sure.
Let me tell you what
refer to it as predestination or knowledge about the future.
No, predestination means you affect it with its destination. You are the one that predetermined.
No, predestination just means that it was destined beforehand.
Isa was predestined not to be able to
Wait, stop.
Isa, you are never going to be able to answer this question.
Stop, can't shut up, man. So what you're saying, method, is it's predestined. Explain that with the person having a choice there. Explain that.
Again with the
no, you said that predestination means that you affect it, which it doesn't mean that. It just means that it's determined beforehand.
It not mean that?
It doesn't mean you affect it. It means it's determined, meaning that it's going to happen.
Yeah, what does determined mean?
It's going to happen.
Yeah, how?
That is going to happen.
Listen.
No. That's it. That's the action that's going to happen. And that's what happened. You're not case, but why you keep acting like something bad?
What does the word determine mean? Why the five of you need to bloody talk at once? What does determine mean?
You have not exhibited.
That's how box up you're getting.
What the hell was?
You got concussion.
Any understanding of the
why do you keep talking? You idiot.
Right, Issa's got concussion. You think there's 5 people.
No, stop. Listen, this idiot in the chat. So what I was saying was, Khan,
wow,
what is the question?
The chat, you're Googling the answer.
Khan, shut up, just answer. Ask the question, Khan. Shush. Just ask the question.
He's under pressure now, man. He's under pressure.
He's
all over the place.
That is the question.
What is the question? Ask the question.
Listen, Issa, just collect yourself and make 1 point.
Veli said 2 hours ago. Do you understand the question? Please demonstrate your understanding of this question.
And settle down and collect yourself. You're going a bit mad, like you're all over the place. Take a deep breath and just settle down a bit.
Sure.
You have not in any way, shape, or form demonstrated any understanding.
You don't even know the question. Shut up. You don't shut up. You don't even know the question, you dumb idiot. So he asked, how can you have free will if God knows everything that you're going to do? That's what he asked. And I answered it 5 to 6 times, you absolute idiot. Then he changed the question from knowing to written down.
That's why I keep trying to whittle the question
you didn't
down.
Answer it.
The one that you're going to answer.
Explain it to you in different ways, bro.
I answered it. Listen.
Keep whittling the question down. There's so many different angles that you just never answer. And you've not answered once.
Because knowledge, listen carefully.
You just keep giving different answers like, if I know my mate, and he's going to pick A, he's always going to pick A. And I said, right, so you can guarantee 100% of the time that that's going to happen in every single scenario. You're not going to be able to do that.
You needed this guy to come in and help.
Only God can do that.
Create predestination and all of this. He needed to give you the background, which you didn't understand. You didn't. No, seriously, this is ridiculous. All right, so this guy here, Method, he's the only one that's got a point in argument. You're saying an eternal, all-knowing God who created his creation. Yes?
I'm not the one saying that. That's what Freddy's been saying this whole time. Bro, that is what the conversation has been about since the beginning. Yeah, it only took me to refer you back to that because you were the one kept ignoring that.
He didn't know that.
Of course he knew that. I've heard Veli talk about this many times before. He knows that.
So why did he need you to help him then? Why did he need you to help him?
He didn't need me to help him. I was just bringing the attention back to that.
He's helping you.
Hold on.
Hey, you know what's mad? You're the one that's getting help, and that's how mad you're getting smashed up. Yeah, that you're the one that's actually in the ambulance, and you're talking about lucky the doctor's here. Or so I would have killed him.
Because this is the most embarrassing.
Lucky this ambulance is stopping me.
Lucky this ambulance is here. She would have died.
Bruv, listen, you need resuscitation. I think you have dead. You're dead already, bruv. I'm talking to you through the goddamn You're dead already a long time, bruv. You probably reincarnated a few times already. Bruv.
Issa, listen to this though, yeah. Look how dishonest it is, yeah. I know the context Veli was speaking in, yeah, and so do you. Because you know the properties of your own God. You know that your God is or not. Hang on, you know that your God is omnipotent, all-knowing, and omniscient. Omniscient and omnipotent. Both of those things. You know he's that. So when Veli asks you a question about your God, knowing that he knows that, then that's an underlying assumption that you both have about him.
No. I agree with what you're saying. However, let's say I agree with everything you're saying. Let's say Veli memorized the Quran. In a discussion with me, let's say he knows all of this stuff, right? I'm saying in a discussion with me, if you don't add those in to what you're saying, I'm not going to add it for you. So if your argument is on the table,
dishonest. Then you're
I'm
being
not.
combative,
Listen.
and not. This is not a genuine discourse.
Yeah, you're being facetious.
You're being very disingenuous.
I hear what you're saying. You're not. You're not. Listen. No, I'm not. The reason I'm not is because if he has a presumption about my position, like he believes I believe predestination.
Do you believe it? No. Do you believe about the omnipotence and the omniscience?
Let me finish.
Because if you do, then it's valid for him to do that, isn't it?
No.
See, now you're hiding that fact about your own beliefs.
I'm going to explain it now. If there's two traditions, I actually gave it to him and said what the Shias believe, right? So my point is, if there are two major positions in this, one which believes the all-knowing...
Which one are you? Which one is you, though?
Stop interrupting me. I've already told you.
Because all that matters is which one of them you are.
No, stop, because I'm helping him out, because you claim he already knew this and I'm supposed to know he already knows this. But he clearly didn't, and neither did Khan. So you've come in and tried to help.
Do you think your God is omnipotent or omniscient? That's all that matters.
Yes, I've said yes. What
right, so it was valid for him to frame his question within that, embedded with that assumption, because you agreed to it and he agrees to it.
Okay. So
because you just agreed to it, bruv.
So let me beat you. Okay, why does him being all-knowing and all-powerful? Why does that mean humans don't have free will? Explain that. You're done. Go on, explain that.
It is because he's already explained it to you. It's because I'll reiterate.
What?
So it's already been explained to you, but because him being all powerful and all knowing, it means that nothing can go against his knowledge. So if he knows something, it's not kind of you guessing whether the cat eats this or that. It's not like that. He knows in the sense that it's not possible for anything to go any other way, because he created the universe, he created the laws of physics. Everything will convene exactly at the right moment, and what will happen will be what he knew to happen. So in that situation, none of us can have free will, because we can only ever follow the script that he has written. Wait. He's all powerful, so he could have created a different universe, but he chose to create the universe where all these particular things happened. Therefore, we didn't have any free will.
Wait. Listen to what this clown just said. He created a universe with these laws of physics and blah blah blah. Even if you're not atheist and you still believe in the same laws of physics, humans still have free will. You didn't get down to your concept of God to how it limits our free will. Try again. Here's another chance for you.
No, I did. That's exactly what I said.
I'll say it again.
Wait. No.
You said.
I know what you're saying. I heard what you said.
Created the universe the way it is. He established the laws of physics the way they are, and created like nature the way that it functions. An atheist believes the same thing, that we are in these laws of physics. No.
It's irrelevant to mention what atheists believe.
You're not
It's
listening.
got
You're not
absolutely
listening.
nothing to do with it.
Stop. Listen, I'm saying the points you mentioned we have in common with atheists that they exist.
And how is that relevant? So having something in common with atheists means what?
That's not the point, though. That's not even getting at each other. That's not even the point, though.
Stop interrupting, bruv.
Saying that you overlap with atheists on a naturalistic viewpoint,
You're not
it means
listening.
nothing. It's irrelevant to this argument. I don't know why you're being stupid, because that's just stupid. It's
You're
got
the
nothing to do with
donkey
it.
that can't explain how God being all-knowing and omnipotent means that you don't have free will. You still have.
I just did, and I'll explain it again.
No, you didn't.
All right, I'll explain it again. Just be quiet. Be quiet. Listen. Being all-powerful and all-knowing means that when he created the universe, he could have created it for different things to occur. But he created it being all-powerful and all-knowing about the future. He created it in a particular way for everything to happen the way it is happening. Therefore, none of us can go against his pre-knowledge, because otherwise he wouldn't be omniscient. For him to be omniscient, he knew before he created the universe every little thing that was going to happen. Therefore, none of us can do anything but follow that script of his pre-existing knowledge, which can never be wrong, because he is omniscient.
You finished? Okay, so let me explain. You've got them mixed up when you keep saying omniscient, which means he knows everything. And you should have been saying omnipotent, meaning the action is what causes us to not have free will. And this is the bit. I'll just explain it because you lot are bloody retarded. I thought this guy could do it. So I'll explain what that means, Veli, right? How it works with the argument that you're trying to make is that God predetermined. So that's why when you said the word create, I said, good, now you're getting there. The argument is that when this being, like if you created a program and then you hit return, it's going to do everything you've programmed it to do and nothing else. Okay? Because you've set the program. in the human being, in the universe, etc. That is called predetermination. However, if you've also created a program in which there are limited variables in which this thing has a choice, now that's where we have free choice.
So then he's not omniscient anymore. Then he can't be omniscient anymore.
Hold on, explain that, please. I want to hear that. One
So if
second.
he introduces the randomness that he can't predict into the universe, then he's not omniscient anymore.
No, wait, hold on, no, wait, stop. This is a good point. Now we've almost got there.
Why so your mic's really low? We can't hear you.
Wait, stop. This is a.
Hey, why is he saying that he's got to get on the train? So should we let him speak? We'll carry on after. Let Why say his piece, innit?
Just give me quick. All right, go on.
Just take time to think, man.
Shush, man. Go on. I've got it.
So firstly, you were talking about how if a person is an atheist, they align, they believe in free will. Atheists don't have to believe in free will. I don't believe in free will. So that argument is just null and void. Secondly, think of free will as like this. The Quran is eternal. You agree?
Oh, yes. Bruv, please.
Okay. So,
oh my God. Look, forget this, bruv. This man's going down a whole Kalam argument.
Listen, dude.
This is ridiculous.
Dude,
take half an hour to argue this.
Dude, it's this simple. Abu Lahib is in the Quran. And in the Quran it says that he is going to go to hell. And that his wife is going to. That they will never, it's essentially saying that they will never die believers. If the Quran is eternal, then that means since beginning of time that, dude, stop saying in the background. Stop. Dude, so the whole point is Allah, Abu Lahib never had free will to become a Muslim and go to not go to hell, because that would be contradictory to the concept of that the Quran is Allah's perfect words. So if he had free will to become a Muslim, that would be conflicting. Even the possibility, that's the thing about it, even the possibility of him being able to become a Muslim and not go to hell would contradict the theology of Islam. It's that simple, dude.
All right. Okay. So, would you say that's unjust? Wait, let me ask you. Would you say that's unjust?
He was addressing me. Hold on. No, he was addressing me.
Would you say that's unjust?
Wait. Let me quickly deal with this. This was a major point, the exact example you gave, and I gave even the prophets. Anyone mentioned in the Quran would not have any free will, not just him. So people promise heaven, whatever it is it says, if that's the case. But you did ask me the question.
Said they don't have free will. You just said
I'm saying any person's action. This was my argument against a brother. We were debating the same subject, right? And that's a good point. But guess what? You would now have to deal with the Quran being eternal in the way that you understand it. And number two, what are the explanations given in regards to the tests of these souls? I'm talking like the religious thing, the tests of these souls before this happens. Now, when you say the Quran's eternal, you obviously know there's a conversation or debate between the Kalam, yes or no? Hello?
About the word?
The word, yeah.
Yeah.
So the word,
wait, yes or no?
The word, what do you, no, you are trying to obfuscate from the
No, I'm not. You asked me a question.
No, listen. Everybody would say the Kalam is eternal and that the Kalam is Allah's words, right? The Quran is the Kalam. So then,
but I didn't say the Quran is.
So then, you also, but there is no debate inside of Islam that the Quran is the Kalam, the word of Allah. There's no debate.
No, you got that wrong. You got it. No. This was exactly the debate.
Right. There is no debate about that, dude. I gotta get
this
off
was
here,
the
man.
debate.
I got a train coming. I got a train coming, but
cool.
Dude,
that is the debate. It's literally the debate. Bro, that's the whole debate on Kalam.
Dude,
that's the whole debate.
Provide your evidence that there are
Bro,
scholars
Google,
in Islam.
Listen. Anybody go to Wikipedia? Stop. No, bro, we're not debating whether the Quran is the word of God. You see how you tried to change it? The debate was whether when it says Allah's word is eternal, or whether when it means as in the great word of be, or whether it means any scripture which is his word. It's that eternal too. That was the split.
Yes.
So don't pretend you did. Wait, hold on. You knew that, didn't you? Wait, you knew that, didn't you?
No. That's not what you were saying, or that's not how I heard it. Look, everybody says that anything that is a book from Allah, like the Zabur, the Injil, the Torah, the Quran, those are all the eternal words of God. There is no debate inside of Islam about that, dude.
Are you serious?
I am, dude. You provide it. You're the one making the claim. You're making claims that go against what anybody can search about Islam, but you're not actually providing any, like, some debate.
Hold on. You've just literally, wait, stop. You've just literally come on when I'm debating one subject, and you're saying I'm not providing any. What, are you stupid? Like, I didn't know you was going to come on, you idiot. What I'm saying to you is there is a dispute regarding the subject you're saying, in which the argument was this flipping idiot. Have you heard of the Mu'tazila? This is ridiculous.
There is no debate inside of Islam that the Kalam, the word of Allah, is His perfect words. The Quran, the Torah, the Zabur, the Injil that we don't have anymore, but we have the Quran. That the Quran is eternal, and that 50,000 years before creation, that He told the pen to write down everything that was going to happen, and that book is above Allah's throne right now inside of paradise. So that book itself exists inside of paradise that has the Quran inside of it. So these words. So here's the thing.
It's not eternal, then, you idiot. You literally blew yourself out of the water. Thank you. Just go and catch a train, you idiot. It was written. Imagine the idiot.
Just because it still exists.
Imagine how stupid you have to be. Stop. Imagine how stupid you have to be to say it was eternal, then to shoot yourself in the foot. No wonder you lot shouldn't be allowed guns.
Yourself in the foot.
Listen, you literally just said this tablet and the Quran and these lot are written in a tablet 50,000 years before creation.
That's the physical form, dude.
Stop.
Of his
How can it be physical, you idiot? How can it be physical, you dunce? Listen carefully. Listen. Stop. It's written of light. It literally says they're written from light. Stop being stupid. Anyway, as I was saying, stop. You've spoken.
Light is a physical thing, actually. Light is a physical thing, by the way.
This is an idiot, dude. This guy is an idiot.
But anyway, it's a part.
There's a whole branch of physics.
I think it might be white today.
It's considered. Is it considered physical? Listen. Stop. You have to understand.
You need to give it a rest.
I'm going to give you some powers, but I'm going to jump off for a bit still. What's that mean? What's that mean? That account that you want powers on it?
Yeah. All right. Cool.
All right. So those who don't know, seems this guy didn't know. The argument is between whether the Quran is created or is eternal with Allah. Okay, why so religious? So unfortunately, you didn't even know that bloody thing. Anyway. Scientific method gave the best argument because he brought forth the thing, and we were getting there. What was the last thing he said until this guy got on? Flipping out. We were getting to the crux of it. No. That was. Is he still there?
You've been struggling for a little while, innit?
That's fine, bruv. When this is clipped, bruv, this is freaking amazing.
No one ain't clipping this, bro. This is just a pile of shit.
Sure. All right. It's scientific. Is he still there? All right, bruv. Is he still here or not? I can't see whether he's still here.
I'm still there. He's getting his powers.
Yeah. All right. What was the point we were on before that absolute donkey bloody came on and blew himself to bits?
It's the same point you've been arguing about for hours, bro.
From the beginning.
No. That was
it.
You made a point of omniscience. That was it. You made a point of an all-knowing God. I'm
sure Khan knows it, bro. Let Khan do it, innit?
Are you ready to fire Isa, or do you want me to give you a minute? Like, shall I just run it one more time?
Run what? What do you want to do now?
The question.
But you didn't know it, you clown. Seriously, you're dumb. Yeah, come with it. I wasted enough time on it. What the fuck?
The question is this, if Allah is gonna judge us on Judgment Day, based on decisions that we've made that are predestined, is that justice?
No, it's not. We know. This is a baby question, bruv. You asked that when you're 10. We know that already. No. Now carry on. Next one.
So in that case, we have free will to make our own decisions, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So if we have free will to make our own decisions, are we free to sin? Is Allah allowing us to commit sins?
Yeah. I can't stop mocking the thing, but this is obvious. Even
We're getting there. So you're saying, we're free to commit sins. Allah lets us commit sins, right? Yeah. So ultimately, then Veli's question, because I'm giving a bit of background to Veli's question. Veli's question is then, if there's a pen that wrote everything down.
No. He said knowledge. Don't do the penting. Forget the writing. He said knowledge, and then he tried to change it. Stick to knowledge first.
Pen and the writing is the demonstration.
I'm not listening to no pen. No.
No. That's up to you. You can mentally delete that, but for the viewers,
it's still the same thing, though.
No. You're not getting the point. Listen. You're not. All right, let me explain the difference, because you lot really flipping out.
Listen, you need to internalize your ADHD and work these things out in your head. There's no point you talking about things that you're deleting from the conversation for your own benefit.
Stop.
Science, help me out, bro.
I do think he's got ADHD.
Listen, but
he struggles to listen for more than 5 seconds.
Because I know the subject. We've debated this so much.
Isa, have you noticed here that you're the only person that can't listen for more than 5 seconds?
Stop. Because this clown keeps jumping around. What I'm saying is, he started off an argument, and then he went and took the word knowledge, pushed that aside, and talked about a tablet or pen writing stuff. I'm saying the argument was knowledge. Stick to that, because there's a difference.
Well, I think that was even valid, but you do things that are invalid, and we still have to put up with it. So why can't you just let him finish?
There's nothing invalid that I've said, because I know the subject. You were getting your backside kicked, so you let this why so religious come in, and then flipping now you want this bloody talk to take over. What the hell's going on here, blood? All right, you know what?
Because you were kicking
I asked you if you would let me speak, and you said yes. That was your
and
own
you
free
did
will.
speak,
Nothing to do with
all right, you know what? Go on.
Cool.
You know what?
So for your benefit, I will negotiate my way around the whole pen issue, and I'll leave the pen out of it, right?
No. Go say it. No. Stop. Forget Veli. Stop. You're going to use the pen. Use your argument. I'll deal with you in the pen. Go on.
Okay.
It's your argument.
So if we are going to be judged by God, and God's given us free will to sin, and we're free to sin, and we'll be judged on that come Judgment Day, right? If everything is predestined, right, then is that just? Because God is just, right?
You're going to repeat the questions. All right. So the first two questions you asked, I said no. Yeah. So if you're predestined, blah, 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 no. Is it just, blah, 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 no. And if it's written down, go on. The third one was if it's written down. I interrupted you. It's from you. You're not representing Veli. Go on.
All right. So if it's predestined, if it's written down, right, and we can't do things against the will of God or without God intending it, isn't that a contradiction?
If it's written down and we can't do things against the will of God.
Down, on the scales, one side it's written down, on the other side we have free will. Those things are juxtaposed.
Okay. All right. You know what? Let me speed this up, Quran, right? So, as I told you before, the Quran took the same tablet you're talking that's written, things are written down. It said some of the things are like establishes. What do you think establishing means here?
It means set in stone.
Thank you. Meaning they are fixed things that aren't going to change. And there are other things that he effaces. Okay? And there's a whole load of elaboration on how this works. So let me give you a basic on it. It's saying that what was written for this person, based upon whatever reason, okay? You can say Allah was biased, whatever you want to say, right? Was written for them, but let's say they've done a good deed, so that bad thing that was written in their destiny doesn't happen. It's called bada'ah, and that's my point. Do you understand?
So I'll agree with you on that, but that is Allah's mercy on us, right? That means that even if you are...
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear? Can you hear?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, so I'll agree with you on that point, and I would say that Allah shows mercy, and basically, even though you was predestined to commit sins and you was predestined to make mistakes, that in his judgment, he takes that into consideration.
We're not going into that always, bruv. We're not looking at the whys yet. I'm saying that's going beyond it. The only thing we're talking about was knowing or writing and it happening. Now, I agree, if you write stuff down, there can be a connection. But knowing, do you see the difference between the knowing and the writing stuff down yet and predestination? Do you see? how knowing something just means you have knowledge of it, and how writing it down can some way, form, have an influence on you doing the action. Do you see the two differences? Thank you. And that's why I was asking Veli to stop shape-shifting and let's discuss the knowledge. And that's why I said, how do you connect the knowledge, the knowing of the action, to the doing of the action or the limiting of the action? And that's why it took 2 hours to flipping shape-shift around and chat a load of crap. Now he's got this other guy out here coming in, explaining the background for Veli, helping Veli out. Veli's all confused. Do you know if Veli could never get his argument? Now you've come along.
It's very simple.
Hold on, wait. You've come and asked some basic, simple, bloody questions. Look how quick.
Simple, but you're just refusing to listen.
No, I'm not. I've just discussed it with him. We've done it in bloody 3 minutes, you idiot.
Well,
flipping simple as hell.
Well, then I'll tell you what Veli was saying that you're missing is that
I don't need to know what Veli didn't know what he was saying. Idiot. I know what Veli was saying. But we all know what Veli was trying to say, you clown. What my point is he was making assumptions. Yeah, it's very simple. He was making assumptions, and I was going to smash him on his assumptions, just like that clown from America. That's all it was. It's not like I didn't.
Bro, you just like talking. You don't like listening, bro. That's what your problem is.
No, because you're chatting rubbish. You're trying to tell me, you're going to explain what Veli was saying.
Why are you here talking if all you want to do is repeat what you think you know again and again and again, and not let anyone else speak? If that's what you want to do, bro. Well, then can you shut up now and then let someone else talk?
No, not really, because I came to talk to Khan when he was talking about the Sunni issue earlier on.
But you do know that when other people jump on and it's a group conversation, you have to talk to other people as well.
Well, when you're being rude,
but I haven't disrespected you. I haven't said anything bad to you. I just made my point and told you that you should listen when I make my point.
No. You've been rude many times. But anyway,
when I've been rude today, I haven't been rude to you. I haven't been rude to you. I've just asked you questions or made a point.
Don't try it. You've made sly comments. Anyway, just you know what? Carry on.
What you can't handle sly comments, so you're going to be a big baby and you can't handle sly comments.
It's not. No, it's not that.
Bruv, you're joking.
It's not about being a baby. I'm saying, would you say this to my face? Anyway, you know what? Say what you're saying. You're right.
Come on, man.
Say what you're saying.
All right. So what I'm saying to you is that the difference is that when a being is all-knowing to the extent that it's absolute, meaning that it's not possible for him to be wrong about what he thinks or he knows to happen in the future. Therefore, as a human being, what you might be illusioned into thinking that you have free will, but ultimately you can never have free will, because him being having absolute knowledge about the future means that you cannot go against that knowledge. You cannot do anything that does the different thing to what that knowledge actually specifies. So in that sense, it's impossible for anyone to have free will, because God's knowledge is perfect and he had it before any of us were born.
You finish? Okay. So the bit you're not getting, I swear, wow, you literally think, do you think this is a new argument? Like, we've literally wrangled over this. So let me just help you out, yeah? There are two parts you're missing. Number one, God's knowledge. Number two, human experience. Okay? What he knows in relation to what humans think is going to happen are two different things. So the conversation about God's knowledge relating to human experience and choices, what's the connection? None of you can explain how him knowing everything.
I'll explain it to you, because what the human being has is the illusion of free will, but we all know that that's not necessarily true free will. Now, given the fact that there's this other character in the situation who has absolute knowledge that cannot be cannot be cannot be wrong in any way, shape or form, in that situation, our illusion of free will is not true free will. It's like saying that when you play a videotape of a character in a movie,
stop.
That character cannot play the videotape. That character cannot say a different phrase.
Hold on.
He can only say
the phrase that he said when it was recorded. One sec. You're saying from yourself that we don't have free will anyway, aren't you? That's your point anyway.
I'm saying not religious. If you believe that your God is all-knowing.
No, wait, stop.
It's in your paradigm. It's in your
context. Wait, stop. You said we humans have the illusion of free will.
Yes, in your worldview.
Right.
Yeah, that would be our worldview, exactly.
Okay. What is your worldview?
No, because I'm saying.
Listen, see, you're changing the subject because
No,
you're going to say, oh, atheists also are determinists. This is what you're going to say. Atheists also are determinists.
Oh my God, this
like,
guy's an idiot.
It.
No, it has, and this is the problem when you're talking to me.
We're not talking about them. We're talking about
don't tell me what's irrelevant or not relevant. You don't know my concept of God. You don't know what I think when it says omnipotent.
I don't have to, as long as you agree that he's omnipotent.
No, you don't. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works.
What I'm talking to you about is a logical consequence of those factors.
You're not listening. Listen to what I'm saying to you. You're thinking of your little monkey concept of God, of some man in the clouds.
Khan is a Muslim himself. Khan, am I wrong with my logical?
Khan is not a Muslim. Stop all this stupid. What are you talking about? Khan being a Muslim?
What do you mean Khan's not a Muslim, you idiot?
No, I said Khan's a Muslim as well.
Khan literally said that the Prophet. Listen, Khan literally said that the Prophet had two sons. I said he's not a Muslim. Listen carefully. Khan literally said that the Prophet had two sons that died in battle.
So what? He made a mistake. So what? If he made a mistake, so what? When you corrected him, he accepted it, didn't he?
No, bruv. Listen to what I'm. No,
that's so dishonest of you, bro. Khan, can you believe the dishonesty of this guy? You made a mistake in terms that you misspoke.
That's not a mistake.
He corrected you, and you said, "All right, fine." Sorry, I was wrong. I'm not 100%.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. That's not. I didn't say that's the only reason he's not a Muslim.
Can you behave? You behave perfectly reasonably.
That's not the only reason why he's not a Muslim.
What's the end point of this? What's the end point?
Exactly. This guy's going on. Right. So what I'm saying is.
No, you're asking him about his beliefs now, right?
You're not listening. I was saying what he was saying.
What he believes, right?
Sure. Khan, we don't need a moderator. What I'm saying is,
I'm not moderating. I'm showing you that.
Sure. Stop him. I don't need to show me anything.
This argument only exists within.
Why are you getting so irate, man? Just chill.
Listen, this argument only exists within our paradigm. It doesn't matter what atheists believe.
You stupid idiot. Atheists believe that too. You dumb.
But it's irrelevant to the point. It's
not irrelevant to the point, you stupid. Oh my God. Stop telling me it's irrelevant.
What difference does it make to us?
Thank you. I'm going to tell you. You've asked the question. I'm going to tell you
that as well. How is that relevant?
Sure.
Sikhs believe that as well. How is that relevant?
Sure.
You're just running away because you're.
Why am I running? Stop interrupting, you freaking idiot. So as I was saying,
bruv, you were interrupting the most.
Sure. Flipping hell, bro. So as I was saying, it's very simple. You lot are saying, you so-called science, whatever, unscientific method, whatever the hell you are. Your claim is that it's only the religious paradigm. Where in fact, you've got some of the greatest.
I've just told you.
Don't interrupt. You both just bloody said that and reinforced each other. You just
because you're lying.
Both just said it.
I've never said
so
that.
Anyway, Khan, I'm not talking to you.
One of the main things I said is that atheists can also be determinists, and that's irrelevant.
Stop.
So you're a liar.
Khan said it, and you reinforced what Khan said.
I said that atheists can be determinists,
Khan said it, and you reinforced it,
and that is still irrelevant.
Okay. Look. Don't tell me what's relevant and not irrelevant, bruv.
You don't know me. Back to that, bro, because you've been caught lying about the other thing again.
Which bit am I lying? Are you retarded? Just shut up and let me talk.
The fact that I didn't agree that atheists can be determinists.
Bruv, you said to him, when he said it. So just don't interrupt, and then we don't have this problem, do we?
No, I think you're getting confused, mate. You're all over the place.
Just shut the hell up, you savage. This one I even like talking to you. Absolute idiot. So now what I'm saying very simply is this. There is a test.
Trying to explain
Stop bloody interrupting, you clown. Sure. It's very simple.
If he calls you a P word, just remember you asked for it, yeah?
A what? What, Peter?
If he calls you a P word, just remember you provoked him.
Yeah, he's a bachabazi. That's what I mean. I don't really like talking to them bachabazi.
I know what anyway, as I was saying, like, bruv, when they lose the bet,
you love it. You push them to breaking point.
Listen, if that's what a person's like, that they can't control themselves.
I'm so religious. I go on so many different panels. You're the only one that gets kicked off.
Don't really say much about me.
So which other panels can I go on? All right. That's the point. No, but you always got big Mark to say online and in the chat.
He said, do you go on a lot of panels and do this shit? Do you go on a lot of panels and go and?
No, I don't have time. No. Listen, I go to about 3 panels, right? And the
do they all
ones
treat you like this, though, brother? Make fun of you? Do they all like?
No, but they're not making fun. You look like a damn fool. So here's the thing. Khan, did you deny that the Western atheist scientists believe in determinism? Did you deny that? Yeah.
I'm saying that I have no clue what they believe, and it's irrelevant to the conversation.
Right,
because what we're doing is we're exploring our paradigm.
I know you're not listening to what I'm saying to you. So
How is
let
it
me
relevant,
talk.
though? How is it relevant?
Hey, you're gonna find that out if you shut your flipping mouth. Right. So it's very simple. When you're making the point that this Almighty God, that let's say is an imaginary God, to you we're imaginary, but we're all facing the same experiential reality. Okay? So no matter what concept we got, whether you're religious or not, we're facing the same tests in science about how we make a choice. Is that true or false to both of you? Yes or no?
Yeah, but this
When
is
they
what
test-
aboutism. This is just changing the
No, no,
subject
no.
to a different point of
I'm
view.
making a point, you idiot. How's it what about?
We're not discussing whether atheists are right about
I'm
free will.
getting to it. Don't
We're
interrupt.
talking about whether you are.
I know I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm doing. You stupid clown. I'm
You're trying to
proving my
hide
point.
the fact that well, some atheists also believe this, therefore you can't. You have to
No,
stop making fun of me. No, that's not true.
Hold on.
They might have better reasons.
No,
to
that's
think
hold
what
on,
they
no. Stop. I don't believe you're atheist or anything. I'm not seriously. I'm not using you as the argument. So you got that prediction
Then
wrong.
you believe I'm not a
That's
Muslim,
my point.
Bro, it's just irrelevant. Like it's got
That
nothing
wasn't
to do with it.
Bruv, then fuck, bruv. Seriously, don't chat to me if you're gonna keep bloody interrupting, man.
Private, there's
You're
literally like when somebody says to somebody,
You're
"Oh,
so
your religion
shut up, man. Just shut your
allows this
mouth.
disgusting
Just shut
practice,"
up, bruv.
and then
Seriously,
you turn around
because
and
the
say,
things
"Oh,
that you
well,
said in the
guess what?
chat
They used
before,
to
bruv.
do that in
Seriously, it's
Europe
nonsense, you, bruv.
until
It's
2,000
curtains
years
to you,
ago."
bruv. Seriously,
Shut up, man.
absolutely.
Hey, shut up.
What?
Shut up. Hey, shut up,
Seriously.
bruv. I seen you fight at Speaker's Corner. Don't make me laugh.
Bro, please. Don't try that. Because when
Who
this
did he
guy
fight?
chats so
Answer.
much
Who did he
twice,
fight? Who did he fight?
Hey, bruv, he
this
got
man
into a
here,
fight
bruv.
with some proper
Listen,
geek, bruv.
this
And that guy
guy
was battering him up. That guy was battering him up, bruv. And he lost his temper and he attacked him. Actually, no, I think that guy attacked Issa first, but yeah, Issa beat him up.
Who's that? Who are you talking about? The Hindu?
You got into some weak little beef with some geezer.
Someone
in
attacked
Speaker's
you, yeah?
Corner.
Hold on, no, bro.
Must
Listen,
have taken for a
the Sikh guy, he attacked me and I spin kicked him in his head or something. What's that got to do with anything?
Why would man attack you though?
Yeah, why did he attack you?
No. What it is, he converted to Sunni. Don't you remember the Sikh? What's his name? The Sikh young. He was like in his 20s or something.
Raspek's little brethren.
No, he wasn't even friends. He was fighting with Respect as well. That's
That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Okay. No, but I'm saying he was trying to fight.
Yeah, no. To be fair, that wasn't your fault. That guy was out of order. Yeah, that guy was out of order.
Listen.
He pushed you to react like that. Yeah, that's to be fair.
No, he physically hit me though. That's what I'm saying. But from behind, there's a video. I only saw it the other day. I totally forgot about it. Yeah. What I'm saying is, we was chatting.
Wait, Issa, can I tell you something?
Oh, please.
I
Just
really
get to the
like
subject.
you know that.
Get to the subject. Get to the subject. No. You know what?
No, wait, bro. Issa's alright, man. Issa's alright.
No, listen, my cards on the table,
that
yeah.
winds me up, bro.
You know what? DJ hates soul. You know what? Hold on. One sec. DJ hates soul. You know what? Cedric is the one that got broke up. And this is a good subject because I need to get back to it. DJ hates soul. Please, whenever Cedric's on and I'm on here, let me know. Because we didn't get to finish that. And no, he...
Oh, what, you that hurt about it? So you're out for him?
No. This, you see the difference is with this...
DJ channel, so tell us what happened, man.
Listen. Wait. Listen. The difference... Listen carefully. With the Black American brothers, this is an important discussion. Over here, it's kind of a riff-raff. It's not as important. You get what I'm saying? Although some... No, listen. Some of the racial discussion...
It's boring, bruv. The linguistics of religious text and that. Come on, that's boring shit.
That wasn't the main point, though, guys. I'm saying... You just heard that.
The
bit.
God
That wasn't
concept
the
in
main point.
linguistics, like, come on, man. It's just like fairy tales and mysticism and all that. It's nonsense.
But even if you say that, it's still is it an influential concept? Yes or no?
Oh, yeah, historically, of course it is. But so
No,
is racism.
currently.
So what?
Historically. Yeah,
but
that's fine.
So is racism today. But
Yeah,
so what?
okay, that's fine. But we're talking about that. So even racism, we talk about that as well, right? So you said historically, is it currently also? Wait, it's not about whether it's special. We keep
racism is
adding these words. It's very simple. Wait, stop.
Well.
You just said historically, right?
Yeah, they've
is
been
it
important
currently
historically and currently? And currently
Thank
they
you.
exist in the world.
So-
I'm not saying that they're no big
Thank
deal.
you. So the point is, people are discussing both for reasons that they would like to solve social problems. Do you understand? So certain people
the
don't
linguistic
have to
concept of God to solve social problems. That is so retarded.
the linguistic concept of God. Did you?
And how is that going to solve social problems?
You think that was the actual subject and that was it?
That's
you think
what
that was
DJ
it?
shows. That's what he said it was.
But what was the actual?
And you
point
kind of
that?
agreed. You seem to have agreed when you said that.
No, I'm saying that was the bit where it ended, and that's where that guy got stuck. And then the brother was like, okay, he has to close down the show because he's got like a 2-hour limit or something. So the point is, in fact, there was.
So you ran away basically, yeah? You basically
Are you
talked him
mad?
to death.
I stayed there afterwards.
With your incessant talking.
Not at all, bruv. And that's the difference between me and you. I get invited back on shows. People want me to do shows and talk. People want me to have my own channel. No one doesn't even want to talk to you.
Who does that, bruv? I've never heard of anyone asking you.
Anyway, forget all that. Forget that. Anyway, I want to get down to this particular thing because I haven't discussed this free will and the eternal part. So what's his name that was on it? Why so religious? Oh, so
you'll change the subject to that now because he's beating you up in the chat. Bruv, you're an emotional guy, man.
What's going on here, bruv? You just stopped talking and now I'm chatting to him. You want to flip? What's going on? Are we continuing the conversation of free will or not? Yes or no?
No, do what you're doing, man. You seem like you need to get
stop then. Shut up, blood.
You need to get it off your chest, bro.
Just shut your mouth. Seriously, I'm dead serious. Be quiet, bro.
Stop getting.
Oh my god, bro! Shut up when I'm talking.
Is it fair? Is it fair? Is it fair that
say pleb when you see me,
some people don't.
So what if I called you a pleb if I saw you?
All right, bro. All right.
Don't have.
What would that be enough to throw you into a fit of violent rage?
Not don't have free will, but don't have like. Some people are destined for the hellfire. Like let's address Vinny's point in it. Waiso's point that there are certain people that are destined for the hellfire.
I want to know what's wrong with calling him a pleb, bruv.
I want to know, East. What do you think about that? Do you think that
you are a pleb,
that's
bruv?
fair? Is it fair?
Right, Khan. We've discussed and thought about this subject for hours and hours and hours, right? Whether it be in a park, whether it be here, whether it be wherever, right? With intelligent brothers. So we definitely say this. Have you heard of the verse where it says, "And when Allah drew forth the descendants of Adam and made them testify against themselves, saying, 'Am I not your Lord?' And they said, 'Yes.'" Do you know about that verse in the Quran?
That sounds stupid, bro. Made them testify against themselves.
It doesn't matter whether it's stupid. He asked me a question.
What does that even mean, though?
Well, you're going to find out if you shut up, you idiot.
Yeah, but it sounds stupid. Made them testify against themselves.
Listen. This little Hindu wants to try and bring his bachabazi. He thinks it's okay to sleep with little boys, and he wants to bring little boy love over here.
Why are you getting triggered for?
No, I don't want that, bro. We don't want to hear, bro. That's what I mean. He's nasty,
everyone's ancestors were Hindus, weren't they?
Bruv, go away from us, bro. Seriously. Bachabazi nastiness. But yeah, what I was saying, Turk, is this. What's his name?
Come on, bruv. You're a racist, man. You're a racist.
Black.
Right. As I was, call me that. I love that, bro. No, call me that.
No, but it's in your name. That's what I'm saying it because
I know. I don't mind, bro. I love that, bro. Bring it up. Black times 3. So what my point is, Khan, is that one of the, if you think about it, it's a topic which you either look into deeply or you just say, right, it's a paradox and leave it there, right? Because it becomes complicated. Yeah. Now, some people like myself, it actually changes the concept of God that you have to have. Yeah? Because as a child,
meaning when they start, you can just make it into anything you want it to be whenever you feel like
bro,
it.
Just stop. See what I mean? Stop it, bro. Stop it. Seriously, stop it. Seriously. As I was saying, Carl.
No, but that is what you do, though, bruv. You just
all right. Ask me a question. Don't be disrespectful. Ask me a question.
You constantly change it every time you need to.
No, we don't. What we do is we see what the fuck is. Don't interrupt. What we do is we look at the Quran and see what verses are saying other things that we may not understand, and they start to make sense even more once you explore these dilemmas and these paradoxes. Carl, do you see the difference? So that's how it works.
Can't be honest. You know what he's talking about because it just sounds like nonsense.
But no one cares about you, you bloody. Listen, no one wants the boy team, blood. No one. Listen, he's Turkish. I'm black. You go back to your country where you like little boys. We don't want nothing to do with that, bro. Don't bring that here.
What country is that?
This nasty little rant, bro. We don't want it.
What country
this is what I mean. This is why I never wanted to talk to him. You know, I can't remember how many years ago this guy was trying to justify all of this nastiness.
Like
just move, bro. We don't want it round here.
You from day, bro.
Yourself,
man. Hated you.
No. Can't listen. You know what? Imagine a video came up, must be 2 weeks ago, bro. And his thing was all in the comments, disrespecting the group. What's it called? Gang. when we were talking about black issues. And I was
This
thinking,
guy.
This
is,
crybaby's
no, this is,
gonna
I
bring
was
up
thinking,
shit,
this
bruv.
is why I
You are
hated
a
this little
fucking
stink.
baby, bruv.
No,
For
Oh,
real.
is that why you never jumped
that's
on
fine,
Jedi
that's fine.
Unati?
Little
You never
But
jumped on Jedi,
no, I'm saying it expresses
Bruv,
his.
listen to
What
this
I'm thinking,
crybaby from what? For how many years ago
that's
was that?
fine, bro.
Tell
It's
me
gonna
this.
be crybaby. When you see
Tell me how
see
many
about
years ago.
crybaby.
What was your critique
Hey,
though? What was the critique?
no,
Is
listen.
they let
He
Ali
was just
Dojo?
dissing the man
Right,
then.
tell me.
Now he's
Tell me.
upset because they let
Black
Ali
people, some black
Dojo in
people
the
that
circle.
But first though, tell me how many years ago this was.
7 years ago.
I commented
What?
7 years ago, bruv. This bitch is
It's
still
my.
butthurt about it.
I don't care
You know
if it
I'm a
was.
gangster
I
commenter,
don't
bruv.
care if it
You
was your
know
past life.
I'm some
You're
gangster
Man said
commenter,
you know
bruv.
I'm a
I don't care.
Where
gangster.
this
I don't
stayed
care if
in
it's a
this
past
guy's
life,
heart
bro.
for 7 years,
I
bruv.
don't.
Like,
I don't
I wrote
business
a
when it
comment that
happened.
stayed in this guy's heart for 7 years.
No, but he's been doing it all the time, though.
Come on, bro.
No,
And I
but
do
he's
it all
been
the
doing
time.
it.
So,
He hasn't changed.
bruv,
He
you're
hasn't
too
changed.
fragile,
You've been
man.
making these comments
You're too
throughout.
fragile,
You
bruv.
get
That's
me?
what your
So
problem is.
I don't care, bro. Like I don't. What I'm saying is, he commented
Come on, man.
on the
You're a weak little
collective of
bitch,
black
bruv. Come on,
men.
man.
Yeah, all
Bro,
right. When you
you
see me
should
say
toughen
that.
up a
Well,
bit,
where
man.
you at?
You should come
All
into the
right,
real
fine.
world and toughen
I
up a
will,
bit.
bro. I will.
Where am I
I will
at?
tough
Where
up.
do you think I'm at? I'm in South
It's
London.
all right. Don't worry. Forget that question. You're right.
I'm
You're
in
right. I
South
shouldn't.
London, bruv. I'm in South London. What?
That's right, bro.
Where are you at? Where are you at, bruv?
Don't worry. Forget it.
Yeah, exactly. You know. You already know. You know exactly.
Yeah.
So you have to
I know
regret
that
what
you
you
were
were saying
this and
before.
get.
You have to pull back very quickly and sharply right there, bruv.
No, because I know you will clip this, bro. I will not.
Yeah. Clip what?
Shush. No one wants your little boy nastiness, you Greek, Roman, whatever, bro. You and your nasty bachabazi.
Bruv, I can't believe you're crying
listen
about
carefully.
shit from 7 years ago.
Listen
Come
carefully.
on,
No.
even you have
It's
to admit that's funny.
it's what you said
Bruv,
last
how can
year,
you
bro.
not admit that's funny?
What you said last year when I was on Veli's show, your comments then, bro. Yeah, but
Well,
I'm
what did I
saying
say?
it
Remind
started
me,
back then.
because obviously you're insignificant, so I'm not.
It's similar to what you said. Have you not
tell me
listened all the time?
it? What, make fun of you for being stupid, for saying stupid shit and not listening to basic facts?
No, but specify. What's he said that's stupid?
Specify, bruv. Come on.
I've never heard him say anything stupid,
I'm
bro.
saying the name calling. Even you can't diss me
The
here,
name
but
calling.
I kind of know you're
I never dissed you, bro. I never dissed you.
I can't
Listen,
listen.
You know what he said.
After what names he
Science.
calls me,
What did
and
he say
calls
that
other
was
people,
stupid?
he's crying
Technically,
about
what did
name
he say
calling.
that was stupid? Apart from the chicken thing, what did he say that was stupid?
Apart from the chicken thing, no, you don't get to apart from that, bro. There's no coming back from the chicken thing. I predict.
No, but here's the thing. Let me ask you a question, scientific. From a cat's point of view, yeah, put yourself in a cat's brain. Does a cat see a plastic chicken as chicken, or does he see it as plastic?
Exactly.
As a cat, imagine you as a cat.
It smells it, bro.
And I put a plastic chicken next to a real life chicken. Would the cat recognize that the plastic chicken was attempting to duplicate the real chicken, or would it see it as?
Nah, it would just think it was some bad chicken,
a piece of plastic.
No, it wouldn't know what plastic is. It would
So
just
you're
think
saying that momentarily a cat can be deceived into thinking that plastic is chicken?
Yeah, and then when it goes closer, it'll realize there's something wrong with the chicken, not know what. But
So you're saying that visually speaking, the cat makes a decision?
Yes. That's obvious, you idiot. But they sniff, don't they? Bloody hell.
Yeah,
Anyway,
a number of factors.
I'm gonna make this point, and then I'm gonna have to mute up and get some things done. Woo.
Yeah, it's about time because you had enough of a beating today, bro. For real, you took a beating today.
All right, that's fine.
Everyone humiliated you today, bro. Like literally everyone.
Yeah, listen.
No wonder you were so upset.
No wonder you were so upset and lost your rag to stick the boot in.
No, but I was
But he
listening.
didn't
I was
though,
thinking
because he got it wrong. I got to respect Wiso. Listen, I can respect Wiso because he actually asked the question first. When Wiso came in, he said, "Do you believe the Quran is eternal?" Right? The problem is he didn't wait for my answer. He's just started waffling on, and I'm thinking, okay,
yeah, but
you
Wiso
lot said to let him speak.
Wiso beats you regularly.
But he didn't. He beat himself because he literally said it
but
was
you're going to say that he beat himself as well, though.
50,000 years before. So that can't even happen, bro. But anyway, let me mute up, and I appreciate that. I don't know. How long's this been on? Anyone know? Let's see. 5 hours.
5 hours.
There's no way. So
there's
we've been
another
on
5-6 hours of If you. But
how long you look? So what time do we got? 8 o'clock.
We're staying on, man. But Issa, where you going, man?
I'm trying to work out when I came on. So
let him have a rest, man. Come on, man. He's been chatting for like hours. You need to give it a break in between sometimes, though, man. You talk like incessantly.
Where is it? Where did Veli come on? Hold on, no, Veli came on. Hold on.
Probably told you the stream has been on for 5 hours and 13 minutes.
Yeah, but I didn't ask you when the stream. I know the stream came on 5 hours. I'm saying when did Veli come on? So he came on 2 hours.
You're trying to work out how long
about 2
Veli
hours.
humiliated you for. It was about 2 hours, bro.
Listen, them boy they're humiliating your batio. That's what you need to worry about. You're like a stinking
come on,
rat.
man. You're
Leave
nasty.
the little boys alone. We don't
It's
listen.
something about you guys
Remember
that
this,
always goes in
black
them
people.
dirty
Listen, leave us
directions, man. Come
alone.
on.
You batch your
Leave who
You're
alone?
nasty. Yeah?
Leave who alone?
Leave black
I'm not
people
doing
alone. We
anything to you.
don't want your boy nastiness around here, bro. Leave us alone.
I'm not doing nothing
Stop
to
trying
you,
to give
bro.
dawah. Stop trying to call to your nasty culture.
I
Leave
don't
the
do
little
dawah,
boys
bro.
alone.
You're the one that
You're
does
nasty
dawah.
as hell. Yeah, you stink, bruv. It don't matter. I call to Allah and the Deen. You call to little boy loving and all that nastiness. Shut your mouth, bruv. You're disgusting. Yeah, you stink.
Bruv, you're Shia. Have you been to
You're
Afghanistan?
nasty, bruv. You stink.
Is that
It
why
don't
you
matter.
became
I'm black.
Shia? So
I'm
you can
black.
go to
That's
Afghanistan?
it. Yeah.
You're what?
Afghanistan.
You're
Are
black?
they Shias in Afghanistan? Hold on.
Oh,
Is
you didn't know that,
Afghanistan
yeah?
a Shia country? You stupid
Bruv,
idiot.
listen to this guy, yeah.
Of course,
He
there's
didn't know
Shias in
that.
Afghanistan.
He didn't know this. He didn't know this, yeah.
Of course there
Acting
is.
like,
Listen,
acting
I
like
want
he
you not
didn't
to
know this.
understand. All right,
Like,
you know
that's
what?
not
Let
his
me
life
put this clear, right? There's
It's
a
like,
thing out there.
God, you know,
Yeah?
it's like if someone
Shush,
says,
shush.
"Oh, I'm going to
There's a
Thailand," you're like,
specific
"Bruv, you
thing
know,
out
there's them
there.
things out there." And they're
If
like,
you
"What?
lot
Is there?
listen,
Really?"
Khan, I want you lot to those who don't understand this. One of the reasons I absolutely abhor this religion
Oh, shut
of
up, bruv.
Sunni.
You're just full of shit, bro.
Shush. I'm not talking about you anymore. I'm not talking about you.
Yeah, you're
Shush.
talking about this religion that you hate so much,
Shush.
but that
Yeah,
you follow at
stop.
the same time.
Shush.
Now, science hates
One of the
religion so
things.
much you don't even want to hear
No,
about
listen.
people
No,
hating
I'm
it.
just bored,
Khan,
bruv.
don't
This
interrupt.
guy's
Shush.
description is going to be boring,
Shut up, man. Listen, what you don't want you
Right,
anyway.
I
As I was
guarantee
saying,
it's boring.
for those who don't know, the American soldiers that were in Afghanistan, right, and in the border of Pakistan,
Bruv,
Afghanistan,
you probably know a lot
what
about
they
Afghanistan.
then into, bruv, shush. This came
You
on.
probably moved out there.
One of these. What's that guy's name? Who's that? The wrestler, I think, ex-wrestler that does interviews.
Brock Lesnar.
No, the big
Sergeant
guy.
Slaughter. Sergeant Slaughter.
What's his name, man? I think he's a
Hulk
wrestler.
Hogan.
Ultimate Warrior.
Oh yeah, he's very famous.
Bruv, what are you talking about?
Rampage
Making up
Jackson.
another
There's a guy that does. He interviews loads of people.
Rey Mysterio.
I think he's a wrestler anyway.
Oh,
A boxer.
you mean what's his name? The comedian.
Is it Rogan? Is it Rogan?
Rogan, yeah, Rogan.
Joe Rogan.
Okay, right. So he
Joe Rogan.
interviews. Hold on, he interviews an American soldier or something, and they said one of the things that they saw was guys driving trucks with little boys next to them, and they were stationed in these areas of Afghanistan. And he said,
"These are kind of programs."
and he, stop. Listen. The point. It's not about you anymore, right? So the point I'm making is,
you're into some next thing.
it's not.
This is your interest.
Shush. Stop.
Carry that investigations, bro.
Shush.
Yeah,
No. This is on the. Bro, this is on
JKK,
YouTube, bro. This is on YouTube. You can find out. It's on YouTube. Listen carefully, right? So the guy was saying, he asked, "Oh, they're taking their sons to work." The sergeant said, "No." And he's like, "What?" And they understood that that's what they do over there. And my point is, how is it you're going to force women to cover up to their ankles and their face while you're doing that with little boys? What is going on? Now, I know it's in Pakistan as well, but I don't think it's as big. And my point is, how are people saying that Afghanistan is the example? No. I'll just ask you. We can interview you at some point. You can tell us what it's like because you're disgusting like that. You're nasty, bro. But anyway,
bro,
I'm trying to talk about this thing, and you want to start talking. Just stay out of it, innit? I'm talking specifically.
Let's talk about homophobia in the Caribbean community. Do you think that it's rife? Do you think that there's a lot of homophobia amongst Caribbean people?
Yeah. It's very, especially in the Caribbean. Down here,
would you say that's down to religion?
Over here, it's kind of.
Me that's down to Jamaicans being very Christian. Like there's a lot of churches apparently in Jamaica. Saying like
no, but not. You said the Caribbean. You said the Caribbean.
Well,
so
in general, obviously,
it's just you have to remember in Africa, in parts of Africa, they put tires around people and burn them, right?
Well, that's what Finya was saying, isn't it? What's her name?
That's terrible. That's terrible.
Winnie Mandela.
Winnie.
What? Winnie Mandela.
Winnie Mandela. Yeah, she was talking about it.
Don't know much history, do you, bro?
What do they call it? There's a name for it.
They do that to witches. They do that to all kind of people. Witches, wizards, whoever, man. They do that to all kind of people. But that's not the point. But why did you ask that question about the Caribbean? Because do you not have that in Turkey as well? Because you lot aren't known to be like that.
In Turkey, we got transvestites walking around and everything, and devil worshipping and all sorts of shit going on in Turkey.
Yeah, but your thing's more modern. That's why, because you incorporated everybody in the Ottoman Empire.
and right where you
Well,
are.
I'm saying
Where
the modern country as it is today, there's all types of shit going on.
all right. The older generation, your granddad's generation. What about them? What do they
Them
feel
man are the ones that started off the Bachabuzzi, innit? Weren't they the ones that went over to Afghanistan and were bombing little boys? Yeah, I swear it was the Turkish that done that. Because even in that film Lawrence of Arabia, like them man bombed Lawrence, innit? That made Lawrence lose the plot. Lawrence went mad, didn't it? They put him in sanitarium. He came back to England and he had to go on a funny farm because I think some Turkish generals bombed him.
What is that? Is that the Ottomans? Is that what they were doing?
Yeah.
Are you Turkish or not? Are you Turkish, Carl?
I'm Turkish, but I'm not going to stick up for fucking paedophiles, am I?
No, but hold on. No,
yeah,
you're talking about Lawrence of Arabia. You said Lawrence.
Lawrence got
I'm not
bombed,
speaking up for you, Bachabazi.
Lawrence got
Lawrence of Arabia was an adult, bruv.
Yeah, but he still got bombed.
I know, but you said that the Turkish were doing to the boys. I'm saying, why would they do it in Afghanistan and not over there?
I think historically, when you look at the Bachabazi thing, it was the Turks that went to Afghanistan that started off that thing.
No. It was the Greco-Romans, when Alexander the Great and all of them lot went over there.
Now, we done our fair share of bombing, man.
Are you serious?
Them man are bombers, bro. I wouldn't trust them, man, bro. I wouldn't trust them myself.
That's why Khan left Turkey, bro. He's never going back.
Bruv, you know what?
He's had his bad experiences.
I'm always saying how. But oh my gosh, bro! Are you serious? Are you joking? You're trolling me, aren't you? You're trolling.
Trav, you don't know anything, do you?
No,
I don't know about the Turks. I've never known the Turks to do that.
Circumstances, are you putting homosexuality or even paedophilia down to any racial or genetic element?
Right. No. Listen carefully. Listen. You will not go to many countries and find people covering their women from head to foot and then rolling around with little boys that everyone knows what's happening.
I don't see the correlation between protecting your women and trying to abuse other people's children.
You're not getting the point. Listen to the point. I'm saying the impression
it's basically
that people
a lie
have.
anyway.
Stop.
The
impression is that these are implementing Sharia law. Yes,
you're speaking a lie.
That's the impression.
Yeah, the Christian
right?
culture of
so the Turkish people there,
openly used to abuse young boys at the same time as covering up women.
Turkish people ain't no different from any other people, and I'm sure there's black pedophiles and Caribbean rapists.
But it's not. You can't walk. But it's not a cultural phenomenon, you idiot. They don't carry them to work, you idiot. What kind of stupid talk you talking? Bloody hell! Of course there are a minority of people, but it's not part of the bloody culture where you can just drive around with them, you idiot.
I'm sure Caribbean Jamaican man go out to county lines with a whole bunch of drugs up their bumholes. So who put it up there for them?
Nah. I've never heard of that in the Caribbean. Never heard of that. In fact, they wouldn't need to. No. Trust me, you don't know the Caribbean. You wouldn't need to.
All right. Descendants of Caribbeans then. Descendants of Caribbeans.
What in the Caribbean? No, they wouldn't need to.
No, in the UK, county lines.
Listen to what I'm saying. Yeah, because you're first in the Caribbean. Whatever goes on here, they're English. I'm not talking about all of that.
Okay.
Yeah? So I'm saying the culture of Afghanistan, is where it's open. That's the bloody difference. Didn't you get that point? Yeah, it's open. Where they're just driving around and everyone knows what those boys are doing in the car, bro. Anyway, it's strange to me. For these people need to know what. There's a whole heap of stuff that needs to be rechecked. And when you hear people saying that Afghanistan is the example of Sharia and Islam being implemented, hell no, it ain't. In fact, Jordan M, did you know this? Jordan M.
Do you think Jordan's wasting his time learning about Afghanistan?
Sure. No, because I think he's been about a bit still.
Nah, Jordan don't know about things like that, bro. I think Jordan's like a proper good guy. He's got his family, he's got his little car that he goes to the gym. He's just got a normal life, innit?
How do you know he's got a little car? What car has he got? What car has he got?
He's got like an Audi people carrier.
How do you know that?
He's got a live stream. He comes on stream with his car.
And
he had a TT before. Was it a TT or what's it called? A R7 or whatever. He traded it in. Yeah, the bad boy car. Jordan's the Audi guy, man. Loves Audis.
All right. Big up.
Jordan's a rude boy still.
Yeah, we know. Oh, and he's got a channel, is it? Oh, yeah, of course he has.
Yeah, he's got his own channel, man.
Yeah. I know. No, I know.
Jordan ain't
I
one
know
of these
that. I went on
guys
there. That's a
involved
good
in
point. I went on there
like
before.
depravity.
Yeah. Come on, Jordan. Answer the question.
Jordan don't
It's
know
not
about
about the depravity.
Afghanistan,
It's
bro.
about it. It's about it not being the Islamic place example. Like you're weird, bruv. Like flipping out. Like you just discuss it for the sake of discussing it. My point is, these are things that
I'll
need
tell
to
you
be
the
removed.
truth. I'll tell you the truth. I don't know if it's white supremacy or just British people in general, but even when it comes to Islam, them man don't give a shit about what Pakistanis do or what Saudis do or what Islam's like in other countries. They're doing their own thing, bro. You got a bunch of ginger guys in England and Jordan, don't forget, and they're just doing their own little Islam, bro. They're doing their own thing, which really that is what they're supposed to be doing. Like, why would they want to give a shit about Saudi Arabia and how they run Islam? Like, each to their own. You got your Islam, they got their Islam.
That's all right. He's aware of it. All right. Yeah, but I meant in relation to it being so common, Jordan, and where they could. The bit was where they're driving around with them, and it's a common thing. I'm not saying these things don't happen. That's the point. I'm saying normally they're hidden, like the church. You're saying Christians do it. Yes, but it's normally hidden. They don't drive around and everyone bloody knows it in society. You flipping idiot. Like seriously, this idiot. That's probably what he does anyway. But what's his name? Unscientific. That's the problem. But yeah, Khan, I think you didn't get the point. I'm saying them driving around and the soldiers seeing and everyone knows about it, etc., etc. So according to our brother, Violet Sky, yes, search up Pakistani hidden shape.
We was on Jedi's channel, yeah. Big up Jeds if you're listening, bro. Big up Jeds. Anyway, like I was saying, yeah, Jedi put this video on called the traveling black man or whatever. There's this black guy that went to Pakistan and he videoed the whole thing, yeah. So he goes to the mosque and he's like, oh, look, there's so much people here and there's a big turnout. And after they've done their prayers, they'll come outside and there's like a little market thing going on. And one man's making some juice out of bamboo. Not bamboo, what's it called? Sugar cane. Yeah, so he's mushing up the sugar cane in the crusher and selling it as drinks, yeah. And there was a few fruity guys like hanging around there. And we was watching it and laughing, going, nah, look at these, man. Like, they just come out the mosque, dressed up in their shalwar and their chemise and whatnot. And they're looking a bit George Michael-ish. Man's are looking a little bit batty. Anyway, cut to the next scene now. The black guy comes back to the hotel room. He starts explaining how these guys were accosting him, grips in his butt cheeks, like trying to get on with him and basically surrounded him. And he had to make a getaway. And he got back and he put the camera on and he was saying to his tour guide, like, what's going on, like, for these man there? Like, I just come out the mosque. Next thing I know, there's a group of batty man just like trying to, arouse me. And he was like, yeah, but that's how the man are. Like, they're the batcha bazzies that grew up, innit? They're still in their little batcha crew, but they grew up and they're just hanging around, like, trying to get customers or whatever they were doing. But so like this kind of like ideology that there's no gays in other countries or some Muslim countries, like because they're sexually kind of very, not secular, but what's the word where they segregate the men from the women, yeah? Like, you think that because they've got conservative values that there's less like homosexuality or sexual depravity, but you'd be surprised, man, what flies in certain countries. It's quite shocking, to be honest. It's like, obviously we're used to England, and England's had a traditional conservative, like no sex please, we're British sort of ideology. Only recently everything's become very sexualized, but growing up in England, like, you get me? Like, we're not used to these kind of like mad versions of sexuality, but in other countries, like, they're not as macho as us. Like, they don't have this idea that, to be a man, you have to be like a manly man. Like, there's chichi culture, like, in other countries. Like, I don't think Muslim countries are exempt from that.
Bruv, no, I don't know if you're getting the point. We're not denying that there's weird people doing this, doing that. I'm saying, I don't think
so you agree then? You agree then?
No. I want you to listen to what I'm saying to you. They have street police going around hitting women with sticks if they show their ankles or wrists or whatever. But they allow men to drive with little boys.
When you say allow, what do you mean allow though? It's like that man got the
common.
power
It's
to.
just
When you're dealing with corruption, yeah, it's
it's
usually
normal that no
enforced
one's
by
doing
some
nothing about
sort
it.
of
It's just
power.
normally done. Bruv, I think of course it's corruption, but I'm talking about the type of corruption. It's the morals of dealing with little boys. How? It's like you're talking like this is just normal or something. Like what's going on?
I'm not saying it's normal. I'm just saying that sometimes like fake outrage for me is not really like the appropriate thing. Like, oh my God, they got gays in Pakistan. Wow, look at
That's not
them.
gays. That's not the bit, bruv. It's a driving around with little boys. Driving. Am I talking another language here? Right. So, for instance, if it was men walking around with other men, I'd be like, okay, they could be friends, different culture. I said driving around with little boys while they're whipping women for showing their ankles. I'm saying people think, oh, they implement Islamic law. So do you not understand that that's a problem? Like, where it's normal. Okay, let me ask you a question. Wait, stop.
100% a problem.
Wait, listen. Here's the next thing. So imagine if the LGBT community came out, right? And after they'd done their blooming march and that, a year later, you saw all of these grown men walking around with little boys, and let's say you saw it on the news, and it wasn't in London, but it was in Brighton, right? So you saw it on the news, and you just saw them walking up and down the street through town, and everyone knew what they were doing with these little boys. Wouldn't you find that to be something that shocked you? Never mind the fact
my
that
point being is this, yeah, we can't look at other cultures from our culture and try to superimpose our lifestyles on other people. So when we see things happening in England, we can stand up on the street corner and start shouting about how wrong it is, because really we got protection by the police force. In other countries, they don't have police force. You will get abused. Not only that, it's usually the police force. It's usually the police force or people that have got guns and power that are the ones carrying out the atrocities. So, like when we look at things in that context, we're saying that the people who are carrying out the abuse are also the people that should be cracking down on abuse, right? But in England, it's not like that. In England, we've got police, right, that stick up for us. So if I want to come out on the street and protest against Palestine being genocided and whatever, the police to a certain extent will protect me. I'm saying to you that in places like, let me land my point. So I'm saying in places like Pakistan, Afghanistan, where there is no proper police force, the community sort of governing themselves, and they're living in the mountains, and there's men going around with AK-47s, right? These people are more than likely Boko Haram style, mutilating and depraving their own children in their own communities because they have the power. You see me? There's no power to appeal to say, look at this corruption happening here. Can you address this? Like for you to then turn around and say this is accepted is a bit of a misnomer, because not accepted is forced upon them to accept it.
What's forced upon who? It's
forced upon the community to accept it by men with machine guns.
Okay, so let me get this
calling police or soldiers are the ones with the boys.
Wait, stop. No, it's not. Look, I just said the man's driving to bloody work. This guy's a clown. I said he's driving.
You're saying that he's driving to work doing what? He's a postman.
He's driving bloody whatever food in the back of the truck. The explanation, I gave you an example, but he gave an explanation on the show.
Man had an apprentice.
Rogan, whatever his interview, whatever. But there's a whole bloody documentary.
So the accusation is that these men who got apprentices sexually take advantage of their apprentices.
What the hell is going on here? I'm saying to you that they take them along for that purpose, and it's commonly known by the street police, by the military, by the families, whatever it is. I'm saying, okay, Saudi Arabia. Did you know in Saudi Arabia that apparently because they don't allow the men and women to mix at school, etc., they relieve themselves on each other and stuff? Have you heard that in Saudi Arabia apparently?
No, I've never heard of this, but I wouldn't be surprised.
No, but that's my... Okay, basically what I'm saying is...
Human beings are disgusting, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying Islam is a currently well-attacked religion by all types of people, right? There's so many channels popping up everywhere. Wherever you go on the street, things they never used to feel comfortable saying about Muhammad and they feel comfortable. And I'm saying it's hard now to defend when we've got this type of behavior where they say, well, they're implementing Sharia law in Afghanistan, but then they're doing this commonly. It's not like, well, here's a secret group over here that's been uncovered by the police.
All right, here's my question to you. Given the depravity of the situation, would you say that these people need more Islam or less Islam? Based on their current level of Islam. Do they need more? Do they need an increase in Islam or do they need less Islam?
Is that your question to that?
Yeah. That's my question.
Yeah. It's all right. Well, put it this way. For those who, it's a problem. It's a big problem. And I didn't know that. And for the brothers that have been to these countries, boy, either they hid it from you or what? Yeah, so obviously, Jordan M, you obviously know. Adam, Jordan M, what do you think about the thing that King Charles converted to Islam? Because apparently, one of Khan's Sufi sheikhs, have you heard of Sheikh Nazim Khan? You should have heard of him, right? Sheikh Nazim?
Yeah, I've met him, yeah.
Okay, yeah, me too. So the great, he passed away, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he said...
He met him as well, Muhammad Ali. He took his shahada as well.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So either him or his student called Sheikh Walid, they said that when Prince Charles, and this is in the 90s, when Prince Charles converts, he's going to convert England or change England into Islam. He's going to rule by Islam. And these lot are questioning whether he's a Muslim. This is amazing. I think that's in one of his books as well. One of his, he wrote books on prophecies and that. This is going to be amazing, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
I personally don't believe it. I don't believe that Charles is a Muslim. I think he has Muslim subjects and he's the king over some of these Muslims. So he'd be interested in exploring Islam in terms of theology. He has said positive things about Islam and the rule of law and this and that. But that's only because it benefits him as a monarch. I don't think his heart's in it, to be honest. I wouldn't ever think of King Charles as a Muslim, to be honest. So,
Why?
I think that's a bit of wishful thinking. The way he conducts himself, the things that he's involved in, the cover-ups that he's been involved in, his involvement with Jimmy Savile, the things that these lot do, you can't really ever
Jimmy
say
Savile?
Yeah. He was like their family friend, didn't it? They all knew Jimmy Savile. They used to go raving with him, all these sex parties and whatever. They've been involved in bullshit, the royals, isn't it? Paedophilia, all that sort of thing.
Yeah, but that don't mean he has. You said, the royals.
If he hasn't, then his brother Andrew has, and to a certain extent, I would suggest that they covered up for him.
So you're gonna put him in a box because of his brother? Well, no. Yeah, but hold on. He might have tried to stop him, and there's loads of people against him, brother. What kind of foolishness is that? You're gonna blame him for what his brother did? No.
Well, he's the monarch. He's responsible, isn't it?
What's happening?
I think they cut off his money, innit? They cut off Andrew's money, and I think when the Queen died, Charles reinstated him.
Well, man's coming against Charles hard, right? Jeez.
No, I'm just saying the Queen was a bit more hardcore with these sort of things, innit? That when she found out about it, she weren't happy that Andrew was involved in all these shenanigans. So obviously, she put some measures against him. But then when she died, I think Charles reversed it. That's what I heard anyway. I don't know, where our resident royalist Wendy Woot is at the moment.
I don't know. What do you think of Wendy Woot? Because I don't know.
She's just a sad old attention-seeking grandmother.
No, but I'm thinking you can't blame.
She likes the company of black men.
if she hasn't been educated in these things, like, can you really blame her? Like, come on now. People get emotional about these things. Would you immigrants like you coming over here? You know what I mean? Eating our food, eating our chips and beans, chicken and rice. You know what I mean? How would you feel?
I think as Commonwealth countries that we're
came
kind
and
of
ate all your
expected.
kebabs.
As people
hummus
from
and
Commonwealth
falafel.
countries, we're expected to be here, innit?
No, not anymore, mate. You've come here, you've built the country.
Oh, what do you mean? But they've got expats living in our countries. Like, if you take all the English out of Cyprus, then I'll gladly leave England.
Hold on, here's a point. How many people, this is one thing I was going to say the other day. How many English, not just whites from here and there, English people live in Turkey and Cyprus, would you say?
In Cyprus, we have a whole expat community of whites.
English whites?
Yeah, English whites, yeah.
The same as in Spain, like them areas in Spain.
Yeah.
These lot got gore. Well, how many? Yeah, but estimate the population for me. I want to hear.
What, numbers wise?
Yeah, like 50,000.
Nah, a couple of thousand, 1,000 maybe. Yeah, Cyprus is small like that.
Yeah, well, I can't
I'm
make
saying
that
on the Turkish side, on the Greek side, there's probably a lot more. On the Greek side, there's probably, you could put the numbers up to, I don't know, like maybe 20. Like the whole island, including the British Army bases, maybe you could put up 20,000 English, easy.
For Cyprus.
Yeah.
No, because
there's two massive air bases. The Greek side is literally part of Europe, like it's EU. Like our side, we've got a little expat community that live up in the mountains with the posh houses and all that, where they're hidden away in their little monasteries and whatnot that they've converted into luxury apartments. Yeah, like there's a few in it. There's a few around. Their presence is felt. Definitely. Yeah, man.
So I can't really make that argument then if there's only bloody 2,000 over.
On our side, there ain't that many, yeah.
Right, so where after they've gone to Spain, they've gone there.
They're everywhere, bro.
Yeah,
but in all the Commonwealth countries, you know how much like English there is in Nigeria, for example. There's English people everywhere, man. There's English people in South Africa. There's English people everywhere. Australia, New Zealand.
It don't match the numbers of them coming over here, bro. It don't match the numbers, bro. It don't match.
It's in a different context, isn't it?
I know it is, but that's not. I'm just saying, even though it's a difficult, I'm saying the argument I wanted to bring would not be the same. That's the whole point I'm making. So it's good. You've told me there's a limited number involved.
Yeah, I don't think King Charles is a Muslim anyway. I think, like, you know, if he did give his shahada to Sheikh Nazim, then the Sheikh probably would believe that he was a Muslim and be telling everyone, yeah, man's a Muslim. But in reality, I think a lot of these converts, they don't last, innit? They don't last.
Hold on a minute. There are other wicked people that still identify as Muslims, still go to the masjid, bruv. Yeah, leaders and whoever. So I don't see why you're going to say, oh, well, he's done this and he's done. Hold on. Look, 34,000 Britons are in Turkey. 34,000. That's a lot.
But Turkey's a big country, though. Turkey's like 5 times the size of the UK.
I said Cyprus and Turkey. I didn't just say bloody Cyprus. I said Cyprus and Turkey.
I don't know. That sounds like a made up. But these statistics for Cyprus and Turkey.
Itafi. Andrew was a Muslim. Oh my god, that was a good one.
That's what you call an inside joke. You have to know what he means by that.
These lot are pretty, you know what, the comments normally have me in stitches. Yeah, that's a good one, Taffy. All your other stuff, Taffy, is garbage. As of 2023, there were British citizens living in Spain. This is what I mean, blood. They want to talk about bloody 80% leave within 5 years. Okay. Leave what? Leave where? I'm not even Googling nothing, bro. They think saying God bless is the same thing.
That's why all white women are married to Turks. Yeah, and all Turkish women are married to who?
I like that one, yeah.
think white women do like Turkish men, but that's only like because they're
But
white
they're
enough
again,
to fit in and still quite different from them to be exotic. They get the best of both worlds, isn't it?
Turkey and then
At least your kids will come out white.
light skin. They have a little tan. So Turkey and them regions are 50 million times more beautiful than UK. Only a little. You believe in an evil and just God. You believe in an evil God. Save him. Come, like seriously, man. 50 million times saying that. Perfect man.
Because they look Welsh, Tuffy, is that why you're saying it? Saying that though, you know when when Wales played Turkey in the football, I was laughing. I was like, "Wow, these Welsh are actually quite tall, you know." Like compared to Turks, they were making the Turks look like Chinese, running around like 5 foot little midgets.
Well, how tall would you say the average
Some of
Turkish?
them Welsh are tall. I think Welsh are actually quite tall.
I've never seen that when I've been there.
Whereas I think Scottish are short. Irish are sort of like there's you get like one or two giants amongst them. Majority are quite short. So I was quite surprised the Welsh are being quite tall. But then again, they are more English than the other races. I think England spent a lot more time in Wales mixing with them. Taffy saying he's over 6 foot. I believe him as well.
Taff is a 6 foot man. Where's the Turkish rugby team?
Where's the Turkish rugby team? I think Turks are into basketball and Greco-Roman wrestling, maybe a bit of weightlifting, like bit of football. Football's big. People saying Diego Maradona was Turkish.
That's fine. Who's saying that?
He had a brother called El Turco, meaning the Turk. Apparently they used to call that to Diego as well. That was his nickname. I think a lot in the Ottoman Empire times, people moved to them countries. But when you look at Diego, like he could be like Moroccan or Ottoman or something. Like he's got that Mediterranean look. It's probably why he wanted to go Italy. Like he played a lot of his career in Italy, old Diego. Maradona's mum's Italian. That explains a lot.
You'd be what? If he went Turkey and wanted to return there.
Why scientific on mute, man? Scientific.
I have to go. Gladys. What was I going to say, man? Yeah,
you done well, East, bruv. You done well today. You done well.
No. I think this was. I haven't spoken about this.
Too well, bro. That was the worst performance we've seen in a long time.
Oh, why did you call
you
it?
done well in terms of patience.
Forget it.
I mean, he kept getting battered and battered. Yeah, he took a really big beating for a long time.
Sure. Please. We don't want any of that nastiness that this boy tries to preach. Of course, I was going to say, man. I was going to ask you something about what you were saying the other day. You called the devil out.
It's a bit like you were debating performance today.
That's
like,
fine.
Pathetic. You forgot most of your points. You didn't know what you were saying. You were jumping from one thing to another. You kept changing the subject. You refused to listen. You kept over talking.
We don't want to hear Bachabazi. We don't want it.
That was a really bad day for you, man. Honestly,
we don't want it.
But hopefully we can move forward and you can watch it back and learn from it maybe a little bit.
We don't want it. All right, Khan.
Yeah.
Have you remembered what you were going to say to Khan?
I think it was Ukrainian. It might. Oh, not Ukraine. It was about Blondie. What would you say about
Blondie?
Has your brain failed you again? Has your brain
failed you? Monkey, shush, monkey boy, shut up.
Prav, your brain keeps failing you, man.
Shush. I'm tired. I know.
Oh, thing scientific. Did you hear that Pakistan's going to join the Turkish League of Nations?
I'm all for that, man.
They're
Good for
giving
them.
them observer status. I think also Hungary's got observer status as well because they're not actually a Turkish country, but I think Hungary and Pakistan are the two, and Georgia. Sorry, Georgia also.
Is this basically the Neo-Ottoman Empire?
No, this isn't the Neo-Ottoman Empire. This is like the
remember I coined that phrase, yeah?
the Central Asian
remember
EU,
I came up with that phrase,
EU.
yeah?
What, the New Ottoman Empire?
When the truth comes out, yeah, I remember I called it first.
The New Ottoman Empire would be if they was to expand a little bit into Greece and a little bit into Syria.
Look, they're putting their hands in left,
and
right,
a little bit into Iraq.
Step by step, I know what they're doing. They're laying the foundations for the main step.
I think one of the biggest mistakes the Ottomans did was expanding out their empire to encompass a lot.
I think the biggest mistake they did was handing it over to the British,
ungrateful people. Well, they didn't really hand it over. It's not like they went out without a fight. They put on a huge fight.
Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, all right.
The fight was huge because don't forget, it was only the Saudis really that turned.
What's the name of that war?
The Turkish War of Independence.
Yeah, because
it was 4 years.
They never really studied it much in history. It never came up. So
the Turkish War of Independence was basically
considering the size
countries
of the
that tried to divide up.
Wait, hang on.
Considering,
yeah, but all I'm saying is, considering the size of the empire, if they had gone down with a big fight, basically, fought it to the hilt, we'd be hearing about it as much as World War One, World War Two. It would have been as big an event as either World War. So I'm pretty sure that it went down without a big fight.
I don't know if you could call it big in terms of death toll. The death toll might not have matched up to World Wars. Definitely not.
Well, to do with technology, the state of technology and the capabilities.
No, but the amount of land at stake, the amount of money that changed hands.
What I'm saying is,
it would be more.
The war should have lasted. How many years did the war last? The War of Independence.
Turkish War of Independence was 4 years.
All right, fair enough. That's substantial. 4-year war.
Well, they've done better than Pakistan. Pakistan didn't really.
Well, Pakistan India gained independence from the British at the same time. So Pakistan was just like a byproduct.
Do you think that? I know it's going to sound like a mad question, but do you think you would have been better off without partitioning India from Pakistan? Because I know a lot of people died during that partition.
I actually did mention this in my thesis when I done my degree, and I did come to the conclusion when I studied it then, like over 25 years ago, that there is a good argument to be made, that people like me or people like my family and heritage, we would have been better off if basically Muhammad Ali Jinnah hadn't fought so hard to create the country of Pakistan and separate the subcontinent in that way, because a good reason for thinking that is that there is 100 million Muslims in Pakistan. The main reason for him creating that divide was that our religion would never be represented, and we would always be, second status citizens in a Hindu state. So we need our own place. Now, the problem with that is that the 100 million Muslims who do live in India, they don't actually suffer that much, discrimination. And it is a well-known fact that the highest places in government, in the military, in Bollywood, in business, even in the gangster elements of underworld crime bosses, Muslims are well represented according to the fact that they make up less than, say, 8% of the population or 7% of the population. They are well represented in all of those things. So there is a very good argument to be made that maybe it was a bad idea. And I have considered that and thought that for a long time.
No, it's interesting you say that.
Yeah, I just remember that it's just like a spiel that comes out.
You being a pacifist, you're not really in favor of wars anyway, so you're like me, in that respect.
I think war.
You wouldn't really want to see a war in the first place.
Yeah, ultimately, war is a failure of the human species to be able to basically deal with itself. Ultimately.
Now you're sounding like Donald Trump now.
Is it? Does he say that?
Well, yeah, he's saying that war is like a breakdown of diplomacy.
Yeah, of course it is, ultimately. Yeah, I think in this modern day and age, there shouldn't be... I mean, maybe there should still be some, cases of justice, but there's a lot of places where people should be able to communicate their wants and needs, and there should be, say, for example, the way that on a smaller scale we have a justice system. I mean, I'm sure you would agree that probably 90% of the time or more than that, if you had something happen to you in your life or your loved ones, you're pretty confident that you'd expect there to be a pretty high ratio of justice being served, like in the 90%. So there should be something on a larger scale, like the international community and a global kind of justice system, where these sorts of things can be kind of managed and monitored, and there should be a structure in place for it to be played out and carried out. Now, like I say, it won't be perfect, but no system is. If you get something, if you can give people like us a 90% confidence in the justice system, I think that's good. That's like an amazing achievement.
Yeah.
And would you agree though? Like, would you expect that to be the case? Like,
of course.
Yeah.
Considering for what we put into the system, what we get out is 10 times as much. Like, at the end of the day, it's not like we're like big businessmen that donate money to the police force and we kind of like expect to have some sort of a
no, we do get rinsed in
thingy
taxes.
relationship with them. Like, you know
No,
what I
we
mean?
do get but look,
we get taxed, but it's
we
like,
do get rinsed in taxes, but then let's look at it this way, like you just said there, and I think what you're touching on is a wider kind of sociological point. So the way I look at it in relation to what you're saying, is that if you basically just work and you go out and you do something for a company and they pay you, then like you say, the things that we get from having a society to live in, where for example we can rely on 90% of justice being served 90% of the time, that fair enough. I mean, they do screw us over with all types of taxes, but at the end of the day, if you're, for example, a doctor who also pays taxes and you also save hundreds of people's lives every single year, like hundreds of people
this is what I
directly
was trying
save
to
their
explain
life.
to Issa as well when he was talking about crime happening in other countries, and he's making that like it's accepted. But I'm saying to him, it's not accepted; it's enforced.
No, there's communities and levels of acceptance.
Like, in England,
same
you could go
everywhere.
and get a job, like you said, be a GP, drive a nice car, and you wouldn't really expect a team of men to jump out with machine guns, take your car, and just leave you on the roadside. Like, you would expect some sort of justice, right? Like, they wouldn't get away with it. And I think, like, to even have that kind of
I think the way
scenario,
but where he gets
it proves
mistaken
that, like, the
what he's
society.
doing,
Go on.
Sorry to cut you, but what he's doing there, is taking a snapshot and trying to spread it across the whole thing. Of course, that happens in different communities. There's different levels of things that are accepted to different levels.
I did agree with what he was saying, that men going to work carry young boys around with them all day just to have sex with them. Like, it just doesn't even sound
like
reasonable that would even happen.
Where they do that. I don't know.
No, but like if they have apprentices that they have them like carrying stuff or selling stuff or working for them, and they sexually abuse those children, I would say, okay, I would believe that. And I'll say that's a gross misconduct.
I'll tell you something.
Needs to be addressed. But
I'll
to
tell you
say that
something,
people just carry around their sexual partners for fun all day long, like it's not really.
That does seem weird, but I mean, if we want to be honest about human beings, there is a phenomenon that happens all across the world, especially in third world countries, when something like an earthquake happens and thousands of people are displaced and it's just crazy. There's no security, there's no water, there's no food, everybody's rushing. It's just a breakdown. It's moral panic. They call it moral panic. In those scenarios, some people come from other areas to provide blankets, to provide food, water, to shelter people, to drive
like
them
when
to
the
better
earthquake
places.
happened in Turkey.
But and you'll know this as well. If an earthquake happened in Turkey, you will also know that there will be another element of human beings that will turn up there to profit of the moral panic. They will snatch children who haven't got their parents. Everybody's running around looking for their own kids, and they can't worry about your kids.
Apparently, it happened.
And bro, that broke my heart, man. When I found out and realized when it happened in Pakistan, and my family was worried about that, when someone explained it to me, it just broke my heart. I just genuinely didn't know that this was the human condition.
We are sort of living in a bubble where we're protected from how disgusting human beings are. Do you know what I mean?
That's why we have this.
Can be like Really
but
bad.
that's why we need this society where we have this moral contract where we don't want somebody to come into our house and rape our kids. So we make sure that we are not going to do that. And that's the only thing we can do. And when that vibe spreads to the majority of the population, people won't do it because we don't want other people to do it. And it's an implicit contract that you have with your society and government that because I don't want someone to do it to me, I won't do it either.
But here's the thing though, like what you just said, it's a contract, right? So we need to remember what we're giving up to have that.
Yeah, but all we should be giving up is the things that we don't want.
Sovereignty as men. We're
no,
giving
but
up,
that's
right?
wrong. That's wrong. All we're giving up is the doing things to people that we don't want done to us. It's simple as that.
No, if police are saying to me, don't go and try to get revenge on people that have wronged you, we will deal with it. That's a contract, right? That's a social contract where I'll say, okay, I will forego my own sovereignty or my own self-governance or my own self-protection for the sake of society, as long as police are like picking up the slack. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So that is a contract.
Look, yeah, but they're like, it's, that's a very extreme situation. So there could be a lot of like emotional stuff going on, and that's such a big pain to go through that people will decide to take things into their own hands. Say, all right, the police are going to do what they're going to do, but I'm not happy with how much they're going to put into it, and I want to pursue it myself or take things into my own hands.
I think it can go the other way though. Like you could be under so much stress that you're not equipped to deal with it, and you need the police to carry out an investigation into what happened in an unemotional manner.
Yeah, I shall tell you what. Yeah, when we was younger, up until my 20s, we had this kind of unwritten kind of code amongst ourselves, as youngsters, me, my family, my brothers, my cousins, and my people. Them with that, if you were wronged by someone, but you knew who it was, you would never go to the police because that's now for you to take care of in your own way, But if you were wronged by someone and you don't know who it is, like someone snatched a purse, you don't know who it was, some random person, you have to go to the police. You haven't got no other option. You know what I mean? So that was the thing. But now, as I've got older, I've realized that why should you ever take things into your own hands? Only in them extreme ones where you're unhappy with what the police are going to do. But for most things, you might as well just leave it to them. Like, why are you going to risk doing even more like wrong things to get? Someone's done you wrong. You go out and do even more wrong things, and now you're the one that suffers the most.
Yeah. So was you really like advocating for the street life kind of ideology?
No, it was just like a common sense thing. Like if someone's done you
wrong. Do you think that's like a bygone era now where people were like?
No, I don't know. It wasn't
street
even
life ideology.
Bro, do you know what? No one even ever said it. Yeah, it was just something that I've noticed that we all kind of implicitly kind of.
But how was we indoctrinated into that belief? Because back home, like people don't do things like that. People like very law abiding and
I think for me, it was the fact that I had older brothers, that could fight. So if I knew anybody who'd done me wrong, it's like as soon as my brothers found out, it's their business to take care of, isn't it? So that's why for me.
Yeah, but there must be some sort of societal impetus that kind of.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that for a lot of people, what I'm saying is for a lot of people that didn't have somebody to take care of business for them, they wouldn't have that option, innit? But if you was from a community of people,
not really. I think that if the people have this ideology of street values and snitches get stitches and all that. Whether they can enforce it or not is irrelevant. They still have to live by that codes. Because if they're part of that community and they share those values, whether or not it benefits them or not, like personally, it's still part of the culture, right? You still have to abide by it.
Yeah, I don't even think it was like part of this no snitching code. I think it was just like common sense. Like the practical thing is if you know the person, you just tell somebody what happened and then they'll go and take care of it. And that was just a lot simpler. That was just a lot easier and simpler.
Like instant justice.
No, it was just a lot simpler and easier and smaller way of solving the situation. Do you know what I mean? So it was just more. It was more appealing for that to happen.
I see what you mean. All right, bro. It's been nice talking to you, man. What time is it now? Yeah, it's my time to jump off.
Yeah.
All right, bro.
We'll call it a night.
All right. Before I go, how's the thingy been going, man? How's the fasting and that?
Oh yeah, I don't really fast, to be honest, bro. And sometimes
what about the family though? The rest of them, do they?
Yeah. Most people.
Everyone else is fasting.
Yeah, most people do. Yeah, it's quite easy, bro. Like it's only like 12 hours, isn't it? Yeah.
I went into a shop today for the first time, and I realized that some Sikh guys, like my age guys, bought the shop from the Kurds, and they're running it now. And when in there, I started talking to him, like I see his Bangor, I started talking to him about Sikhism and that. And he was saying to me that normally he plays music in the shop, but because it's Ramadan, like he's not playing music. And I was going to him like, but you're not even Muslim. And he's like, but as Sikhs, we have to respect other people's religion, and it's sort of something that we do.
As businessmen,
like
in the Muslim community.
Yeah, like I thought that was quite civilized of them to actually have that attitude.
Yeah, I mean, it is a common sense business practice as well.
But that must go for you as well. Like you can't just start like frying up bacon and making sandwiches in front of your family while they're fasting.
No, I mean, I'll eat if I want to. No one really cares. But yeah, I don't, I don't disrespect what they're doing. I'm going through.
Oh yeah.
Maybe a little bit
so
sometimes.
If they were sitting down to iftar and they want to have a meal together, like, do you join in?
Yeah, I even wake up for sahur even when I'm not fasting.
All right, okay.
You know what is this?
So you got the best of both worlds, isn't it?
Yeah, like I get to that extra meal, and you know what is? It's a bit of that nostalgia because when I was a little kid, I got memories of waking up in the middle of the night, and the family, everyone eating, and you know what I mean. I quite like
that.
That
is one of the best things about Ramadan is like how it brings everyone together. Like
yeah,
especially like when you're living in
at the
England.
same time.
Yeah, you eat even at school, like the Muslim kids used to have a real sense of like togetherness.
Yeah, no, definitely, man. Even I take part in that. Why not? It'd be foolish to miss out on that sort of stuff with my family.
Yeah, but you don't really get the full buzz of it, though, innit? Like because obviously you're not suffering. Like you can smoke, you can eat when you want.
I can avoid eating.
The suffering makes it enjoyable.
Yeah, so what I do is I don't eat much during the day and make sure I'm still hungry as well. So it's like a light fast.
I get you. I get you. Yeah, so it's like, like you said, like a light fast.
I even understand the benefits of going, not of fasted. So I'm happy to do it. It's just that, the timing of it being exactly this, and you have to open with a date and a water.
Yeah,
all that stuff.
Of it all.
Yeah, all that stuff I don't really care about. But yeah, why not? Go 6-12 hours without eating, just have a little sip of water here and there or something. Why not?
Yeah. But do you think that fasting makes people more sympathetic to like hungry people or people who don't have food?
Not really, because like their life is not just the fact that they've got every other luxury around them and they just haven't got food and water. It's it's the concept of not knowing where your next meal is coming from, being cold.
Did I tell you that recently my diabetes got really bad, and the doctor said to me, "We can put you on insulin." And I said, no, because then I won't be able to drive my car. And he said, well, we'll give you Manjaro because it has the same effect. It forces your pancreas to secrete more insulin. So it shuttles the blood out of the sugar out of your blood. He goes, but like it's a weight loss drug as well. All right. So when I start taking it now, I realized that the side effect of this Manjaro medication, it's called GLP-1, is that it shuts down your what they call food noise. So that little voice in your head that tells you to eat all the time isn't there anymore. And that is actually the main way how it works. It's not that you can't eat. Like there is an element of it they're saying, which is when you try to eat, you feel a bit of nausea. They're saying that they're refining the medication and they're learning how these receptors work. And the next set of medications that come out will be able to target the hunger without actually triggering the nausea aspect of it, right? So they're basically saying that they've isolated the specific receptor that they need to target that basically switches off the voice in your head that tells you to eat.
And a feeling in your stomach.
That's amazing. Well, it's not so much your stomach. It does affect your stomach in the fact that you don't go toilet all the time. Like you go toilet every 3 days.
Yeah, but sometimes
sometimes I don't know. Do you eat and then it triggers you to go toilet?
No. What I'm saying is, sometimes your brain keeps thinking of food or talking like that food noise, and that's what triggers you to go and look for snacks. But sometimes it's your stomach that seems to be doing it, and it's like pretending it's hungry even though you're just eating something. That's what I was saying. Like the way your gut is your second brain. Is sometimes I feel the impulses of wanting to eat from my stomach. Now, for example, if you're deficient in some nutrient, that triggers hunger feelings even when you've got a full stomach because your body's craving a particular thing.
Do you know another thing that I found out that's really quite weird, right? And I think it goes back to fetal development. that we have certain cells that when our body goes from being like, let's say, just like a little blood clot or a little piece of thing, like a little
Zygote.
fetal stage, to
Yeah,
actually
it's massive
developing into a
cells.
fetus, certain cells that you will have, let's say, in your stomach, end up in your brain and in your heart. And it's like to do with how the cells originally start off, and then as you grow, they divide, and you start growing limbs, for example, and whatever. And like the initial like material that you're made from gets stretched over a bigger surface area. And with some people, some of those cells end up in places where you'd be really surprised, because like they're saying that this GLP-1 medication increased some people's heart rate like randomly. And they researched into why some people's heart rate was increased, right? Because that's not part of what the medication is for. And they realized that that they had stomach cells, right, in their heart. Do you understand? So obviously, where in the fetus those cells would have been isolated to one area, they then ended up being in other places as the fetus kind of grew. But they're saying it's random because in some people it's there and some people it's not. So it's not.
Well,
like,
I mean, when
I think that's really strange.
Well, when you're talking about the billions and trillions of cells that make up your body, there's bound to be some of that type of interference and diffusion of different cells in different places. But given the fact that you start off as basically one cell that's made up from your sperm and the egg cell that you come from, they fuse together and then you're like one cell. Then that keeps splitting and splitting into what's those cells called? You know, the ones that can turn into anything else.
Something from my tongue.
Yes.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
You're talking
Anyway,
about
those special
not
cells.
Bone marrow, not the ones that live in your bone marrow. What
Yeah,
are they called?
yeah.
Fucking. Yeah, I know what you mean. But anyway, go on.
We'll come to one of us in a minute. But those cells,
stem cells.
Yeah, that's it. So they basically turn mostly into stem cells, and then these cells arrange themselves and switch on and off whichever genes to activate, whichever allele of whichever gene to activate, and then they start spreading and changing. But then the ones that change and then replicate, so a stem cell will go from the mass towards where it's going to become a bone, and it will start developing into bone cells. And then most of the ones that it mutates into, and the generations further that multiply, they'll mostly be bone cells. But there will be some that are more still like.
That's something I found out recently as well that I didn't know. Someone said, "Does your flesh grow out of your bones, or does your bones grow out of your flesh?" And everyone always assumes that like it's the bone that produces
I think
the
they
flesh,
happen at
but
the
it's
same
the other
time.
way around.
I think
but
they
it's
happen roughly at the same
mostly
time.
you are flesh before you have any bones.
But you're more like a balloon full of mush first. That's closer to your original starting point. But in terms of what we would call flesh, what we would call skin, what we would call bones, according to their cellular structure, those definitions, it all happens
when I first
at the
thought
same
of it,
time.
I thought this is a strange thought to have, that bones was growing out of flesh. Then I was looking at my hand, I was thinking, well, wait a minute, my fingernails is literally growing out of the end of my finger. So how can it not be? Like, I was thinking, no, this ain't possible. How's the bone growing out of flesh? But it is possible.
Your fingernails are not bones. They're made up of keratin, which is roughly the same as what your hair is made out of.
Okay, but what about your teeth then? Your teeth growing out of your jaw,
teeth are basically like bones. Yeah, your teeth are much more like bones.
Crazy. Anyway, let me jump off.
Yeah. All right. Cool, Rob.
Cool,
nice
man.
chatting. See you later. All right, everyone. That's a good night right there. So just to recap here, Issa the trash telect, the whack telect, the crap telect. He was terrible, man. I've seen him do a lot better. He used to come here and he used to argue with this guy called Ziriap about different versions of Islam. And he used to do a lot better. It used to be funny, the debates. I remember James used to be here as well. I used to laugh at him. But yeah, they used to have a good back and forth. But today, Issa, man, unlucky, bruv. You just went on point, man. You got slapped around by everyone. And the shame is that you weren't even willing to learn a single thing. But anyway, peace to everyone in the chat. I think, Veli probably on tomorrow for Saturday daytime. So catch up then, man. Peace, everyone.